Chapter 1, She's Back. The room. A man and a woman are kissing passionately, their clothes scattered on the floor. Ah! The woman lets out a cry of pain, her eyes briefly clear before becoming unfocused again. She wraps her long, slender arms around the man's neck, and her pink lips move towards his. The two toss and turn for nearly 3 hours before the sudden rain finally subsides and they fall asleep. The next morning, Su Yang woke up and turned his head to look. The woman was gone, but there was a stack of brand new banknotes, and there was a splash of bright red on the bedsheet. Su Yang was surprised, she was still a virgin. Last night, he was drunk, and as soon as he came out of the bathroom, he was pulled into the suite by a long-haired beauty with a voluptuous figure, who hugged him and nibbled on him. She looked like she had never seen a man before in her life. He was confused and lost his virginity without even seeing the other person's face. He vaguely remembered that her skin was pale and soft, like the finest white jade. Su Yang's gaze fell on the stack of red banknotes. Is this treating me like a gigolo? At that moment, the phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a strange number. Is this Lin Yang? Su Yang was taken aback. Lin Yang was his former name. Curious, he asked, who is this? Hello, I am your wife's attorney. She wants a divorce. Are you free recently? Let's meet and talk about it in detail. Ha! It turned out to be her. Instantly, anger welled up. Talk my ass. She disappeared for 3 years and now suddenly pops up just to get a divorce. What the hell does she take me for, a rag she can use when she wants and throw away when she doesn't want? Su Yang hung up after yelling. 3 years ago, Grandpa arranged a marriage for him and forced him to get married to a girl he didn't know. The ridiculous thing was that he never met the girl, only saw her photo, and didn't even see her when they got married. After the wedding, the girl disappeared without a trace, leaving him with only a marriage certificate. He was angry, but he also wanted to end this wrong marriage quickly. Grandpa, your grandson is calling. Grandpa, your grandson is calling. A very funny ringtone sounded. This is the exclusive ringtone of the company leader. You don't need to look to know who it is, it's Sun Tong, the security minister. Su Yang, why haven't you come yet? I've taken leave. The new president is coming to the company today, and no one is allowed to be absent. If you dare not come, you will be fired tomorrow. I'm just a small security guard, and the president won't pay attention to someone like me. Cut the crap, either you come or you're fired, it's your choice. The phone went dead. You're ruthless, Suenzi. Su Yang looked at his watch and hurried to the company. Tianming Group. Su Yang rushed into the headquarters building and saw that a red carpet had been laid in front of the door. This time, in order to make a good impression on the president, the company leaders ordered everyone to dress uniformly, and the person responsible for welcoming him must have a good image and temperament, including the security guard. Brace yourselves, if anyone lets me down today, they're fired on the spot, shouted Chen Weicheng, the general manager. The atmosphere was a little oppressive. Time passed slowly. Just before 9 o'clock, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up. Chen Weicheng, beaming from ear to ear, went over to greet it, followed by the heads of each department. The car door opened. A tall, strikingly beautiful woman got out, none other than Xin Yuqing, the president of Tianming Group. Hello, President Shun. Chen Weicheng, all smiles, hurriedly bowed to say hello. Hello, President Shun. The others immediately shouted. Xin Yuqing gave them a cold, indifferent glance before walking towards the building accompanied by her assistant. At that moment, all the men present were deeply attracted to her. They didn't expect the new president to be a woman, and what a beauty she was, even the biggest stars would pale in comparison. The worst thing was that she had a great figure. With big breasts and a perky butt, she was very much in line with modern men's aesthetic tastes. She had money and good looks, and was simply a darling of the heavens. It was her. Su Yang froze upon seeing that stunning face. This female CEO was actually his cheap wife, whom he had never met. Although he had only seen a photo, he still recognized her. Perhaps it was telepathy. Xin Yuqing also looked over at him. It was a very casual glance, but after seeing his appearance, her figure stumbled and she leaned over unsteadily. Ah! Be careful. Su Yang instinctively reached out to help her. Before the crowd could react, they saw Su Yang already embracing Xin Yuqing. Su Yang smelled the fragrance drifting from her body and wondered in his heart, hey, this fragrance is so familiar. Chapter 2, You're Fired. It's useless even if the King of Heaven himself comes. After Shin Yuqing regained her footing, she hurriedly pushed Su Yang away, her heart filled with panic. Why is it him? Last night, she was tricked and the effects of the drug kicked in, and she actually had sex with a male model from the bar. Yes. She mistakenly thought that Su Yang was for sale in the bar. For so many years, she has kept herself pure, wanting to save her virginity for the man she loves most in her life. Just thinking about it made her furious. She kept telling herself in her heart that she must forget that ridiculous night, but she never expected to run into him again, and it was still at her own company. For her, this was a huge scandal. If it got out, not only would her reputation be ruined, it would also affect the reputation of the group and even the family. At that moment, Shin Yuqing had already made up her mind. She had to get rid of this man as soon as possible. You bastard! The president is not someone you can touch. General Manager Chen Weicheng angrily rebuked. The goddess's hand was actually touched by a little punk, and he didn't even get a chance. Didn't you see the president almost fall, and I was helping her? Su Yang frowned. Chen Weicheng didn't expect this little security guard to dare to argue with him. Pointing at Su Yang, he rebuked the security minister Sun Tong. This is your man, so you deal with it yourself. Then, Chen Weicheng changed to a flattering face and said, President Shin, this way please. Did she not recognize me? Su Yang and Shin Yuqing both flashed this thought at the same time. Shin Yuqing entered the elevator surrounded by a crowd of people and remained a little distracted until she entered the president's office. I want detailed information on that security guard. Okay. Lu Yun, the assistant to the president, froze for a moment and hurriedly left in response. A few seconds later, Lu Yun returned, cautiously asking, Mr. Shin, I heard that the company is going to fire the security guard. Are you sure you still want his information? Why fire him? Just because he helped me? Who gave them the right to fire people at will? In our company, all employees are treated equally, even a security guard or cleaner deserves respect. Shin Yuqing's tone was cold. Lu Yun hurriedly went. As the assistant to the CEO, she naturally knows a lot about his temperament and character, and she knows what to do without having to say anything. The lobby on the first floor. The head of security has a very unhappy expression on his face. In front of the new CEO, his subordinate actually dared to contradict the general manager and blatantly take advantage of the CEO. He pointed at Su Yang's nose and angrily shouted, Get your things and get out of here right now. Su Yang's eyes hardened, and in an instant, he grabbed Sun Tong's finger and with a slight squeeze, a crisp cracking sound was heard, and the latter screamed in pain, Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I'm so annoyed when people point their fingers at me. The other security guards were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Su Yang to dare to hit the minister. Sun Tong yelled at them, What are you all standing there for? Do you also want to be fired? Get him out of the company. The men quickly pulled them apart. Sun Tong's face turned white with pain. Su Yang, you're fired, I said so. Even the King of Heaven himself is useless. You're wrong, you didn't fire me, I fired you. It's just a crappy job, I don't care. Su Yang took off his security guard uniform and flung it in the minister's face. Trying to leave? You hurt me, I'll have you arrested. Sun Tong yelled angrily. Just then, a graceful figure walked over. It was Lu Yun, the assistant to the CEO. Minister Sun, if Su Yang hadn't held the CEO back in time, the CEO would have fallen. As head of security, you're not praising him, but trying to find ways to fire him. Assistant Lu, this kid is arrogant and defiant, he has no respect for his superiors. Just now, in front of the CEO, he openly contradicted the general manager. You saw it too, this kind of prick cannot be kept in the company, he must be fired. Just now, Mr. Chen abused the staff recklessly, and Su Yang retorted, he did nothing wrong. After saying that, Lu Yun loudly announced, the CEO said that in our company, all employees are treated equally, there is no distinction between high and low, even a security guard or cleaner should be treated with due respect. Sun Tong asked with a strange tone, Assistant Lu, aren't you afraid of offending President Chen if you say that? Lu Yun looked at him coldly, the entire Tianming group belongs to President Shen. I am President Shen's assistant. If Minister Sun is not satisfied, just go to President Chen and report on him. He is just a small security guard, Assistant Lu, you don't need to be so serious, do you? Sun Tong's smile did not reach his eyes. Are you an idiot, or are you deaf? Lu Yun said unsparingly, and then walked up to Su Yang and smiled. Our company needs employees like you, and no one would dare to fire you. If there's anything, just come to me. But I really want to resign. Su Yang was a little embarrassed. When he saw Shin Yuqing, he had already had the idea of resigning. Is it because you think the salary is too little, or the benefits are not satisfactory? Just let me know what you want, and I'll try to help you apply for it. It's for personal reasons. How about this, you go to work first, and I'll give you an answer later. Okay. After all, the other person was being kind, and Su Yang didn't want to make things too difficult. He turned to Sun Tong, who was looking pale, and deliberately poked his ear. Hey, who was it that just said that I had to be fired, and that it wouldn't matter if the emperor himself came? Why are you so quiet? At that moment, Sun Tong felt as if he had just eaten a fly. His face was red with anger, and he glared at Su Yang with hate in his eyes. Assistant Lu, even if you don't fire him, he broke my hand in a fight, that's a fact, isn't it? I'll call the police and have him arrested, that's for sure. Lu Yun frowned, then walked over to make a phone call. Sun Tong sneered, Su Yang, even if you are not fired, what's the big deal? You injured me, and I'm going to put you in jail. Su Yang shrugged. Although he was poor, it would be quite difficult to put him in jail. Very soon. Lu Yun finished her phone call and said to Sun Tong, the president said that your injury can be considered work-related, and this matter will end here. If you are not satisfied, you can also choose to report to the police, and you don't have to come to work in the future. What? Sun Tong's face changed drastically, and he yelled in dissatisfaction, this is so unreasonable. Didn't you just say that everyone is treated equally? Why are you taking his side? The staff nearby were all laughing. Some even looked smug. This Sun Tong relies on Shen's support, and he puts on an air of superiority all day long, thinking that he is number one and everyone else is number two. It's really satisfying to see him get his comeuppance. Chapter 3 Shin Yuqing, I can't let him get away with it. You can argue with the CEO. Lu Yun threw her hands up in the air and cast an idiotic look at Sun Tong. Su Yangla laughed, Sun Tong, aren't you going to arrest me? Come on, hurry up and call the police. I'll go to jail for a few days at most, but some people are going to lose their jobs. The security director of Tianming Group, after 10 years of hard work, has finally climbed up the ladder, and he still got there by relying on a woman. You. Sun Tongchi gritted his teeth, we'll see. After saying that, he left angrily. Lu Yun looked at Su Yang with curiosity, and thought to herself, although this man is somewhat good-looking, the president has seen all kinds of handsome guys, so why is she so interested in him, hugging him like that, showing affection? This is really something out of the ordinary. President's office. Lu Yun put a file in front of Shin Yuqing. President Shin, this is Su Yang's employment file. Shin Yuqing opened it and read it. Married. Shin Yuqing's pretty face suddenly turned cold, and she cursed the scumbag under her breath. He's got no backbone, he's married, and still selling himself, how can he face his wife? There's a blank work experience section, a blank family member information section, and only simple personal information. Is this how simple our company's employment file is? Shin Yuqing casually threw it away and reprimanded him angrily, Lu Tezu, are you with me for the first time? You fooled me with this. I want to see his detailed information in an hour and tell the Human Resources Department that if you fool me like this again, you will hand in your resignation directly. Oh. Lu Yun hurriedly responded, quickly left the office, let out a long sigh, and became even more curious. In the past, even when faced with orders worth billions of dollars, the CEO had remained calm. Why did he fluctuate so much emotionally over the information about a security guard? In particular, he was furious when he saw that the security guard was married. Could it be that the CEO had fallen in love with the security guard at first sight? Shin Yuqing lit a cigarette a little distracted. Damn it, it's fine that my first night was taken by a prostitute, but he's a married man. I was stupid enough to leave him 10,000 yuan. It's obvious that I'm the one who suffered. I can't let him off that easily. The more she thought about it, the more depressed she felt, as if she was being suffocated. An hour later. Lu Yun brought a file of Su Yang's information, which was more than 10 pages long, showing that she had really put in the effort this time. Shin, this is all the information on Su Yang we have collected so far. Put it here. You will follow up on the Genoa Group project, supervise the various departments to prepare for the signing of the contract as soon as possible, and compile a detailed report for me. Okay. Lu Yun left in response. Shin Yuqing opened the file and read it carefully. Su Yang, high school degree, served in the army, length of service unknown. So he was a soldier, no wonder he had such good physical strength. She blushed as she remembered the crazy night. Shin Yuqing, what are you thinking about? It was just a wrong encounter, why are you still remembering it? She slapped her own face and continued reading the information. He was discharged from the army 3 years ago and got married soon after. Before the wedding could take place, his wife ran away with someone else and has never returned. This incident has become the laughingstock of the neighborhood. No wonder he has gone astray, his wife has actually run away with someone else. That woman is really something, if she doesn't like someone, why did she marry them? After getting married, she should have lived happily, but instead she cheated on her husband. Shin Yuqing was indignant and continued reading the information. Her mother died, her father remarried, and they had a poor relationship. 3 years ago, she was kicked out of the house and is currently living in a rented room. She has 2 jobs. During the day, she works as a security guard at Tianming Group, and at night, she works part-time at Yueshi Bar. The specific work is unknown. About half an hour later, she finally finished reading it, threw the information on the table, tapped her slender fingers on the table, and muttered to herself, a real man, even if he is suffering, should not sell his body for money. It's a pity to waste such a good body. At this time, Lu Yun handed over a report. President Shen, this is the project report from Jinhua Group. Shin Yuqing opened the report and frowned. Make an appointment with President Liang of Jinhua Group. Tonight, I will talk to her personally. Okay. By the way, take Su Yang to buy some decent clothes for tonight's social event. Huh? What are you doing? Hurry up. Oh. Lu Yun walked a few steps and then turned back, saying cautiously, President Shen, I heard that General Manager Liang is a bit lecherous. Are you sure you want to take Su Yang with you? Nonsense. Shin Yuqing scolded. Lu Yun dared not speak again and hurriedly went to get things done. She finally understood. No wonder the CEO was so interested in Su Yang. This was the idea behind it. She thought she had fallen in love with him at first sight, but it seems she had been thinking too much. The CEO's office. Shin Yuqing lifted a glass of red wine and went to the large French windows, staring out of the window in a daze. What a coincidence, it seems I got married 3 years ago too. This ridiculous marriage should end. A pleasant ringtone sounded. Shin Yuqing looked at the caller ID and answered the phone. How did it go? I contacted your husband before and told him about the divorce, but he wouldn't listen. He yelled at me on the phone, using vulgar and offensive language. No wonder you want a divorce with someone so uncouth. Just get to the point. Shin Yuqing was not at all interested in her so-called husband, and just wanted to end the marriage quickly. Not long ago I could still get through to him, but he just refused to answer. I tried again just now, but I couldn't get through. I think he's changed his number. I'm going to go to his house and see if I can find him. Since you haven't done anything, why are you calling me? Shin Yuqing was in a bad mood, so she hung up the phone directly, exasperated. Fine, you're avoiding me. Don't you want a divorce? Humph. It's not up to you. Chapter 4, My wife begs me to cheat on her, what should I do? The lobby on the first floor. Su Yang is on duty. Lu Yun walks over and smiles, beckoning with her hand, Su Yang, come here for a second. Under the gossiping gazes of the others, Su Yang follows Lu Yun to a secluded place. My resignation? Well, there's no rush. I'll take you out to buy some clothes later. The CEO has a meeting with a client tonight, and she wants you to go with her. Huh? Are you sure? I'm just a security guard, what would I do if she's meeting with clients? Su Yang was dumbfounded, and thought to himself, what the hell is this woman up to? To be honest, I'm not sure. Assistant Manager Lu, are you not sure, or don't you want to say? If you're in a difficult position, I'll just go ask her directly. Su Yang snorted. If someone is being overly friendly, it's either a scam or a conspiracy, there's definitely something fishy going on. Hey, no. Lu Yun hurriedly stopped him. After hesitating for a few seconds, she couldn't bear to lie to him and whispered, the client is a woman. I heard that she is a bit lecherous. You have a good image, so the president probably wants to use the handsome guy tactic. Great, so you want me to sacrifice my looks. You tell Shin Yuqing that I'm not going. If I'm not allowed to do it, then forget it. Su Yang left angrily. Big brother, if you're not going, what am I going to do? Lu Yun had no choice but to pluck up the courage to report to the CEO. Shortly afterwards, the CEO's office. Shin Yuqing looked displeased. I've been kind enough to give him the opportunity to earn money, but he's still refused. He's ungrateful. Get him here. Mr. Shin, why don't we find someone else? It's not hard to find a male PR with a good image and temperament. Besides, he's just a security guard who's never come into contact with the company's business. What if he screws up again? Lu Yun plucked up the courage to make a suggestion. Cut the crap, just go. Oh. Lu Yun's little head was buzzing. She really couldn't figure out why she had to argue with a security guard when it was so easy to find a few handsome guys these days. 10 minutes later, Su Yang reluctantly followed Lu Yun into the CEO's office. Shin Yuqing was sitting at his desk, going through some documents. Lu Yun sensibly withdrew. Su Yang impatiently glanced at Shin Yuqing, then sat down on the leather sofa, as if he were at home. What do you want with me? Everyone else who comes to me is extremely nervous, but you are so casual. Shin Yuqing laughed angrily. If you have something to say, say it quickly, I don't have time to chat with you. You seem to hate me, have we had a falling out? Humph. Su Yang turned his head to the side. From Shin Yuqing's words, he could tell that Shin Yuqing had not recognized him at all as her husband of 3 years. I heard that you were kicked out of your house and are living alone in rented accommodation, leading a difficult life. I'll give you a chance to earn some money. If you help me close a deal, I'll give you a big red envelope. Su Yang stood up abruptly, his eyes wide. You investigated me. After all, if I want to use you, I naturally need to understand your background. What else did you find out? Su Yang's heart tightened. Shin Yuqing's lips curled into a smile. A lot, for example, you were in the army, and you got married 3 years ago. Speaking of this, I feel quite sympathetic for you. You just got married, and your wife ran off with someone else. That woman really is something. Su Yang's face was strange. He walked over to the desk, placed his hands on it, and stared at Shin Yuqing's beautiful eyes, saying viciously, You're right, that woman is really something. If I see her one day, I'll beat her ass up. Staring at him like that, she was a little flustered. Why did it feel like he was talking about me? Shin Yuqing, what's wrong with you? You're a little nervous when facing him, when it should be him who is nervous. Shin Yuqing coughed twice feebly. This client is very generous. As long as you can please her, she will give you a tip that is enough to buy you an apartment. If you get the job done, I won't treat you badly. Su Yang walked around the desk and came in front of Shin Yuqing. What are you doing? Don't do anything rash. Shin Yuqing's heart suddenly leapt. Su Yang placed one hand on the desk and the other on the armrest of her chair, and slowly leaned down. As the distance between their faces grew closer and closer, Shin Yuqing's heart nearly jumped out of her chest. She subconsciously leaned back, and only stopped when the chair tilted to its maximum extent. What is he going to do? How dare he, a mere security guard? I am the CEO after all. Seeing that the two were about to kiss, Su Yang stopped. Fine, I'll go. Then get out of here quickly, Lu's waiting. Shin Yuqing's mind went blank, and she didn't dare to move. Don't regret it. Su Yang sneered. Since she wants to be cheated on so badly, then I'll let her. She's asking for it. Shin Yuqing was a little confused. What do you mean I won't regret it? What do I regret? The two were close enough to hear each other breathe. Looking at Shin Yuqing's beautiful face, charming eyes, and pink, red lips, Su Yang subconsciously clenched his fists. He had to say that this cheap wife was really beautiful, even more charming than the photos he had seen back then. Especially the faint fragrance exuding from Shin Yuqing's body, which made his evil fire soar. The atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. Su Yang slowly lowered his head. Chapter 5, I'm not serving you anymore. Just as he was about to touch those two soft, plump lips, the door suddenly opened. President Shun, that. Lu Yun's eyes widened as she saw the scene in the room. Her voice stopped abruptly, her mouth wide open, her face full of disbelief and shock. Yes, I'm sorry. Lu Yun reacted, a little flustered, and immediately backed out. Bang! As the door closed, Shin Yuqing flung her hand and slapped Su Yang in the face, but the latter instantly grabbed her wrist and she couldn't move. You bastard! Shin Yuqing's neck turned red, and she was even more panicked. How dare this guy? Did he already recognize her, or why would he be so bold? You were prepared to let me sacrifice my looks, and I can't be a bastard once? You keep saying you're sacrificing your looks, but someone in your line of work, do you still care about that? Shin Yuqing laughed. Su Yang was puzzled. What did she mean? Some things don't need to be said out loud, you know it in your heart, otherwise you'll be embarrassed. Su Yang subconsciously let go of her and turned to leave. He was still a little dazed when he walked out of the office, not understanding what Shin Yuqing had meant by those words. Lu Yun saw him come out and looked at him with a strange expression. She had originally thought she had guessed the president's thoughts, but now it seemed that she had been completely wrong. No wonder the CEO's emotions fluctuate greatly whenever Su Yang is involved. It turns out that the two are so close. Since following the CEO, this is the first time I've seen him kiss someone of the opposite sex. That said, as the CEO's personal assistant, I've never even noticed that he has a relationship, so the secrecy is really good. Mr. Su, you. Lu Yun felt a little awkward and didn't know what to say. Assistant Lu, you might as well call me by my name. Regarding the evening entertainment, I promised her. Oh. Lu Yun was surprised. Since the two of them had an unusual relationship, why did the CEO still want him to accompany other women? Sigh. The world of the rich is really beyond the understanding of a little person like me. Lu Yun muttered to herself. A few hours later, Su Yang returned directly to the rented room with a large pile of designer clothes and shoes. When Shin Yuqing saw Su Yang's shopping list, she was furious and her eyebrows rose in anger. This guy, he spent over $1 million on me. She wasn't worried about the money, she was just a little surprised. In her opinion, with Su Yang's status, even if his standards were high, he would only be able to afford clothes costing a few thousand yuan each. Spending a few 100,000 yuan on this trip would probably make him happy for half a day. But the result far exceeded her expectations. He went to all the famous brand boutiques and bought only the most expensive items. I couldn't stop him. Lu Yun raised her hand and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Shin Yuqing laughed angrily. This guy is deliberately trying to annoy me. Go ahead and get back to work. Lu Yun left the office, raised her hand and patted her chest. My goodness, this day has been just like a roller coaster ride, so thrilling and exciting. If this is what every day is like from now on, it'll be the end of me. 7 p.m. Dongfang Hotel. A Rolls-Royce Phantom pulls up in front of the hotel. Shin Yuqing and Lu Yun get out of the car. Where's Su Yang? He should be here soon. Lu Yun checks her watch, takes out her phone and is about to call Su Yang when a black business car pulls up. After the car stopped, a man got out. He was 1.8 meters tall, wearing a black suit that was perfectly pressed, with shiny new leather shoes. He was handsome and had an excellent temperament. Wow! I didn't realize he looked so good in a suit. Lu Yun looked like a ditz. Shin Yuqing was also taken aback. This dog man was quite charming when he dressed up a bit. Su Yang walked up to them and looked up and down at Shin Yuqing. A smart casual little suit that perfectly outlined her attractive curves, without losing the demeanor of a strong woman, but also a little bit of femininity. Shin Yuqing noticed his gaze and was a little flustered by it. Perhaps to hide her inner turmoil, Shin Yuqing deliberately snorted, it really is the clothes that make the man, and the horse the saddle. You don't know how to speak. Su Yang's face turned black. Shin Yuqing walked quickly towards the inside, with a perfect arc of a smile on her lips. For some reason, she was very happy to see Su Yang get angry, as if it was a matter of pride for her to be able to make Su Yang angry. Lu Yun was dragged by Su Yang's arm. Assistant Lu, is she usually this annoying when she talks? Lu Yun spread her hands, giggled twice and followed her. A few minutes later, the three of them walked into the Supreme VLP box. Only billionaires with a net worth of over 10 billion are eligible to occupy this box. There are 4 waitresses in Cheongsams in the box. They are the top gold medal waitresses, all of whom are high achievers, proficient in various languages, and dedicated to serving the VIPs in the Supreme VLP box. Su Yang, have you read the information on General Manager Liang? Shin Yuqing asked. Su Yang responded impatiently, I just glanced at it. What do you mean you just looked at it casually? You have to memorize all of her preferences in your head so that you can cater to them and win her favor. Don't look at a woman like her with your shallow eyes. She is completely different from those vulgar women you have been in contact with before. Shin Yuqing reprimanded coldly. I'm shallow? You don't think I'm good enough, then you better find someone else quickly. I'm just a vulgar person, I'm not going to serve you anymore. Su Yang slammed the table. Lu Yun shivered in fear and hurriedly took Su Yang's arm. Mr. Su, calm down. It's already happened, but you can't quit now. You're the first person to dare to bang the table in front of me. Believe it or not, I'll fire you right now. Xin Yuqing also lost her temper. Go ahead and fire me. I'm begging you to do it. You stinking capitalist, what are you so arrogant about? It's just a few more stinking bucks. If I don't serve you, you're nothing in front of me. You. Xin Yuqing's pretty face turned pale with anger. Mr. Xin, Mr. Su, please calm down. Lu Yun hurriedly tried to stop the fight. Shut up. Shut up. Su Yang and Xin Yuqing glared at each other angrily while yelling at Lu Yun. Lu Yun's head dropped, caught in the middle. She secretly groaned, the gods are fighting, the little ones suffer, oh my, how will I get through this day? The waiters were all dumbfounded. Up until now, the people who had dined in this private room had always been gentlemen and ladies with good manners. It was rare to see such a scene of loud arguments. Just then, the private room door opened. A tall and beautiful woman walked in, followed by a female assistant carrying a briefcase. What's going on? Why do I smell gunpowder? Did I come at a bad time? The person who came was Liang Zixuan, the general manager of Jinhua Group. Xin Yuqing sat down angrily and whispered to Su Yang, you can go, but the money for the clothes must be refunded to the company. You win. Su Yang turned his head to the side, but just happened to meet Liang Zixuan's gaze, who smiled at him. Chapter 6 I'm tired of playing, want it? Take it. President Liang, you're late. Xin Yuqing's voice was cold and unemotional, not at all like someone who was about to do business. Su Yang was surprised. He had expected Liang Zixuan to be a fat and ugly rich woman, but she was a beautiful woman. Lu, the assistant to the CEO, is she the CEO? Are you sure she's horny? There's a lot of gossip about her, and everyone says she likes to keep young men on her payroll. You really didn't read her profile? I threw it in the trash. Su Yang felt a little embarrassed. Liang Zixuan was unfazed by Xin Yuqing's cold words. I've already arrived, Ms. Xin. I just met a client who also wants to cooperate with me. Oh? I'd like to see which company dares to compete with me for the order. Xin Yuqing took a sip of tea. Liang Zixuan didn't respond to her words, but looked at Su Yang and curiously asked, who is this? My bodyguard. The kind that sticks to you? As the future helmsman of the Jinhua Group, you should behave yourself. Xin Yuqing, we were classmates in high school, and I've never seen you lose your temper like this in front of a man. I'm curious, what kind of man could make a man like you, who is immune to women, falter? Liang Zixuan walked up to Su Yang and extended her hand. Hello, my name is Liang Zixuan, you can call me Zixuan. Hello, I'm Su Yang. Su Yang also stood up and shook hands politely. He felt that her small hands were warm and soft, delicate and boneless, and had a very good feel. Is Mr. Su really her bodyguard? Yes, I'm just a vulgar person who guards the door for her. Upon hearing this, Liang Zixuan not only did not show contempt, but instead laughed happily. Mr. Su has a straightforward personality, which is much better than those hypocritical gentlemen. I really admire you. Su Yang turned his head and looked at Xin Yuqing, snorted, and said, look, they are both strong women. Liang always has talent and looks, and her taste is better than yours. This is the difference. If you can't appreciate it, there are others who can. After saying that, Su Yang asked Liang Zixuan, Liang Zong, do you still need a security guard? I'll go work for you. I've really had enough of her. Just looking at her makes me feel uneasy. Xin Yuqing nonchalantly shrugged, if you like it, take it, I'm tired of it anyway. Liang Zixuan sat back down in her seat, looking surprised. She couldn't believe that such words had come from your mouth. Could it be that after 3 years abroad, she had also learned to play with men? I'm different from you. Men are like rags to me, I can just throw them away. Liang Zixuan applauded, then turned to a very curious look. The other day, I happened to learn that you got married 3 years ago. Is this true? Liang always has good information. It seems to be true, oh my god. It's been 3 years, and I just found out. You hid it well. We were classmates, and you didn't even find us old classmates to celebrate your marriage? How about this, bring him over some other day, so we can meet your husband too. I'm curious what kind of amazing man he is that he could capture your heart. No need, he's just my puppet husband. I can kick him out anytime I'm not happy. There's not a single man in the world that could make my heart flutter. While talking, Shin Yuqing deliberately glanced at Su Yang. Liang Zixuan caught her eye movement and once again focused her attention on Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang was so angry that his heart was excited. Is this woman speaking human language? What does it mean to take what you like? What does she take him for, a piece of goods? And she got tired of him a long time ago. When did she play with him? And she compared him to a rag, it's so hateful. What really made him angry was that she had always treated him like a puppet, saying that she could kick him out at any time if he said anything she didn't like. You try kicking me out. I'm not getting a divorce, and I'm not going to let you have your way, you arrogant, smelly woman. Su Yang was very angry and muttered to himself. Mr. Su, if you're not happy working for Ms. Shin, you can always come work for me. I'll pay you double whatever she's offering you. Liang Zixuan threw out the olive branch. Shin Yuqing was displeased. Ms. Liang, it's not good to poach in front of me, is it? That's not right. Just now you said generously that you could take it if you like. I'll give you a ride, you can take it, but you can't poach in front of me. How can I save face like this? It's not good for you to do this. You've aroused my interest, but you won't let me have the person. Although he is a bit disobedient, he is very good at that, and he serves me very comfortably. I might as well keep him, just as a way to spend money on an object of release. These words are downright shameless. Lu Yun was stunned by the thunder, especially when she imagined that kind of scene. She couldn't help blushing, and she thought to herself, is what President Shin said true or false? Could Su Yang really be the gigolo she supports? At this moment, Su Yang was almost furious. The billionaire CEO had told so many lies that he didn't even bat an eyelid when he told them, his acting skills worthy of an Oscar. However, after calming down, he came to his senses. As an old classmate, Shin Yuqing must know Liang Zixuan's character very well. Shin Yuqing must have deliberately argued with him to attract Liang Zixuan's attention. She also deliberately showed that she was intimate with him, made a show of loathing him, and even offered to give him to Liang Zixuan. When the other party became strongly interested, she changed her mind. This pulling and tugging was like fishing, and without knowing it, she hooked Liang Zixuan. It was really clever. However, he always felt that some of Shin Yuqing's words were true, such as the puppet husband. That must be what she really thought. Liang Zixuan tapped her fingers on the table, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, how about this? You give him to me, and I'll let you take care of this project. Isn't that a good deal? A piece of rag for a 10 billion order. Ms. Liang really loves men more than she loves her country. As long as it's a man you care about, I'm very interested. It's just a project, and it doesn't matter who does it. Liang Zixuan waved her hand nonchalantly, and her assistant immediately opened her briefcase to get the file. Just then, the door to the private room suddenly opened. A young man dressed in luxurious clothes walked in, followed by 3 bodyguards. Wow! It's a blessing to be able to meet 2 business goddesses at the same time tonight. The young man is Mo Zhanghao, the general manager of the Mo Group, and his company is in a competitive relationship with Shin Yuqing's company. Shin Yuqing frowned. Mo Xiao, I don't think I invited you. Mr. Shin, we are both smart people, so why pretend you don't understand? You want the order, and so do I. Mo Zhanghao looked at President Liang and smiled slightly. President Liang, as I said before, our company also wants this order. I wonder if you can give me a chance to compete fairly. Of course. Liang Zixuan also smiled. Shin Yuqing frowned slightly, a little displeased. Liang Zong, you just promised to give me the order, and now you want to go back on your word? I learned from you, if you can go back on your word, why can't I? If you want the order, then compete fairly. Liang Zixuan put her hands up. What she meant was naturally what had just happened regarding Su Yang. Shin Yuqing had gone back on her word, which made her very unhappy. Chapter 7 Zhao Yangzi, keep a low profile. Mo Zhanghao raised his hand. A subordinate handed him a long wooden box with both hands. The box opened, and Mo Zhanghao took out a scroll. When he opened it, it turned out to be a piece of calligraphy. The highest good is like water. Liang Zixuan's eyes lit up, and she hurried over, slightly excited, saying, is this the calligraphy of the master calligrapher, Mr. Yan? Su Yang was taken aback and inwardly wondered, could the Mr. Yang she was referring to be the old boss? General Liang has good taste. Mo Zhenghao quickly gave him a thumbs up and flattered him, revealing a servile attitude. I heard that General Liang loves calligraphy, so I'll give you this piece of calligraphy as a token of my sincerity. Mr. Liang is a man of few desires and regards money as worthless, so it is rare to find his calligraphy on the market. His calligraphy is hard to come by, and I also obtained it by chance. As the saying goes, a precious sword is given to a hero, and fine wine is offered to a beautiful woman. Only Mr. Liang is worthy of this calligraphy. Mo Zhenghao smiled happily. He believed that with this piece of calligraphy, he would definitely be able to get a 10 billion order from Genoa Group. Xin Yuqing suddenly felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Liang Zixuan say, since Mr. Mo is so generous, I won't be pretentious either. I will accept this gift. In return, I will give your company that order. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Liang, for trusting us. When can we sign the contract? Mo Zhenghao was overjoyed and looked at Xin Yuqing with great pride. Just then, Su Yang suddenly asked Liang Zixuan, Boss Liang, is the calligraphy master you mentioned called Yang Yan? Liang Zixuan's pretty face turned cold, and her tone was cold. Mr. Yang is a highly respected and venerable figure in the calligraphy world, and Mr. Su, how can you call him by his first name? Xin Yuqing glared at Su Yang and whispered reproachfully, don't butt in, she worships that old man. Su Yang smiled. Since someone was defending the old leader like that, how could he be angry? Now that the identity had been confirmed, Su Yang no longer hid it and said bluntly, Mr. Liang, since you like Mr. Yang's calligraphy so much, you should have some understanding of his calligraphy. Can't you tell that this is a fake? Bullshit. Mo Zhenghao glared, his anger rising. Where did this little punk come from, calling it a fake? Do you know anything about calligraphy? Open your dog's eyes and take a good look. This is the real thing, and it even has Mr. Yang's seal on it. Xin Yuqing hurriedly pulled Su Yang back. What are you doing? Even if you want to help me get the order, you can't just say anything. Liang Zixuan's pretty face was frosty, and she looked at Xin Yuqing coldly. I was originally curious about what kind of man you would be interested in, but now it seems that your standards are not high. For the sake of an old classmate, I won't argue with him and will make him disappear quickly. A bunch of idiots, it's obviously a fake, but they treat it like a treasure. Su Yang mocked. You piece of trash, don't think that just because you're from Tianming Group I won't dare to move. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll make you shut up forever. Mo Zhenghao pointed at Su Yang's nose and yelled angrily. Su Yang's eyes hardened, and he instantly gripped Mo Zhenghao's finger. With a crunching sound, the latter suddenly screamed in pain. I hate it when someone points a finger at me. Xin Yuqing was a little surprised. She didn't expect this dog man to have such a manly side, and his irritability was a bit cute. Anyway, seeing Mo Zhenghao get beaten up, she still felt very good. However, as much as she enjoyed it, she didn't want Su Yang to get into big trouble. After all, Mo Zhenghao was the heir to the Mo family. If you have a problem, say what you want, but don't fight. Let him go. Su Yang let go of his hand and said very coldly, General Manager Liang, it's your business who you want to give the order to, but I will never allow someone to hold a fake and pass it off as a genuine work by Mr. Yang. I have observed Mr. Yang's calligraphy before, and this piece is exactly the same as his, even down to the finest details. Liang Zixuan was very sure. Mo Zhenghao angrily rebuked, you little punk, you keep saying it's a fake, as if you've seen it with your own eyes. Who do you think you are? Do you know Mr. Yang well? You're not even worthy to hold his shoes. Sorry, I do know him well, so I can tell at a glance that your calligraphy is a fake. Ha, you don't mind bragging, do you? You know him well, and I'm saying you're related to him. In my opinion, you're just trying to sabotage my cooperation with President Liang. Having said that, Mo Zhenghao looked at Liang Zixuan, President Liang, this little punk must have been instructed by Xin Yuqing to deliberately sabotage our cooperation. Liang Zixuan looked coldly at Xin Yuqing. Miss Xin, I have already chosen to cooperate with Mr. Mo. Take your people and leave quickly, don't make me turn my back on you. Shut up, this is no longer a matter of who you cooperate with, Su Yang reprimanded coldly. Liang Zixuan was infuriated, how dare this guy reprimand her? A smile rose at the corner of Xin Yuqing's mouth, she could see Liang Zixuan being embarrassed, it felt funny and satisfying. Yangzi, keep a low profile. Xin Yuqing gave Su Yang a token reminder, but the look on her face seemed to be encouraging him. Su Yang looked at her in surprise. Why had this girl suddenly changed her mind? Didn't she care about this order? Mo Zhanghao saw that General Manager Liang was very angry, and secretly rejoiced. Xin Yuqing, you have angered General Manager Liang, let's see how you compete with me for orders. This is a great opportunity to rub salt in the wound, and naturally he won't miss it. He immediately scolds, you little brat, how dare you speak to Mr. Liang like that? You really think you're someone, don't you? You said you knew Mr. Yang well, right? So tell me how well you know him, and I'll see how you can make something up. I am both a teacher and a friend to Mr. Yang, and we are also close friends despite the age difference. Su Yang tells the truth. They are not only comrades in arms, but also bonded through calligraphy, and their relationship is very close. Xin Yuqing rolled her eyes, reached out and tugged Su Yang's sleeve, and whispered reproachfully, can't you make something believable? Who would believe that? Poof. Mo Zhanghao burst out laughing. He was about to point his finger at Su Yang as usual, but then he thought of the painful lesson just now and immediately withdrew his hand, jeering loudly, I didn't hear it wrong, he actually said that he was friends with Mr. Yang despite the age difference. I think he not only knows Mr. Yang, but also Kublai Khan's brother, Kublai Khan Lei. What are you? Do I need to go to such lengths to deceive you? Su Yan looked contemptuous. You. Mo Zhanghao blared at him, his teeth grinding with anger. Su Yang snatched the calligraphy and pointed at the seal on it, saying, this seal is fake. Nonsense. This is Mr. Yang's personal seal, it can never be fake. Mo Zhanghao retorted immediately. Liang Zixuan also snorted coldly, I have carefully observed Mr. Yang's calligraphy before, both the characters and the seal are exactly the same, it can't be fake. I must say, this fake is very cleverly made, and it is hard to see the flaws, even in the fine details. Even the seal impression is flawless, but they have overlooked one thing. Having said that, Su Yang deliberately dropped a hint, and questioned Mo Zhanghao, Mo, the person who forged this calligraphy probably has never seen Mr. Yang's real work, right? Chapter 8, this is a fake, I'm telling you. How can it be a fake? This is the real thing. Mo Zhanghao almost let slip when he got nervous, and a flash of panic crossed his eyes. You know whether it's real or not. Su Yang ignored him and looked at the angry Liang Zixuan. Since you admire Mr. Yang so much, I'll give you a free lesson. He was a military man, and his seal has an anti-counterfeiting watermark. When you shine a light on it, you can see our national emblem. Everyone was stunned when he said this. You say there is, so there is. Who can prove what you say is true? Mo Zhanghao laughed contemptuously. It's very simple, just give him a call. You have his phone number? I'm his friend from a different generation, how could I not have his number? While he was talking, Su Yang had already dialed the old leader's phone number. Very quickly. The phone connected. Su Yang immediately turned on the speakerphone. A slightly hoarse voice came from the receiver, you brat, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Old chief, someone is holding up a scroll of calligraphy and using your name to swindle people. They called you to see if your seal has an anti-counterfeiting watermark. What a son of a bitch. I'll send someone to kill him right now. Old chief, calm down. I'm here, so you don't need to get involved. He's just a nobody. At that moment, Liang Zixuan was so excited that her voice trembled as she asked, excuse me, are you the calligraphy master Mr. Yang? Are you Yang's girlfriend? Me? Liang Zixuan felt a little embarrassed. Xin Yuqing took Su Yang's arm and responded loudly, old sir, she's not. I'm his girlfriend. You can't be eating from one bowl and eyeing the other. Even if you've left the army, you're still a soldier. We can't make mistakes. Ahem, well, you can't rush into choosing a wife. You have to choose carefully. Come visit me sometime. My granddaughter just got back from a business trip. You two can meet. Su Yang is flabbergasted, old chief, we've strayed from the topic. Oh, tell them that my seal has an anti-counterfeiting watermark, and when you shine a light on it, you can see our national emblem. Liang Zixuan is a little anxious, old sir, I admire you very much, can I call you my master? That boy's calligraphy skills are no worse than mine, you can exchange ideas with him. The phone hung up. Liang Zixuan was a little disappointed that she hadn't been able to chat with her idol for a bit longer, and instead turned to Su Yang with a suspicious look on her face and asked, your calligraphy skills are comparable to Mr. Yang Lao's? Xin Yuqing was also very surprised. He didn't expect Su Yang to know calligraphy, and it seemed that he was very good at it. Mo Jianghao clapped his hands and mocked loudly in a strange voice. What a good performance! I can't believe you even had help. That so-called Mr. Yang couldn't have been an old janitor pretending to be him, or you would have fooled me. Hearing him say that, Liang Zixuan also became a little suspicious. She told the waiter to bring a flashlight and shine it at the stamp on the calligraphy, but she didn't see anything. President Liang, you can't really believe him, can you? He is a complete liar. He even said that his calligraphy was on a par with Mr. Yang's. What a joke. We know our own business. Mo Jianghao was a bit unsure in his heart despite his tough talk. Whether he was a liar or not would be revealed if he were to write a few characters. Although my calligraphy is only so-so, I can still tell the difference between good and bad. Liang Zixuan waved her hand and instructed the waiter, go get the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. If you want me to write, I will, but I'll lose face. Besides, I'm not in the mood to write. Su Yang put his hands up in the air. Mo Jianghao immediately lost his temper. Boss Liang, what did I just say? He's a liar. He dares not write. In my opinion, he can't even write his own name well, let alone being a master of calligraphy. Hey, stop it. I don't want a useless son like you. Su Yang immediately waved his hand in disgust. You're looking for death. Mo Jianghao swung his fist and hit Su Yang, but the latter kicked him to the ground with one kick. Young master, are you okay? Several subordinates immediately went to pull him up. Mo Jianghao gnashed his teeth in pain and angrily cursed, a bunch of idiots, can't you see that I'm being beaten up? What are you still doing here? Go beat him up for me. The subordinates did not dare disobey his order, and swung their fists at Su Yang. Stop. Shin Yuqing suddenly blocked in front of Su Yang, and shouted in a cold voice, who dares to move him, I'll make him not see the sun tomorrow. President Shin, you dare to protect him. I'll protect him, what can you do to me? Okay, I'll keep this score. Mo Jianghao's face turned pale, and he stared at Su Yang viciously, a womanizer who only knows how to hide behind women dares to offend me? You'd better not fall into my hands. At this moment, the waiter brought in the writing implements. Liang Zixuan reached forward and made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Su, if you can really write well, I will believe you, and that order will belong to Shin Yuqing. Ms. Liang, you. The meat on the table is about to disappear, and Mo Jianghao is furious. Mo, I hate it when people lie to me. If your calligraphy is really a fake, you will not only lose this cooperation, but also all cooperation with our company. On the contrary, I will give up 2 more points of profit as compensation. Liang Zixuan is no longer as polite as before. Su Yang tilted her head and asked Shin Yuqing, if I help you get this order, how much will you give me as a reward? Shin Yuqing held up one finger. Su Yang's eyes lit up, 100 million? Shin Yuqing almost choked on Su Yang's words. She had thought that at most Su Yang would guess 100,000 or 1 million, after all, an ordinary office worker would not dare think about so much money. What are you thinking? I'll give you a maximum of 10 million, and it must be after the project is completed. Okay, 10 million is not a small amount. Seeing the money, Su Yang was in a good mood. She walked over to the table, picked up a brush and dipped it in the ink. She wondered what to write. Liang Zixuan saw him in a daze and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Humph. You're putting on a good show, but what about you? Are you afraid to write it because you'll be found out? Mo Jianghao immediately mocked him. You're like a stinking fly, buzzing around all the time, it's really annoying. You keep calling me a liar, so how about this, let's make a bet. If my calligraphy is any good, you'll get down on your knees and give me 3 resounding kowtows, and then get the hell out of here. And if you can't write anything, you can kill me or do whatever you want. Okay, it's a deal. I'll chop you up into little pieces and throw you into the river to feed the turtles. The Shin family can't stop me. If looks could kill, Mo Jianghao would have killed Su Yang countless times already. Shin Yuqing tried to persuade Su Yang not to be impulsive, but the latter raised his hand to stop her. This is a bet between him and me, so you don't need to worry about it. Su Yang started writing. He moved his pen with a carefree and smooth motion, and his writing was powerful and forceful, yet also a little elegant. He wrote from beginning to end without stopping. Chapter 9, She's Jealous. Liang Zixuan's eyes were full of excitement, and she was so excited that she could hardly contain her excitement, despite her efforts to suppress it. That's good. Su Yang put down the pen. There were only 4 words on the paper: national beauty, heavenly fragrance. I never expected that your calligraphy skills have reached the level of a master. I was blind before, and I apologize to Master Su. Liang Zixuan slightly leaned forward. Unintentionally revealing her deep cleavage, Su Yan looked at her a little embarrassed. This chick has a lot of assets. At this moment, Xin Yuqing was also stunned. She thought Su Yang was bragging, but she never imagined it was true. In addition to being shocked, she was a little angry. National beauty and heavenly fragrance? Is this dog man deliberately flattering Liang Zixuan? Especially after noticing Su Yang's gaze, she angrily stepped on Su Yang's foot. Ah! It really hurt to have her high heel step on his foot. Even though Su Yang's skin was thick, he still let out a cry of pain. Xin Yuqing dodged out of the way to block Su Yang's view, and a word popped out between her teeth. Is she that pretty? Her eyes are almost popping out of her head. Liang Zixuan laughed. Shen Yuqing turned around and asked angrily, what are you laughing at? Old classmate, the previous agreement is still valid. The order is yours, he is mine. We can sign the contract now. I don't care, you can give the order to whoever you like. Shen Yuqing shrugged with disdain. Don't be impulsive, you can't just say no. Su Yang suddenly became anxious. If the order could not be signed, the 10 million red envelope would be gone as well. He hurriedly said, Ms. Liang, she is just being angry. Liang Zixuan's mouth curled up into a smile, her eyes full of provocation. Leaning forward, she whispered to Xin Yuqing, old classmate, the more you act like this, the more interested I am in him. I'm going to marry this man. At this moment, Su Yang saw Mo Zhanghao trying to sneak away, and immediately shouted at him, stop. Where do you think you're going? Damn it. It's none of your business where I want to go. Mo Zhanghao's face turned ashen. We just made a bet, and if you lose, you have to kneel down and give me 3 resounding kowtows. What, are you trying to renege on the bet? Su Yang clenched his fists, and they made a cracking sound. What do you want? Mo Zhanghao took a step back in fear, but still shouted defiantly, kid, you should forgive people when you can, and leave a way out for people, so that we can meet again in the future. Let me tell you, I am the future heir of the Mo family, and if you offend me, you won't have a good outcome. Xin Yuqing sneered, others fear your family, but my family is not afraid. Since you have lost, you must honor the bet. Liang Zixuan's pretty face turned cold, her eyes full of contempt. Your family is considered to have some status in Xincheng, but I never imagined that the heir of your family would be a man who breaks his promises. From now on, Jinhua Group will sever all cooperation with your family. Mo Zhanghao's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. President Liang, our 2 families have cooperated for many years, how can we sever ties over such a small person? I really didn't know that the calligraphy was fake, and I am also a victim. If you keep talking nonsense, it won't be as simple as severing ties. Do you want the Mo family to be banned? Fine, I'll kneel. Mo Zhanghao knelt down before Su Yang, unwillingly kowtowed 3 times, and said with gritted teeth, kid, I'll remember this. He said something fierce and was about to leave. Stop. Su Yang called out to him again. Mo Zhanghao turned around fiercely, furious, what else do you want? Our bet was to get out of here, not to leave. You. Get out. Fine, I'll get out. Mo Zhanghao rolled out of the box. Laughter came from the box, and Mo Zhanghao stood up, grabbed his subordinate by the collar, and said angrily, find someone right away, I want him dead. A moment later. In the box, Xin Yuqing pulled Su Yang and walked out. Liang Zixuan was unhappy. President Xin, you haven't eaten yet, where are you going? You eat slowly by yourself. Xin Yuqing coldly left a sentence and dragged Su Yang out of the box. Ms. Liang, let's sign the contract tomorrow. Su Yang's voice came from the corridor. Liang Zixuan carefully put away the calligraphy and said to her assistant, prepare the materials, we'll sign the contract tomorrow. Hotel corridor. Su Yang was dissatisfied, hey, what's your hurry? A big table of food has just been served. I've been busy all night, and I'm not even allowed to eat? Eat, you only know how to eat. Xin Yuqing glared at him fiercely and walked quickly into the elevator. Before the elevator door closed, Su Yang also got in. I feel a bit superfluous. In the corridor, Lu Yun was dumbfounded. In the elevator, Xin Yuqing had a long face and didn't say a word. You can see that Liang Zixuan is rich and generous, and even the Mo family dares not offend her. If you can please her, you won't have to worry about money for the rest of your life. Right, I'll go keep her company now. Don't you dare. Xin Yuqing immediately raised her fists. Su Yang's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. Are you jealous? Pfft, don't flatter yourself, I just can't stand Liang Zixuan's smug look. Xin Yuqing reached up and picked up Su Yang's chin and said imperiously, remember, you are my employee, and without my consent, you may not try to attract business by using your sexuality, especially with Liang Zixuan. Isn't what President Xin said laughable? You asked me to come here, didn't you want me to please President Liang and get that 10 billion order? Su Yang sneered. Xin Yuqing was defiant, that was before, but now I've changed my mind. When you go back, write me a pair of calligraphy, no, 10 pairs. Su Yang took the initiative, put his arm around her slender waist, pressed her against the wall, and breathed slightly faster. Mission, are you falling in love with me? Nonsense, how could I possibly like a prostitute? Xin Yuqing, you're making personal attacks, what do you mean by prostitute? What, you dare to do it but not admit it? I know all about your shenanigans. Really? I'd like to hear what shameful things I've done. Do I have to say them? Say them. Su Yang was furious. At that moment, the elevator door opened and a man with glasses was about to get in, but Su Yang yelled at him to get out. What, are you angry? You said you're young, you could do anything but you have to sell yourself. Can you have some backbone? You damned capitalist, don't insult people just because you're rich. The two were close enough to feel each other's breath. Xin Yuqing's heart was racing, her face flushed, her head a little fuzzy, and she subconsciously said, you work as a security guard during the day and sell yourself at night. Don't think I don't know. So that's what kind of person I am in your eyes. Su Yang laughed. Isn't that the case? Xin Yuqing's eyes widened. Su Yang had actually kissed her. And it was a hard kiss. This damned dog of a man, doesn't he know how to be gentle? Xin Yuqing put her hands against Su Yang's chest, wanting to push him away, but not wanting to. Chapter 10, You Are Responsible for Me. Su Yang's warm lips actually made her a little infatuated, and the beautiful images from that night appeared in her mind, and gradually her eyes closed. However, the next second, Su Yang suddenly let her go. Coincidentally, the elevator door also opened, and they had already reached the first floor. Dear President Xin, thank you for introducing me to a rich woman. That was just a thank you gift, for free. Su Yang angrily left a comment and quickly walked away. You dog, taking advantage and running away. You stay right there. Xin Yuqing's pretty face turned red, and she raised her hand to wipe her mouth before immediately chasing after him. They walked out of the hotel. The driver immediately drove the car over. Xin Yuqing didn't get in the car, but chased after Su Yang. You stay right there. Can you stop following me? Su Yang gave her a disgusted look. Xin Yuqing grabbed Su Yang's arm and said, after all is said and done, it's all about money. Name your price, I'll support you. Su Yang shook her hand off and scolded her coldly, I didn't think that Mr. Xin would like to support a gigolo. Have you married yet? If you have, are you doing your husband justice by supporting a gigolo behind his back and cuckolding him? Even if you and your husband don't have much affection, as long as you are not divorced, you can't do anything to hurt him. How do you know I'm married? Does it matter? Please respect your husband a little. If you don't like him, you can get a divorce, but don't always want to make him a cuckold. Su Yang was really angry. Although Xin Yuqing was the one supporting him, she didn't know their real relationship, and in a sense, this was already considered cheating. Just as Su Yang was crossing the road, a van came speeding towards them. Not only did the driver not slow down, he even accelerated. Look out! Xin Yuqing's face paled as she hurriedly ran towards Su Yang. Su Yang was instantly blinded by the blinding high beams, but at the same time she heard Xin Yuqing shout and instinctively backed away. Ah! A loud cry was heard. Su Yang and Xin Yuqing crashed into each other, and Su Yang reflexively embraced her, losing his balance and falling to the ground. The van passed quickly, brushing against their bodies, and showed no intention of stopping. Su Yang anxiously asked, Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Are you actually asking about me? Xin Yuqing laughed. Still laughing? Are you stupid? It was so dangerous just now, why did you run over here? Even if it was a kitten or a puppy, I would have gone to save it. You. Goodbye. Su Yang pushed her away and got up to leave. Ah, it hurts. Xin Yuqing screamed in pain. I really owe you from a previous life. Su Yang hurriedly crouched down to check her injury. Where does it hurt? Here. Shin Yuqing pointed to her ankle. Su Yang rolled up her pant leg, revealing her slender calves. He gently removed her high heels, and the sight of her fair, smooth feet made his blood boil. He reached out and gently massaged her ankle, which felt silky smooth. Does it hurt? Well. Shin Yuqing nodded pitifully, but her heart was restless, especially when Su Yang's hand touched her foot. It felt like an electric shock, and her nervous little heart almost jumped out. Where else does it hurt? My head hurts too, I feel uncomfortable all over. What are you trying to prove? Are you trying to save someone? You're just getting someone killed. Su Yang reached out and embraced her in his arms, one finger hooked the strap of her high heels, and they walked towards the car. Meanwhile, the driver had already pulled up, and Lu Yun also ran over. They had both witnessed the thrilling scene just now. Mr. Shin, are you okay? Let's go to the hospital. Su Yang put Shin Yuqing in the car and sat down next to her, and Lu Yun sat in the passenger seat, being sensible. Soon after, they arrived at the Qingcheng First People's Hospital. In the VLP ward, Shin Yuqing is dressed in a hospital gown. Be careful, it's hot. Su Yang is sitting by the bed, holding a bowl of seafood porridge in her hands, and is feeding it to Shin Yuqing. The latter is behaving very well, and there is no trace of the strong woman she once was. At this moment, Lu Yun completely understands that they are simply a couple, judging by the way they are spooning. You have to be careful when you go out in the future. I don't think tonight's incident was an accident. Someone must have deliberately targeted you, or maybe it was me. Su Yang was a little worried and reminded Shin Yuqing. It should be aimed at you, and I can guess who it is. You mean that Mo Xiao? It should be him. You made him lose face so badly, and he also lost a 10 billion order and permanently lost the cooperation of Genoa Group. Anyone would hate you. With Mo Zhenghao's temperament, he can indeed hire someone to kill you. Having said that, Shin Yuqing glared at Su Yang with anger. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of the thief stealing, I'm afraid of the thief thinking about it. I just didn't want you to be targeted by such a sinister little person, that's why I stopped you at the hotel, but you, on the contrary, got angry at me. If he really did it, I'll make him pay. Su Yang was not afraid of retaliation, but he was worried that his younger sister, who was still in high school, was in danger. You don't have to worry too much, I'll handle this matter. Shin Yuqing gave a slight smile and turned to Lu Yun. Inform Uncle Li and tell him about tonight's incident, and investigate this matter thoroughly. Yes. In recent years, the family has kept a low profile, and some families don't even know who the king of Qingcheng is. A small family like the Mo's dares to touch my people, they don't know what they're doing. Issue an announcement, block the Mo group, and whoever dares to support the Mo family is against the Shin family. Yes. Lu Yun quickly responded, secretly thinking, the Mo family is finished. As Shin Yuqing's special assistant, she naturally knew how powerful the Shin family was. As the future heir of the Shin family, Shin Yuqing chose to start her own business instead. While studying abroad to further her studies, she founded a company that quickly rose to the top in just 3 years. After returning to China, she acquired the Tianming Group and decided to develop the domestic market. She was able to get this far without relying on her family. She is the pride of the business world, a true business genius. If you add the glory of her family to that, it is not an exaggeration to call her the empress of the business world. At this time, a young female doctor walked in with several medical reports. Xiaoqing, after the examination, your body is not in serious condition, you do not need to be hospitalized, but your ankle is a little sprained. After you go back, apply the ointment regularly, walk less, and don't wear high heels for now. The female doctor is Li Jiaoyi, Shin Yuqing's best friend. No need for hospitalization? I feel uncomfortable all over, dizzy. Shin Yuqing raised her hand to cover her forehead and winked at her best friend. Ha! Li Jiaoyi reacted, nodded, you should have a mild concussion, and you need someone to take care of you. Concussion? Su Yang wanted to see the examination report. Li Jiaoyi pretended to be very busy and turned around to leave. Xiaoqing, there are still a few patients over there. I'll go and take care of them first. You can either stay in the hospital or go home to rest. Someone must take care of you, so you decide. Okay. Shin Yuqing's lips curled up into a smile, and she said to Su Yang, I got hurt because I was trying to save you, so you are responsible for me. Chapter 11, Can I sleep with the CEO? Su Yang quickly waved his hands, I'm a man, how would I know how to take care of someone? There's assistant manager Lu. Lu Yun was eating a melon and immediately expressed her opinion when she heard this. I'm too busy, there's a ton of stuff at the company. Shin Yuqing smiled contentedly. Assistant manager Lu has worked hard, your bonus at the end of the month will be doubled. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Lu Yun was overjoyed. Su Yang was unhappy. Hey, I've been busy for half a day, I should get some sort of reward. How much did you used to earn? 7 or 8,000, I think. From now on, you'll earn 20,000 yuan a month, be transferred to the CEO's department, and become my personal assistant. I can't do it. I'd rather be a security guard. You won't be doing anything complicated. You'll just be doing errands within your capabilities, and you'll be on call 24 hours a day. You think you can buy all my time for 20,000 yuan? You're dreaming. No way. 50,000. What if you try to take advantage of me because of my job? No way. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. No way, it feels like selling myself. 100,000. Deal. Su Yang immediately shook her hand. A month's salary in one day, only an idiot would say no. She really needed the money. Shin Yuqing smiled. Boss, do you want more congee? Su Yang asked for another bowl of congee. I want an apple. Great, as long as the money is in place, I'll do whatever you want, even if you want me to be the CEO, I'll never say no. Shin Yuqing's pretty face flushed, and she muttered, "Pa." Time passed quietly. Early morning. Shin Yuqing returned to the company, because Liang Zixuan called her and agreed to sign the contract. This order of tens of billions of dollars is nothing for the Shin family, but for her, this order is very important and will affect future development. Su Yang got out of the car early to avoid gossip. She had just entered the headquarters building when an unharmonious voice came from behind. Hey, I thought you were a big boss, but I didn't expect it to be you, a stinking bug, in a suit. Sun Tong, the head of security, walked up to Su Yang with his arms crossed, looked her up and down with contempt, and reached out to tug at Su Yang's clothes. What's a stinking worker like you doing dressed so smartly? Are you itching for a beating? Look at the time, why are you only just here? Su Yang raised his hand and looked at the electronic watch he had bought for 20 yuan. It was not even 8 o'clock, so what was he late for? Sun Tong glared at him. Security guards must arrive at work at 7 o'clock, not 8 o'clock. Do you think you work in an office? You're late, 200 yuan fine. It has always been 8 o'clock, when did it become 7 o'clock? Su Yang frowned. I'm in charge of the security department, and I say it's 7 o'clock, so it's 7 o'clock. Do you have a problem with that? Sun Tong looked disdainful. Su Yang walked up to him, grabbed him by the collar, and sneered, You want to show off your authority as a minister with me? I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. If you provoke me again, I'll beat you until your teeth fall out. Even if Special Assistant Lu backs you up, Lu Yun is just a little assistant, but I have President Chen behind me, and I have ways to deal with you. My sister is not ashamed to be someone's mistress, but proud of it. I admire her. Su Yang applauded, speaking loudly on purpose. Some people nearby whispered. Sun Tong felt their strange stares, as if a knife was stabbing at her heart, and she suddenly blushed, angrily saying, Su Yang, you just wait. Pa! What a jerk! Su Yang walked towards the dressing room. Today, he was going to report to the CEO's office. Lu Yun was going through the transfer process, which Shin Yuqing had specifically instructed, mainly to save Su Yang's face. If Shin Yuqing paid him privately, it would be considered a mistress to others. Changing room. Su Yang folded the security uniform and prepared to hand it in. Sun Tong's rule is that departing employees must hand in the work clothes they were previously issued, and if they don't, they will be fined. Although he hasn't left the company, he won't be able to wear them in the future, so it's better to hand them in for the few silver coins. Finally, he can get rid of this son of a bitch of a leader. Suddenly his phone rang. Su Yang saw that it was Lu Yun calling, so he answered the phone. Su Yang, the representative of Jinhua Group is here. President Shin specifically said that you need to attend. I don't understand it, so I'm not going. Brother Su, please, you still need to come over, otherwise President Shin will lose his temper again. Okay. Su Yang had no choice but to compromise. Just then, a young security guard walked in. Brother Su, I need to use your charger, my phone is out of power. It's in the cabinet, help yourself. Su Yang quickly left. Seeing that Su Yang had left, the young security guard immediately took something out of his bosom, put it in Su Yang's locker, then locked the door, and, feeling guilty like a thief, wiped the place he had touched with a rag. A moment later, Su Yang walked into the VIP negotiation room. Shin Yuqing was talking to someone, and when he saw him come in, he motioned for him to sit next to him. "Mr. Su, we meet again." The person speaking was the representative of the Jinhua group, the beautiful female assistant Sunli, who had been by Liang Zixuan's side last night. Sunli gave a slight smile and offered to shake hands. This was a man that their boss Liang valued very highly, and she dared not be rude. "Hello." Su Yang shook hands politely with the other person. "I didn't notice last night, but now that I look, this little assistant is not bad looking, and she has a very good figure." Shin Yuqing quietly reached out her small hand and pinched Su Yang's soft flesh. Sigh. Su Yang's mouth twitched. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I was just bitten by a mosquito." "Let me introduce myself, my name is Sunli, Mr. Su, you must remember it, maybe we'll be dealing with each other a lot in the future." "Okay, please sit down." Su Yang gave a slight smile. The two sat down, and Su Yang glared at Shin Yuqing angrily. "Why did you pinch me?" "Humph." Shin Yuqing ignored him. Lu Yun, who was standing nearby, was a little confused and looked around. "Are there any mosquitoes?" "I don't feel any." "Mr. Su, Mr. Liang specifically said that you must be in charge of this project." "Mr. Su, don't let Mr. Liang down." "This." Su Yang was at a loss. He didn't know anything about this. If he were put in charge, he would be good at it. "Assistant Sun, don't worry. Our company will definitely do its best to satisfy you. I will appoint Su Yang as the person in charge of this project later." "I object." A voice suddenly came from somewhere. The door opened and a middle-aged man stormed in, none other than General Manager Chen Weicheng. He was furious. For a project worth tens of billions of yuan, he wasn't even called in when the contract was signed, and instead, a lousy security guard was involved. That's not all, they even made Su Yang the person in charge. This is ridiculous. "Mr. Chen, do you have a problem?" Shin Yuqing frowned. "Mr. Shin, you didn't let me participate in this project, and I obeyed the arrangement, but how could you let a security guard be in charge? Your decision is hardly convincing." "Fine, I'll give you one reason, just because he negotiated and closed this project." "No way. He's just a janitor, how could he have negotiated and closed it?" "Mr. Shin is so biased towards him, it's hard not to suspect your relationship. No wonder some employees are talking, saying that he's your kept man." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces paled. Chapter 12, Planting Evidence to Frame Someone. Lu Yun angrily rebuked Chen Zong. "Please be careful with your words. Daring to spread rumors about the president, do you want to be fired?" "Hey, I didn't say that. I also happened to hear some employees discussing it. I will deal with them." Chen Weicheng was not panicked. He denied everything and blamed it on the others. Shin Yuqing's expressionless face asked lightly, "Mr. Chen, how long have you been following up on the Science and Technology Park project?" 3 months, I guess." "Did you close the deal?" "No, I didn't. This project is really too big, and it takes a long time to prepare for all aspects." "Don't give me so much nonsense. I'm only concerned about the result. The result is that you didn't close the deal, and Su Yang did. How can you brag here?" Shin Yuqing scolded him sternly. Chen Weicheng's face flushed, and he retorted with a stiff upper lip, "How could a small security guard like him close such a big deal?" Su Yang snorted, "You couldn't close the deal, but I did. Are you really a general manager, or are you just a small security guard like me?" Chen Weicheng angrily shouted, "Do you have any say here?" Sunli stood up abruptly, scolding Chen Weicheng with a stern face, "Do you have any say here? This cooperation is indeed based on Mr. Su's reputation. Jinhua Group only recognizes Mr. Su. What are you, and you dare to question Jinhua Group's decision? TSK, what can the general manager do if no one recognizes you?" Su Yan laughed happily. At a critical moment, the girl was quite helpful, and this friend can be dealt with. Chen Weicheng's face turned red with anger. He was still a little unwilling. "Sun special assistant, don't let him fool you. He's just a janitor. Can you trust him with such a big project?" "We believe Mr. Su." Chen Weicheng was almost choked to death by these words. He slammed the door and left in a bad mood. Just then, A staff member hurriedly came over and handed Lu Yun an exquisite handbag. I found the bag. Sun Li's eyes lit up with joy. Not long ago, her bag had suddenly disappeared. This was a big deal when a customer's belongings went missing, so Lu Yun quickly sent someone to look for it. Lu Yun handed the bag to Sun Li. I'm really sorry, please take a look and see if anything is missing. I trust the character of your employees. Despite her words, Sun Li subconsciously opened the bag and took a look, and her face immediately changed. What's wrong? Lu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Everything in my bag is gone. Sun Li opened her bag for them to see, and sure enough, it was an empty bag. Her voice was much colder, and she was no longer as polite as before. Sun's special assistant, don't worry, no matter how much property there is in the bag, our company will bear it all. Lu Yun hurriedly said nice things. The client came to sign the contract, but this kind of theft happened. If this gets out, the company will lose face. This is not about money. Sun Li was very angry. If it weren't for General Manager Liang's insistence on cooperating with Tianming Group, she would have left without hesitation. Xin Youqing's eyes grew cold. Special Assistant Sun was right, this wasn't about money. If a client had to be as careful as guarding against thieves in our headquarters building, how could they trust our ability to do our work? Notify the security department, seal off the office building, and investigate this matter thoroughly immediately. Lu Yun left in response. A moment later, Security Director Sun Tong walked quickly into the VIP negotiation room. Director Shen. Do you have a lead? Yes. Sun Tong gave Su Yang a sinister look and reported loudly, someone has provided a lead. Su Yang was sneaking around in the changing room. I suspect that he stole the client's bag. What? No way. Xin Yuqing immediately retorted. Although she didn't know Su Yang very well, her intuition told her that Su Yang was not that kind of person. Sun Li frowned. With Mr. Su's abilities, if it was just about money, there was no need to take any risks. Last night, she had seen Su Yang's calligraphy skills with her own eyes. General Manager Liang had said that Su Yang's calligraphy skills were worth 1,000 words, so how could he do such a thing for money? As the saying goes, you can't tell what someone is thinking. General Manager Chen Weicheng rushed over upon hearing the news, pointed at Su Yang's clothes, and mocked, look at him, all dressed up in designer clothes. If I'm not mistaken, these clothes must cost at least 1,000,000 yuan. He's just a lousy security guard who makes a few thousand yuan a month. Even if he worked for a lifetime, he could never afford such expensive clothes. What? Worth 1,000,000 yuan? Sun Tong's eyes widened in surprise. At first, he thought it was a street vendor's goods, and said firmly, Mr. Shin, he must have stolen this shirt. Which dog's eyes saw me steal it? Su Yang raised his leg and kicked. Sun Tong let out a strange cry, his body unsteady, and he fell headfirst between Chen Weicheng's legs. Many colleagues were nearby watching the fun, and they let out a startled cry when they saw this scene. Chen Weicheng took 2 steps back, gave Sun Tong a disgusted glare, and whispered a rebuke, what a loser. Sun Tong got up with a pale face and roared like he was about to rant, Su Yang, I'll fucking kill you. Stop it. Shen Yuqing suppressed a smile and scolded sternly. Lu Yun cleared her throat, Su Yang's clothes were bought for him by the company. What? Chen Weicheng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he promptly snorted, the company spent millions on buying him an entire set of clothes? Lu's special assistant, do you think I believe that? Whether you believe it or not, it's the truth. President Shen, is this true? President Liang is a huge fan of calligraphy, and Su Yang's calligraphy skills are very good, so I brought him with me during my interview with President Liang, and naturally I had to prepare some decent clothes for him. It was also because of his participation that we were able to successfully win the project. Xin Yuqing explained all this because he didn't want people to think ill of him. After all, Mr. Liang's reputation was not very good. Chen Weicheng's face was pale, and he gave Sun Tong a wink. Sun Tong's face was hideous, and he yelled, Mr. Shin, Special Assistant Sun's bag was found at the door of the locker room. Whether he stole it or not, a search will tell us the truth. Su Yang smiled. Sun Tong glared at him and said, what are you smiling at? You look so confident, so you must have set me up, right? You really went to a lot of trouble to get back at me. Su Yang already guessed the result, the contents of Sun Li's bag must be in his locker. Don't make groundless accusations. Sun Tong immediately retorted, but the smug look in his eyes betrayed him. He said with full conviction, Mr. Shin, Special Assistant Sun, I suggest we all go over there together, in front of everyone, so there will be witnesses. Chen Weicheng was the first to speak up. Fine, let's go together. If we catch him red-handed, we'll call the police immediately. Our company can never tolerate such a thief. Shin Yuqing nodded. Although she trusted Su Yang, she could only agree. In addition, she also wanted to take this opportunity to see how Su Yang would resolve this passive situation. If he couldn't even handle such a trivial matter well, how could she trust him with a 10 billion project? Chapter 13, Breaking the Ice with Ease, Trying to Frame Me? You guys are amateurs. Soon after, the group walked into the dressing room. Sun Tong pointed to one of the lockers and said to Su Yang in an imperative tone, open it. Su Yang understood everything when he saw the locker, because it wasn't locked at all when he left. At the same time, he felt a bit ridiculous, and was embarrassed to use such a low-level frame-up. If I say that when I left the locker room before, the locker was open and the key was stuck in the door, but now it's locked and I don't have the key, would you believe me? I knew you were too scared to open it because you were a thief. Sun Tong immediately shouted at the security guard watching from outside the door, get a screwdriver and pick the lock. No need to go to all that trouble. Su Yang reached out, grabbed the handle, and pulled it with all his strength, opening the cabinet door directly. Then he made a gesture of reaching out his hand, Minister Sun, quickly take out those planted items. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Sun Tong immediately went to search Su Yang's clothes. There was no suspense. Sun Tong quickly found some things, including high-end lipstick, jewelry, and a wallet. Su Yang, what is this? Sun Tong deliberately pretended to be very angry and angrily reprimanded. Mr. Shin trusted you so much, and this is how you repay her. As a security guard for the company, not only did you fail to do your job and protect the client, you even stole the client's bag. With colleagues like you, the entire security department feels ashamed. Chen Weicheng could no longer hold back, and sternly shouted, call the police, this kind of black sheep must be eliminated. I really didn't expect Su Yang to be this kind of person. I heard that after work he goes to nightclubs to work part-time, and 80% of the people who work at nightclubs are small-time crooks. I just bought a Bluetooth headset, and after wearing it for a few days I couldn't find it anymore, so he must have stolen it. Outside the door, some onlookers were discussing the situation. Shin Yuqing didn't say anything, just quietly watching Su Yang, wanting to see what he would do. Lu Yun, however, did not think about it so much, frowned and analyzed, although the item is in Su Yang's locker, it does not rule out the possibility that someone is deliberately framing him. I will go to the surveillance room to retrieve the surveillance footage and see who has entered the locker room during this period of time. Thank you. Su Yang thanked her, not for her willingness to help, but for her trust. Chen Weicheng and Sun Tong glanced at each other, and the latter said in a low voice, this time he won't be able to get away with it. Soon after, Lu Yun returned. Mr. Shin, the staff in the monitoring room said that the monitoring system is malfunctioning and the engineering department is repairing it. Chen Weicheng waved impatiently, Su Yang stole Sun's bag, that's the truth. Our company will never tolerate employees with such a corrupt character. Notify the Human Resources Department to fire Su Yang and hand him over to the Judicial Department to investigate his criminal liability. Two clowns, singing in unison, as if I don't exist? Su Yang smiled disdainfully. Su Yang, it's useless to be stubborn. The fact is that the stuff is in your locker, unless you have evidence to prove that you didn't steal it. How dare you show off such lowly tricks in front of me? I have 100 ways to find out the truth, believe it or not. The truth? What we see is the truth. Is sophistry going to help? If you have no evidence, just admit your crime. If you admit your crime with a good attitude, maybe we won't pursue your criminal liability for the sake of being colleagues. Fine, you want evidence, then I'll give you evidence. Su Yang turned his head and looked out the door, shouting, San Air. Outside the door. Hearing the shout, a young security guard shivered and walked stiffly into the locker room. Brother, why are you calling me? San Air, how long have we known each other? Almost half a year, right? We go for a drink every now and then, and you call me brother all the time. Have I ever bullied you? Brother, what do you mean? Saner, you used your connections to get into the Tianming group through the back door. I know you value this job very much. For the sake of our friendship, as long as you tell the truth, I promise you can continue to work here. Brother, what do you mean? I don't understand. Saner's eyes revealed a little panic, and he was a little afraid to look at Su Yang. Sanner, you think what you did was so secretive? Su Yang's voice suddenly rose, and Sanner shivered. You secretly stuffed things into my locker after I left, and I know about it. I don't understand what you're saying. Sanner was even more panicked. Sun Tong quickly shouted, Sanner, don't listen to him, he's just trying to scare you. You really don't know what you're missing. Su Yang sneered, then opened the cabinet and deliberately poked it in the corner. Turning to face Sanner, he looked him in the eye. Are you curious as to how I knew it was you who put it there? Sanner didn't say a word, his hands sweating. Su Yang held up a small object between his fingers and let Sanner take a look. Do you know what this is? A pinhole camera. Every move you made was filmed. I wanted to give you a chance, but if you don't cherish it, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing this, Sun Tong's face changed. Sanner's legs went weak and he fell to his knees, pleading with a tearful voice, Brother, I'm sorry, please forgive me. I had no choice. Sun Tong forced me to do it. If I didn't do it, he would have fired me. I finally got a job at Tianming Group, and I don't want to lose this job. You're full of shit. When did I ever tell you to do anything? Don't make things up. Sun Tong was furious. He had been shocked at first, but then thought, what if Su Yang was bluffing and San had confessed before he could warn him? You told me to do it. You told me to steal the customer's bag, then find a way to put the stuff in Su Yang's locker, and deliberately leave the empty bag by the dressing room door. You promised me that if I did it, you would kick Su Yang out of the company and promote me to head of security. You're talking utter nonsense. Sun Tong swung his fist, angrily punching San Air. The two men struggled with each other. What a useless piece of shit. Chen Weicheng cursed with a pale face and left quickly. Xin Yuqing gave a satisfied smile. Security Director Sun Tong and Chen San conspired to steal customer property and tried to frame their colleagues. They have corrupted morals. Notify the HR department to fire them both, issue a notice, ban them from the industry, and hand them over to the judicial department. Lu Yun announced loudly, and then waved her hand, take them away. A few security guards rushed into the locker room in a rage and dragged them away like dead dogs. Brother, I was wrong, I don't want to go to jail, save me, save me. Sanner's voice for help came from outside. Su Yang remained indifferent. When you choose to harm someone, you must be prepared to be punished. He was given a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Chapter 14, Opportunity to Get Rich. Xin Yuqing gave a look of appreciation. I didn't think you were usually so cautious, and you even installed a pinhole camera in the closet. Do you see this as a camera? Su Yang handed Xin Yuqing what he was holding, and the latter saw that it was just an ordinary snap button. So you were bluffing him. That kid is guilty of something and has a mediocre psychological tolerance, so it was easy to break down his psychological defenses. It's nothing special, just a little interrogation technique. How can you be so sure he did it? Xin Yuqing was curious. Su Yang laughed. My phone charger is different from Sanner's, and he asked me to borrow it today. Something unusual must be going on. A person like him, who is so naive, shows everything on his face. Is Mr. Shen satisfied with my performance? It's okay. Xin Yuqing's mouth curled up into a smile, and he turned to Lu Yun and said, appoint Su Yang as the head of security, and also as my assistant, in charge of the Science and Technology Park project. Excuse me, can I just be the head of security? Su Yang immediately expressed his opinion. In the past, Sun Tong had a life that made him jealous, hanging out here and there every day, playing around, drinking tea, and flirting with girls. Xin Yuqing acted as if she hadn't heard. The salary we previously offered you was 100,000 yuan per month, and we'll add 20,000 yuan to that. The benefits are equivalent to those of a vice president. Deal. Su Yang immediately agreed. Xin Yuqing's lips curled up in a slight expression of satisfaction. Little money grubber, you came alive at the mention of money. No wonder you're someone that President Liang values. We can rest assured that we've handed this project over to Mr. Su. Sun Li smiled. Before, it was because of General Manager Liang that she had been so polite to Su Yang, but now she genuinely admired him. In that case, shall we continue with the signing? Of course. Please. Su Yang politely reached forward. The group returned to the VIP negotiation room to continue discussing the signing. At that moment, the Tianming Group Entertainment Group went crazy. Wow! Big news! Sun Tong from the security department framed Su Yang and got fired. Su Yang became the head of the security department. Which one is Su Yang? He's the handsomest and most manly guy in the security department. Wow, it's him. I see him every day at work. I heard he's a veteran. Does he have a girlfriend? Where there is oppression, there is resistance. We must all learn from him, dare to uphold the truth, not afraid of power, confront when we should, and bravely face workplace bullying. Ding! Tianming Workgroup, the administrative department has sent a message. At everyone, to celebrate the company signing a 10 billion order, the company has decided to organize a trip for all employees to Tianhu next Friday. Specific itinerary. Tianming Entertainment Group. So happy to be able to go on a trip at company expense. We all have to thank Su Yang. I heard he negotiated that order. No way, a security guard can negotiate a project? Is he really a security guard? Could it be that a big shot came here to experience life? You've read too many novels. What do you know? I heard it from Lu, the assistant to the CEO, that Mr. Liang of Jinhua Group is a big fan of calligraphy and admires the master calligrapher Mr. Yang very much. Su Yang's calligraphy skills are praised even by Mr. Yang. I know, Su Yang wrote a piece of calligraphy for President Liang, and President Liang really liked it, so the project was negotiated and concluded. How could such an outstanding man get married? Su Yang didn't know that he had already become a celebrity in the company. After becoming the Minister of Security, he naturally also had a separate office. In addition, the CEO's office also prepared a desk for him. After all, he also served as the CEO's assistant. In the office, Su Yang crossed his legs and leisurely drank tea with a carefree look on his face. Master, the scumbag is calling. Upon hearing the ringtone, Su Yang frowned in displeasure. After a moment's thought, he answered the phone. What's up? I'm your father, what's with the tone of voice? Lin Hongwei, don't give me that, just get to the point, I'm not in the mood for small talk. You bastard. How could I have given birth to such an ungrateful son? Come back right away, someone wants to see you. Who? You still have the nerve to ask? The lawyers sent by the Shins. They want a divorce. How could I have such a useless son? Instead of trying to make something of yourself, you've gone and become a security guard. You've disgraced the Lin family. Lin Hongwei was seething with anger. The more he cursed, the angrier he became. If he'd known that he couldn't keep his wife, he should have let his younger brother marry the Sheng daughter. Stop it. It's none of your business. Su Yang hung up the phone angrily. In the eyes of his biological father, he was a worthless person who had achieved nothing, and no matter how hard he tried, he would never be as good as his half-brother. Immediately afterwards, he dialed another number. Gangzi, any progress? Not yet. We only have a blurry photo of the girl's back. It's going to be very difficult to find her. No matter how difficult it is, we must find her. She is our only clue. The reward has been increased to 1 million, and anyone who can provide a clue will be rewarded 5,000. Ah, big brother, do you have that much money? I make 120,000 a month now, so I can manage. I really don't understand. With your calligraphy, it's easy to make money, so why bother? I promised the old chief that even if it's difficult, I won't make a living by selling my calligraphy. Fine, you're noble. By the way, I'm telling you in advance, you don't have much money in your card. Fortunately, the state gives you a monthly allowance, otherwise your salary wouldn't be enough to cover your expenses. Ah, so soon. Last month, more than 100 people provided clues, which were useless. We had to pay them a thank you fee, nearly 100,000 yuan. Brother, this is only a reward of 1,000 yuan. Now you're good, you've directly mentioned 5,000. Cough cough. It's a bit much, or just reward 1,000 yuan. The reward is 1 million yuan, it's settled. Okay. Thanks, brother. Su Yang hung up the phone, a bit depressed. Although his salary had increased quite a bit, he still had to tighten his belt. Thinking about this failed marriage, Su Yang got another headache. In fact, he really wanted to end this farce, but it wasn't the right time yet. Besides, with his education, it was hard to find a job that paid even 10,000 yuan a month, let alone 120,000. Money is the key to everything, and that is the reality. However, avoiding the problem is not a solution either. The lawyer has been looking for him all over the world, and he has been doing his job very diligently. On the other side of the street. Lin's villa. A young man in smart clothes with yellow hair humming a tune walks into the house. Seeing Lin Hongwei's unhappy face, he asks curiously, "Dad, what's wrong?" The young man was Su Yang's half-brother, Lin Jinglong. "Forget it, it's all because of your useless brother." "He's here?" "He's not here, someone from the Shen family is here." Lin Hongwei told him what had happened. Lin Jinglong's eyes twinkled, and an evil thought occurred to him. He grinned evilly and said, "Dad, this is a great opportunity to get rich, we have to seize it." Chapter 15, My silly wife wants me to pretend to be her husband. Lin Hongwei looked confused. What did he mean? "Dad, give me the lawyer's ID number. From now on, I'll be Lin Yang." "You want to pretend to be your brother?" "My brother is such a loser, he'll end up with nothing. The Shen family is the richest in Xinjiang, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If this were to be revealed, the Shen family would be a tough nut to crack." Lin Hongwei was a little worried. Lin Jinglong is confident, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, I won't go too far." Tianming Group. President's office. Xin Yuqing is working on a plan. Suddenly her phone rings, and when she takes it out, she sees that it's her grandfather calling. She sighs a little worriedly. "Grandpa. You girl, why didn't you go home when you returned to the country? Do you dislike this old man?" "No, how could I dislike you, it's just that the company has been very busy recently and I haven't had time to go back." "Stop making excuses. Come home for dinner tonight and bring Yang along. You just got married and ran off to a foreign country, where you stayed for 3 years. What kind of wife are you? Now that you're back, you should make it up to Yang." "Grandpa, don't worry about me." "How can I not worry about you? I was the one who brought you two together in the first place. I was too ashamed to see your grandfather during the years you were abroad." "Grandpa, I won't hide it from you. I have already proposed a divorce to him. I will never repay the Lin family's kindness by giving myself to him." Xin Yuqing no longer hid anything, and her attitude was firm. When the old Master Shen heard this, he immediately exploded. "What? Divorce? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? I won't agree to it." In the face of his grandfather's rebuke, Xin Yuqing still stubbornly insisted on her choice. "I am the master of my own marriage, and even if you are my grandfather, you cannot interfere. This is the modern age, and you are still arranging a marriage for me. As long as I am still breathing, you will never get a divorce. Even if you sue him, no one will dare to grant you a divorce without my consent." "Grandpa, you can't do this, I am your own granddaughter. Even if you talk until you're blue in the face, I won't agree to a divorce. Relationships need to be nurtured. You won't find a better man than Yang, and you're not happy about it. If it weren't for the fact that his grandfather and I are good friends, do you think this good fortune would have fallen to you? He's good? That's a big joke." Xin Yuqing scoffed. Back then, the two had set a marriage date. Xin Yuqing's best friend snuck over to the Lin family to see what kind of person her fiancé was. Soon after, her best friend returned, furious, saying that she had seen a young man at the Lin residence, embracing this and that, with a lecherous look on his face, every move of his frivolous, a true womanizer. Just in case there was a mistake, she had even gone up to ask the young man his identity. The young man claimed to be the only young master of the Lin residence. What was most infuriating was that the Lin young master had even molested her best friend when he saw how pretty she was. "It's settled, we'll have dinner at my place tonight." Xin Yuqing was very depressed and threw her phone away. She was in a bad mood when the office door opened and Su Yang walked in with a cup of coffee. Su Yang put down the coffee and saw Xin Yuqing's strange look and an unkind smile. "Stop." Xin Yuqing saw that he was about to leave without saying a word, so she hurriedly called out to him, came over to him with a smile, and looked at him up and down. "What do you want?" "I sell my skills, not my body." Su Yang crossed his arms in a defensive position. Xin Yuqing grabbed Su Yang by the collar. "As a personal assistant, when the boss is in trouble, aren't you going to come to the rescue?" "That depends on what it is. Accompany me to the family banquet tonight and pretend to be my husband." "Ha? Last time you bought clothes, you spent more than 1,000,000 yuan from the company. As a middle-level backbone of the company, don't you know there's a limit to what the company will reimburse?" Xin Yuqing didn't give him a chance to argue back, and she changed the subject, continuing, "If you do well tonight, I won't pursue this matter any further, otherwise." "Fine, I'll go." Su Yang gritted his teeth in anger. I'll give you his information later, so memorize it carefully and don't blow it. Shin Yuqing gave a triumphant smile. Su Yang snorted in contempt and left the office in a huff. Shin Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. She decided to change her strategy and stop confronting the old man. Instead, she would do as he wished. Since he wanted a grandson so badly, she would just take one back. After all, he had never met the grandson. First, she would calm the old man down, and then find a way to deal with the man. Soon after, there was an extra file on Su Yang's desk. Lin Yang, Lin family's young master, greedy and lustful. After reading it for a while, Su Yang flings the information in anger, slamming the table hard. Damn woman, I can't believe she thinks so badly of me. Since being kicked out of the family home, he had angrily changed his surname to his mother's, so Shin Yuqing had never associated him with the husband he had never met. Su Yang, calm down, let's not get worked up over a blind woman. It's her loss losing you. With our looks, we won't have trouble finding a wife. Su Yang comforted himself. Time flew by. As the sky grew dark, Shin Yuqing and Su Yang walked side by side into a luxury watch store. You look around, I'll be right back. Shin Yuqing walked towards the restroom. Su Yang looked inside the counter and noticed that the lowest price of those watches was over 100,000 yuan. He subconsciously pulled down his sleeves to cover the fake watch he had bought for 20 yuan. Sir, which one do you like? The saleswoman looked him up and down, and when she saw that he was wearing a designer suit, her face immediately beamed with a smile. Don't mind me, I'll look. Su Yang blushed and waved his hand. At that moment, a strange voice came. Lin Yang, it's really you, what are you doing here, is this a place you can come to? Su Yang turned around and saw a young man and woman walking over. They were Su Yang's high school classmates. The man was Wang Qing, from a wealthy family, and the woman was Chen Wan. They had not gotten along in high school. They had not expected to meet again after so many years. How come I can't come when they are running a business? Su Yang frowned. Wang Qing walked up to the counter and pointed at the watches in the display case. Look at these watches, the cheapest is over 100,000 yuan. They are running a business, but they are doing business with the rich. Can you afford it? Chen Wan sneered with contempt. I heard from a classmate some time ago that he is now working as a doorman, making only a few thousand yuan a month, so how could he afford it? What? A doorman? Wang Qing deliberately raised his voice and said loudly, I remember that in high school, he was quite a big shot, with groups of young girls surrounding him, and even the school flower chased after him, so how did he end up working as a doorman? Ha ha. Chapter 16, Insulting my man, you must pay the price. The saleswoman inside the counter immediately changed her face when she heard this. I thought he was a rich man, but I didn't expect him to be a stinking security guard, wearing a bunch of knockoffs, here to pretend to be something he's not, a poor bum. Hurry up and go, don't delay us doing business. After she finished speaking, she immediately put on a smile. Mr. Wang, we just got in a new batch of watches recently, do you see anything you like? Su Yang clenched his fists. It's true that a penny makes a hero, but a man with little money in his pocket can't get his back up. What he heard was unpleasant, but it was also true. He really couldn't afford it, and had given all the money he earned to his buddy Gangzi. He took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he saw a beautiful figure approaching, and it was Shin Yuqing. My husband wanted to experience life, so he became a security guard for a few days. What's wrong with that? You have a problem with that. Shin Yuqing walked quickly over, took Su Yang's arm, and gave them a cold stare. Her powerful aura shocked them all. She pointed at the shopping guide. Did you just call my husband a pauper? The shopping guide shrieked in a shrill voice. I did, so what? What else is a lousy security guard but a pauper? Having said that, the saleswoman cast a contemptuous glance at Shin Yuqing and shrugged her shoulders. The girlfriend of a lousy security guard is not much better. You snobbish little thing, how dare you say that the man I, Shin Yuqing, am with is a pauper? You can just get lost. TSK, TSK. Wearing a knockoff, and still thinking you're a rich man, and telling me to get lost. Do you know who owns this shop? The Shen family. You've come to the wrong place if you're thinking of cheating here. The saleswoman's eyes were wide and fierce. Wang Chang and Shen Wan snorted. I thought you were a disgrace as a security guard, but I didn't expect you to like cheating people. You've really stepped in it this time. I heard that he just got married, but his wife ran off with someone else. This woman called him Mr. all the time. I don't know where she hooked up with him, The two of them are such good actors, they almost fooled me. Call the police and arrest this couple. The two of them pointed and chattered. Shin Yuqing pointed at them and asked Su Yang, do you know them? They were my high school classmates. Shin Yuqing understood and her eyes flashed with cold light. I don't care who you are, if you dare to insult my husband, you must pay the price. After saying that, she looked at the saleslady, and you, be sensible, get out of here right now, I can let you go. The three of them burst out laughing at the same time. I should be the one to say this, if you know what's good for you, get out of here right now. If you provoke the Shin family, you won't have a foothold in Xinjiang. The saleswoman was being very aggressive, and had no idea what kind of existence she was messing with. Very well, if you want to die, then I'll help you. Shin Yuqing took out her phone and made a call. The saleswoman rolled her eyes in disdain. What a show-off. You think you're the only one who can flirt? Then the saleswoman also made a phone call. Manager Su, someone is causing trouble in the store and is even hitting people. The saleswoman's voice was sweet and coquettish. A moment later, a fat middle-aged man in luxurious clothes walked into the store, shouting at the top of his voice, who's causing trouble here? The saleswoman immediately went over to him, put her arm around his arm in a very intimate manner, and pointed at Shin Yuqing and Su Yang. Mr. Su, these are the two poor people who can't afford to buy anything and are yelling at me to go away. When Mr. Su saw Shin Yuqing, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a very lewd smile. He pushed the saleswoman away, excitedly rubbed his hands together, and reached out to touch Shin Yuqing's face. Hey, little beauty, you're really handsome. You want to die. Su Yang's eyes hardened, and he stepped in front of Shin Yuqing, instantly grasping Su's wrist. Ah! Su screamed in pain, glaring fiercely at Su Yang. Boy, you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, you dare to touch her, I want your life. Su Yang kicked Su in the shin, and the latter involuntarily kneeled down. Shin Yuqing looked at Su Yang's towering and upright back, and felt a sense of security she had never felt before. A warm current ran through her heart. Is this what it feels like to be protected? So happy. It really is true that the young are fearless. You're finished. Behind me is the Shin family, the richest family in Xinjiang. You will soon know the consequences of offending the Shin family. General Manager Su's gaze was fierce, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. Su Yang laughed. He let go, kicked Su to the ground with one kick, and winked at Shin Yuqing. Mr. Shin, your dog threatened me, so I'll leave him to you. The saleswoman quickly helped Su. Are you okay? They actually dared to hit you, they really want to die. Quickly call the Shin family and teach them a good lesson. Wang Chang and Shan Wan exchanged glances, both of them showing expressions of schadenfreude. In their view, Su Yang would definitely suffer a miserable end for daring to cause trouble on the Shin family's turf. President Su scrambled to his feet, violently shaking off the saleswoman, while he fished for his phone and menacingly threatened, when the Shins arrive, I'm going to make this kid sit out his sentence in jail. As for this bitch, I'm going to send her to the club and screw her senseless. Don't you dare. A voice full of anger came. I saw that a group of well-dressed bodyguards had stood outside the store at some point, and a well-dressed middle-aged man in glasses walked in. President Su recognized the person and hurriedly went over to meet him, bowing and scraping. President Yang, you've come just in time. This couple of dogs, knowing that this is the Shin family's business, still dared to cause trouble in our store, completely ignoring the Shin family. They must be severely punished. I heard you say you were sending the young lady to a club? If you like, I'll tie her to your bed tonight. What did you say, young lady? Mr. Su reacted halfway through his sentence, his face turning pale. Pop. Mr. Yang slapped him, sending Mr. Su reeling and his head buzzing. You bastard. How dare you speak to the young lady like that, you want to die. Mr. Yang scolded sternly, then bowed to Shin Yuqing. Miss, what do you want to do with him? The saleswoman's legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground. She could never be a miss. Mr. Su rushed to the saleswoman and slapped her hard in the face, angrily shouting, You bitch, it's all your fault, I'll fucking kill you. The saleswoman screamed in pain as she was beaten. Shin Yuqing's eyes were cold. Uncle Yang, how can someone with such character become the store manager? Is the Shin family so sloppy when hiring people? Yang raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, hastily saying, Young lady, ever since you went abroad, you and your uncle have been running the group with an iron fist, and I'm very helpless. Your uncle is restless again. Shin Yoqing's eyes flashed with cold light, and she glanced very wearily at General Manager Su and the saleswoman. Check their accounts, if there are problems, send them to the police station, and from now on, they are not allowed to set foot in any of the industries under the Shin Group, and they will be banned from the entire industry. Yes. General Manager Yang hurriedly responded, waved his hand, and said, drag them away and investigate them thoroughly. Young lady, we were wrong. Please forgive us, we will never do it again. The voices of the two men begging for mercy could be heard from outside. Chapter 17, President Shen's thighs are fragrant. Wang Cheng and Shan Wan quietly backed away, regretting it with their guts turning blue. They had thought they would get to watch a good show of Su Yang getting beaten up, but they never expected to see such a scene. They never dreamed that Su Yang would find such a formidable daughter-in-law. Where do you think you're going? Shin Yoqing's cold voice suddenly came, and they were so scared that they shivered, revealing a smile that was even uglier than crying. Yes, sorry, we were looking down on people with our noses in the air. You are a generous person, don't take it personally. I just said that anyone who dares to insult my husband must pay the price. I never joke with strangers. Wang Cheng hurriedly begged Su Yang in a low voice, old classmate, I'm sorry. If I had known that your wife was the Shin family's eldest daughter, even if you gave us the guts, we wouldn't dare target you. Please forgive us for the sake of being classmates. What, seeing that my wife is rich and powerful, you've started talking about classmate friendship? Didn't you just want to see me laugh? I'll give you one word, get out. Su Yang shifted his gaze with disgust, afraid that looking at them any longer would dirty his eyes. Instead of being angry at Su Yang's angry curses, they revealed a look of joy, nodding quickly, yes, we'll leave now. Stop. Shin Yuqing, however, had no intention of letting them go. She said coldly, my husband is magnanimous and will not hold it against you, but I am someone who protects my family. You insulted my husband, and you think you can just leave so easily? What do you want? Kneel down and apologize to my husband. I want to see enough sincerity. Wang Qing's face was ugly, and after a slight hesitation, he pulled Chen Wan to kneel down. While bowing, he slapped himself, I'm sorry, we were wrong, we will never do it again. After slapping himself a dozen times, he finally heard Shin Yoqing's word get out. The store was finally quiet. Young lady, did you come here to buy a watch? We're going home to see my grandfather today, so we came here to buy some gifts and pick out a watch for Mr. Suwa. Shin Yuqing almost let slip the truth. Yang Zong hurriedly went behind the counter, looked for a while, and took out an exquisite watch. This is the latest model, I think the young master will like it. Shin Yuqing took it and looked at it, revealing a satisfied expression, and then handed it to Su Yang. Do you like it? Su Yang looked at the price tag and his hand trembled so much that it almost fell to the ground. 5 million. Damn, who wouldn't like such an expensive watch? No, I have one. Su Yang didn't take it. You can't refuse a gift from someone. Although they were married, they didn't have much affection for each other, and they were still getting a divorce. Shin Yuqing didn't know about their real relationship, and he didn't want to accept too many of her favors. He had previously spent more than 1 million yuan on clothes, also out of anger, with the intention of a little revenge. In fact, he regretted it afterwards. Fortunately, he had won the project and no longer felt like he owed her. Cut the crap and get rid of that knockoff watch of yours. How can Shin Yoqing's husband wear a watch that costs just a few tens of dollars? Shin Yoqing's attitude was very firm, even in an order-like tone. What's wrong with a knockoff watch? It tells time just the same. If you don't like me as your husband, we're through. Su Yang snorted in displeasure and turned to leave. Little brat, you've got quite a strong sense of self-esteem. Shin Yoqing's mouth curled up, and she chased after him with the watch in her hand. President Yang looked weird, muttering to himself, they say that the young lady doesn't like that husband she married so quickly, and she even cried and demanded a divorce. Now it seems that those rumors really can't be believed. The two obviously have a good relationship. A moment later. In the car. Shin Yuqing looked at the angry look on the big boy next to her and felt amused. He's really gotten into the role. You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Su Yang snorted. Shin Yuqing handed him her watch. There, just take it. You're such a big baby, so you're not happy to receive a gift from me. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to do anything, I just want to thank you for your help. Then thank you, Mr. Shin. Su Yang smiled, immediately took the watch, then took off his fake watch and put on the new one, smacking his lips. As the saying goes, if you can't be the boss, find a big boss to back you up. Mr. Shin's thigh is fragrant. Wearing this 5 million yuan watch, I feel different, it's heavy. Poof. Shin Yuqing glared at him in anger and shame. What does it mean by Shin's thigh is fragrant? The Shin family villa. The servants were busy preparing the banquet, and Grandpa Shin had specifically instructed that the banquet should be of the highest standard to entertain his son's son-in-law. In the living room on the first floor, Grandpa Shin was beaming from ear to ear, and kept glancing out the door from time to time. However, there was still a couple sitting in the living room. They were Shin Yuqing's aunt and uncle, and their children and grandchildren were also there. The uncle's family, however, were not as happy as Grandpa Shin. It was just the arrival of their useless son-in-law, who had not shown his face for 3 years, so what was there to be happy about? Shin Xinling, Shin Yuqing's cousin, muttered discontent. Yes, her useless son-in-law is in comparison to my son-in-law, he is like heaven and earth. When our son-in-law came, I didn't see the old man so happy. Shin Xinling's mother, Liang Jing, was also discontent. Mom, I called Zheng Hao, he will be here in a while, I want to show Shin Yuqing the difference between her useless husband and Zheng Hao. Shin Xinling's face was full of malice. 7 p.m. A Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up to the Shin family villa. A young man and woman got out of the car. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was beautiful and charming. They were a perfect match indeed, and they were Su Yang and Shin Yuqing. Hello, young lady. The bodyguard's standing guard outside the door shouted in unison. Shin Yuqing paused slightly, pointed at Su Yang, and said lightly, "This is your husband." "Hello, husband." The bodyguards immediately shouted again. Facing their address, Su Yang accepted it calmly and did not show the slightest hint of being flattered. Shin Yuqing's mouth curled up. "Not bad, you really look a bit like the Shin family's husband." "I am." Su Yang rolled his eyes and muttered. "What?" "It's fine, let's go in." The two walked side by side into the living room. When the old master Shin saw them come in, he was overjoyed. "Grandpa." Shin Yuqing ran over to her grandfather, took his arm very intimately, and looked like a little girl being spoiled, not a bit of the domineering female CEO. "You haven't come to see me since you returned to the country, and you still know that I'm your grandfather." Shin Yuqing playfully stuck out her tongue. Grandpa Shin stood up, carefully examining Su Yang, nodding as he looked, his eyes a little moist with joy. "Not bad, he's my grandson-in-law." "Hello, Grandpa." For some reason, at the first glance of Grandpa Shin, it was like meeting a relative, and it felt very intimate. Good, my boy, sit down." Su Yang sat down opposite him. Shin Yuqing pointed at the expensive gifts. "Grandpa, these are the gifts Lin Yang gave you. We're family, so there's no need for gifts. Yang's presence is the best gift of all." Shin Yuqing knew that her husband's family had been wealthy for generations and that they didn't care about such trivial things. However, the proper etiquette could not be compromised, as this was her husband's first visit. What's the point of showing off by buying a gift for the old master with our Shin family money? Yes, a poor loser with a few looks, who only got into our Shin family by sheer luck, really wants to get to the top in one step. Why should such a waste of space get the old master's favor? Liang Jing and Shin Xinling sneered with contempt. Chapter 18, Narrow Road of Enemies. Grandpa Shin immediately reprimanded, "Shut up. Lin Yang is the grandson-in-law I have chosen, and whoever dares to speak rudely will immediately get the hell out of here." "Dad, you're so biased." Liang Jing muttered a little discontent, her voice much lower. Shin Yuqing's face turned pale. "Auntie, if you don't consider yourself an elder, then don't blame me for not giving you any face. Lin Yang is my husband, and insulting him is insulting me. Grandpa cares about family ties, but I don't have as many scruples as he does. You actually threatened me for the sake of an outsider, and I'm your aunt." Liang Jing was so angry that her face turned pale. Shin Yuqing walked over to Su Yang and took his arm in a very intimate manner. "He is my husband, do you have a problem with your ears?" "You." Liang Jing was at a loss for words. Shin Xinling immediately angrily rebuked, "Shin Yuqing, how dare you speak to my mother like that?" "Pop." In response, she was slapped. "How dare you hit me?" Shin Xinling covered her face and glared at Shin Yuqing. Just as the saying goes, the daughter is like the mother. He is your brother-in-law, not someone you can insult at will. You've grown a lot in the 3 years you've been gone, and you've got the nerve to yell at me. Shin Yuqing scolded sternly. "Shin Yuqing, you're so arrogant." As soon as Shin Xinyun saw his sister being beaten, he rushed forward and slapped Shin Yuqing in the face. Su Yang stepped aside to block Shin Yuqing's way, and then quickly grasped Shin Xinyun's wrist. You still want to take turns to bully my family? Shin Shangyun gritted his teeth in pain, trying to break free but found that Su Yang's hand was as hard as steel. Let go. Shin Yuqing looked at the tall and straight back in front of her, and once again, her heart was wrapped in happiness. In a daze, she felt as if she was seeing her father's back. Since her father passed away, she has reminded herself every day that she must be strong no matter what happens, and that even though she is a woman, she can still carry the burden of the Shin family. With the appearance of Su Yang, her cold heart gradually melted. As a strong woman, she put aside her identity as the CEO and realized that she is just an ordinary woman who also longs for a man to support her. Shin Yuqing pulled Su Yang and signaled for him to let go. Shin Xinling was furious. Her brother was such a loser. She quickly ran to her father and cried, "Dad, look at her, she's swollen my face up, and you're not doing anything about it." Shin Yuan, Shin Yuqing's uncle, didn't say a word. Since Shin Yuqing and Su Yang had walked into the living room, he had been observing them, or rather Su Yang. He noticed that since Su Yang had entered the room, he had not acted in the least constrained manner. The position of wealthiest person in the Shin family did not seem to have put him under much pressure. He had not shown the slightest sign of panic in the face of Liang Jing and the others' mockery, and on the contrary, his own people had frequently lost their composure. Shin Yuanjing subconsciously clenched his fists. Shin Yuqing is enough of a headache, and if there is another formidable helper, it will be even more difficult to compete for the inheritance of the Shin family. Your sister is right, what are you crying for, aren't you ashamed enough? Apologize to Lin Yang. Shin Yuanjing scolded sternly. Shin Xinling was stunned, what? Apologize to this useless son-in-law? Pop. Shin Yuanjing slapped him, you idiot, he is your brother-in-law. Liang Jing immediately hugged her daughter in her arms out of concern, and screamed in a shrill voice, are you crazy? How can you turn your back on your family? Shut up, it's all your fault. Shin Yuanjing's face turned ashen. At this point, the old master Shin finally spoke, that's enough, aren't you all ashamed enough already? Then, Shin Yaoqing's grandfather glared at her, you girl, after 3 years abroad, your temper has gotten even worse. Your sister doesn't know any better, so go easy on her. If you don't discipline her, you'll have to spank her. Shin Yaoqing snorted, pulled Su Yang aside, and ignored her uncle's family. Just then, a handsome young man walked into the living room. Shin Xinling was feeling aggrieved, but when she saw the man, she immediately brightened up and hurried over to greet him. Zhang Hao, you finally arrived. It's you. Shin Yuqing frowned. This brother-in-law is actually Mo Zhanghao. At the same time, Mo Zhanghao also saw her and Su Yang. Suppressing his hatred, he gave a very fake smile. Miss Shin, we meet again. It seems that my uncle has saved your family. Shin Yuqing sneered. Zhanghao, you know each other? Shen Xinling was surprised. Mo Zhanghao nodded. After returning to China, President Shin acquired the Tianming Group, which happened to be in a bit of conflict with my family's business, and we had dealings a few times. Shin Xinling immediately took her boyfriend's side and angrily rebuked Shin Yuqing, so that's why I said the Shin family suddenly attacked the Mo family. Doing business is about fair competition. Do you have any shame? If you can't compete with Zhanghao, you use the family's power against the Mo family. Fortunately, Dad stopped in time. Idiot. Shin Yuqing ignored her. You. Shin Xinling was outraged. Mo Zhanghao, however, gave a generous smile. Xinling, it's all in the past. My cousin is just looking out for the family's development. I understand. Hey, don't be so familiar. I don't want to be associated with a despicable person like you. Shin Yuqing snorted. My cousin has a bit of a misunderstanding about me. Mo Zhanghao let out a dry laugh, and then promptly took out a brocade box and handed it over with both hands. Grandpa Shin, this is the 6-eyed Z bead I sought at a high price. It has been offered in worship by Tibetan lamas for many years and can be considered a sacred object. Oh, let me see. Grandpa Shin showed a delighted expression, took the Z bead and looked at it carefully. Tibetans regard Z beads as sacred objects, but some merchants mass produce them for profit. The most common type is the one-eyed Z bead. If this 6-eyed Z bead was really something that a lama had offered for many years, it would be a rare treasure. Grandpa Shin is very insightful. Mo Zhanghao quickly flattered him, smirking and saying, it is rumored that there are only a handful of genuine 9-eyed Z beads in the world, and they are hard to come by. As for the even higher grade pure Z beads, they are unheard of. Yes, such sacred objects are not for the likes of us mere mortals. Grandpa Shin was lost in his memories. Once, he was fortunate enough to meet an amazing great man, and that great man had a supreme great Z bead. Put. Shin Yuqing suddenly burst out laughing. Mr. M.O., last time, you gave Mr. Liang a fake painting by Mr. Yang in order to seal a business deal. What, now you're giving a fake Z bead? This one can't be fake either. Don't be ridiculous, this one is definitely real. I was ripped off by the antique dealer last time, I was a victim too. M.O. Zhanghao's face turned red, and he hurriedly defended himself, while giving Shen Xinling a wink. Shen Xinling immediately took his arm, and disdainfully shrugged her shoulders. Same grandson-in-law, look at the gifts Zhanghao gave, and then look at you, a granddaughter who hasn't returned in 3 years, and a useless son-in-law who hasn't come to see his grandfather for 3 years, and you're just bringing some junk to see your grandfather, how filial. Shin Yuqing was about to lose her temper when Su Yang stopped her. She was right, they had to give a decent gift. Where were they going to find a gift at the last minute? Shin Yuqing rolled her eyes in displeasure. I have one. Ha? Shin Yuqing was surprised, and immediately whispered, what good thing could you have? Don't try to be clever. They are just trying to humiliate you on purpose. Even if we don't have any gifts, Grandpa won't blame us. Chapter 19, Nine-Eyed Z Bead. Shen Xinling saw them whispering to each other and raised her voice even more. I knew this useless son-in-law wouldn't be able to come up with anything. It's not that I look down on him, but even if he could come up with a gift that could rival a 5-eyed, or no, a 4-eyed Z bead, he would have done justice to Grandpa's love. What's so great about a measly 6-eyed Z bead? Su Yan looked down on it. Shin Yuqing rolled her eyes in disbelief. Now that the words had been spoken, it was too late to say anything. And it's only a 6-eyed Z bead, what a big deal. Then you should show us one too. Coincidentally, I do have a Z bead here, it seems to be a 9-eyed one. Su Yang took it off his neck and handed it to Grandpa Shen. Grandpa, it's for you. Is this really a 9-eyed Z? Grandpa Shen was a little excited to receive the Z. M.O. Zhanghao and Shen Xinling were dumbfounded, and then said in disbelief, how could this poor guy have a 9-eyed Z? It's definitely fake. Shin Yuqing was also a little unsure, and quietly pulled Su Yang's arm. Su Yang gave her a reassuring look and didn't make any further excuses. After carefully examining it, Grandpa Shen slowly said, it really is a 9-eyed Z bead. The texture of this bead is natural and unadulterated, so it should be authentic. Judging from the color and spots, this is still an old Z bead from a long time ago. If I'm not wrong, the market price is at least more than 10 million. No way. 9-eyed Z beads are rare and expensive. How could a lowly employee like him own such a treasure? M.O. Zhanghao's face was ugly. Shen Xinling also didn't want to believe it was true. Grandpa, could you have made a mistake? Take a closer look. No mistake, this is the real thing. Grandpa Shen snorted, and turned to Su Yang and asked, my boy, how did you come to possess such a treasure? Grandpa gave it to me. According to him, the Tibetan lamas gave him several of these, and this one is the worst. Su Yang told the truth. Grandpa Shen laughed, I see, that's right. With your grandfather's abilities, it's not uncommon to get a few superior Z beads. It's been years since I last saw him, so I'll go to Kyoto to visit him and catch up with him after a while. I haven't seen him for years either. Su Yan also laughed. Shin Yuqing blinked and whispered, you made up such a lie, and I almost believed it. Where did you get the Z beads? I'm not lying, it's really a gift from my grandfather. I gave you limited information, but I didn't expect you to be so good at improvising. Just be careful, don't brag too much, in case the two old men meet and start chatting, it'll be revealed. Shin Yuqing was touched. For the sake of her face, she even contributed a family heirloom. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Su Yang gave an okay sign. M.O. Zhanghao was still a bit reluctant. Grandpa Shen, I have already hired an expert in treasure appraisal, and he will be here soon. We will know whether it is real or not in a moment. Do you doubt my judgment? Grandpa Shen was unhappy. Shen Xinling quickly said something nice. Grandpa, Zhanghao is also afraid that you will be cheated. If it is fake, it will be useless to wear it. As soon as she finished speaking, an old man in a tang suit walked in. Shen Yuanzhang greeted him as soon as he saw him. It's Mr. Song. I'm surprised to see you here. I heard that there is a 9-eyed Z bead here, so I happened to be nearby and came to take a look out of curiosity. I hope you don't mind. Mr. Song, you are too polite. You are highly respected in the antiques world and have handled countless auction items. You are an expert in this field. Please take a look and see if it is really a nine-eyed Z bead. Shin Yuanjing took the Z bead passed to him by Mr. Shin and handed it to Mr. Song. Mr. Song first took a quick look at it, then took out a magnifying glass and carefully examined it. Mo Zhenghao was overjoyed when he saw Mr. Song frown. I knew it was fake. How could he, a lowly employee, possibly have such a precious treasure as a nine-eyed Z bead? Good, you fooled Grandpa with a fake and pretended that Grandpa gave it to you. This is the worst quality, full of nonsense, not a single honest word. Shin Xinling was not far behind in her mockery, but she was interrupted by Song Lao's rebuke before she could finish. Shut up. Shin Xinling didn't dare to speak again, but the look in her eyes seemed to say that she would make Su Yang pay for this later. A moment later, Song Lao shook his head. Shin Xinling and the others were overjoyed. They were about to speak when they saw Song Lao sigh again. After so many years, they had finally seen a nine-eyed Z bead again. This is the best nine-eyed Z bead I have ever seen. The market price starts at 20 million yuan at the very least. Unfortunately, such treasures have a price but no market, so who would part with it and sell it? It's really real. Shin Xinling snatched the nine-eyed Z bead and wanted to crush it, but also wanted to keep it for herself. How could this be? Mo Zhenghao was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that with the six-eyed Z bead he could gain the favor of Shin Lajiu and step Su Yang underfoot, letting him understand that even as a son-in-law, there were different classes. However, the opposite happened. Instead of stepping on someone, he was stepped on and rubbed. Shin Yuqing walked quickly up to Shin Xinling, snatched the nine-eyed Z bead from her hand, and waved it triumphantly. Sister, when we were kids you were no match for me in everything, and now that you're grown up, you still can't do it. Your taste in men is just so-so. You! Shin Xinling glared in anger. Shin Yuqing returned to her grandfather's side. Grandpa, do you like this gift? I like it, but it's just too valuable. Grandpa Shin wanted to give the nine-eyed Z bead back to Su Yang, but there was reluctance in his eyes. Su Yang smiled. Grandpa, it doesn't feel like an ordinary pendant in my eyes, and it's a waste for me to keep it. You take it. This is a gift from your grandson-in-law to you. Shin Yuqing directly put it on Grandpa Shin, who was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Yuqing, although you have started your own company, you cannot ignore the family business. Your uncle is not cut out for it. Tomorrow you will officially take over the Shun Group and go for it. Grandpa will fully support you. Okay. Shin Yuqing naturally would not refuse. The family heir was originally her father, and after his death, all the shares had been transferred to her name. Shin Yuanjing's face looked bad, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Over the past 3 years, he had worked hard to manage the family business, thinking that Grandpa Shin would change the inheritance rights, but it turned out to be the same result after all his hard work. He was unwilling to accept it. The family's many businesses had been handed over to a woman. He couldn't understand it. He had 2 children, and should have been handed the family business. Shin Xinling stamped her foot in anger, cursing Mo Zhenghao as a good-for-nothing. Mo Zhenghao's face turned pale, and he cursed the Shin family for being worthless, but dared not show it. Chapter 20, Recognized. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Shin family, Liang Jing was unhappy. Grandpa, you are so biased. Shin Yuqing is your granddaughter, and isn't Xinling your granddaughter too? And Xiang Yun, he is your only grandson, and Yuan Zheng of our family. In these few years he has managed the company with great diligence. Even if he doesn't get the credit, he has at least done his best. Liang Jing became more and more angry as she spoke, pointed at Shin Yuqing, and yelled, a daughter married out is like water poured out. You passed on the family business to her, and in a few years, the Shin family name will disappear completely. You are burying the Shin family's foundation. Shin Yuanzhang did not stop his wife, and this was exactly what he was thinking. Xiaoqing will follow in her father's footsteps and have a knack for business. I feel at ease leaving the company in her hands. You people are all about fighting for power and wealth. If I were to leave the company in your hands, I'm afraid it would go bankrupt in a few years, and that would truly be the end of my family's business. Shin Yuanzhang immediately retorted, Dad, I don't like hearing you say that. Even if you don't think much of me, my wife's daughter Shan Yun is a top student at Kyoto University, and she is better than Xiaoqing. You still have the nerve to show off. If you hadn't donated 20 million to Kyoto University, would this kid be a top student there? Shin Shangyun's face flushed with embarrassment. Grandpa, I got there through my own abilities. You know in your heart whether they're real abilities or not. Grandpa, you're so biased. If Shin Yuqing can do it, I can do it too. I want to work in the company too. How do you know I can't do it if you don't give it a try? You think I don't know what you're capable of? Grandpa Shen scolded, and sighed a little helplessly. Xiao Qing, why don't you let this kid go to the company to get some exercise, so he doesn't annoy me every day? No problem, I'll listen to Grandpa. Xin Yuqing agreed readily. Grandpa Shen then looked at Xin Shingyun and scolded with a dark face. Once you go to the company, work hard, don't bully people because of your position. If you dare to mess up in the company, even if you are my grandson, I won't let you off. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will work hard. Xin Shingyun was overjoyed. Grandpa Shen glanced at the couple and said in a grumpy tone, pick a heavy burden according to your ability. Don't blame anyone else. Look for the reason in yourself. Don't look so sad. We didn't give you no shares. Let's eat. With these words from the old man, the family banquet officially began. After all the unpleasantness, the atmosphere was gone, and the meal was very depressing. After the meal, Xin Yuanjing's family found an excuse and left. With these annoying people gone, Xin Yuqing and Su Yang no longer had any scruples about speaking to the old man, who laughed heartily from time to time. Yuqing, go tidy up your room. You two don't need to leave tonight. Ha! Su Yang and Xin Yuqing froze at the same time. The latter hurriedly said, Grandpa, I need to go back to the office to deal with some urgent matters, so I won't be staying here. No matter how important it is, it's not okay. The Xin Yuqing hurriedly gave Su Yang a wink. Su Yang's mouth curled up into a wicked smile, and he reached up and touched Xin Yuqing's head. Xiao Qing, Grandpa won't let you go, you have to spend more time with Grandpa. Is the company important, or is Grandpa important? Be good, listen to me. You. Xin Yuqing pinched Su Yang's soft flesh in anger, and Su Yang grimaced in pain. You are worthy of being my son-in-law. You have raised your granddaughter in vain. Go clean up the room. Xin Yuqing, however, had no intention of moving. She shouted, Wang Ma, go clean up the room. She was interrupted by Grandpa Shen, who said, Go. You are a wife now. You need to do things yourself to feel the warmth of home. Grandpa, if you want to get rid of me, just say so. You don't need to beat around the bush and give me a lecture. Xin Yuqing made a playful face and went upstairs. This girl, I've spoiled her. Grandpa Shen smiled, then turned to reveal a look of relief. Seeing you two together, I feel relieved. At first, I thought you would bring an impostor to the door, but after seeing you, I was surprised, happy, and a little curious that the girl didn't lie to me. Grandpa recognized me? How could he not? You look just like your grandfather did when he was young. I even held you when you were little, and you peed all over me. I've seen photos of you in uniform too. At that time, I decided that this handsome young man must be my grandson-in-law. Grandpa Shen laughed happily. At the beginning, after he begged and pleaded, Su Yang's grandfather finally agreed to the marriage. He was so excited that he didn't sleep for 3 days, but he didn't expect his silly granddaughter to refuse no matter what. However, once he made a decision, no one could change it. Under his manipulation, Xin Yuqing was still resisting the marriage at home, but the Civil Affairs Bureau had already processed their marriage license. Grandpa Shen said, it doesn't matter if there is no feeling, just cultivate it slowly after getting married. In short, this radish must be brought home first, lest it be snatched by someone else. No wonder I felt so at ease when I first saw you. It turns out I met you when I was very young. Su Yang smiled wryly. With this operation, the old man had fulfilled his wish, but it had also caused him to be a widower for 3 years. Grandpa, you can't force feelings. We should respect Yuqing's choice. Grandpa Shen frowned. He heard the undertone in Su Yang's words and asked doubtfully, earlier, that girl kept saying that she must get a divorce, but tonight, seeing you two together, you seem to be getting along well, not like you're about to get a divorce. She didn't recognize me. Su Yang hesitated for a moment, but then told the truth. He didn't want to lie to this old man. Ha! Shen's grandfather was a little confused. If she didn't recognize him, why did she bring him here? Then he reacted quickly and said with a mixture of laughter and tears, it seems I was right. She really wanted to find someone to impersonate you, but I didn't expect you to really be her husband. Yes. This silly girl is still yelling for a divorce, and she doesn't recognize her husband when he is right next to her. Grandpa, don't tell her yet. I haven't figured out how to face her yet. Okay. Grandpa Shen nodded and said with some unease, how long do you want to keep it a secret? If she knows that you are Lin Yang, she may not want a divorce. In a while, whether it's a divorce or continuing, I will talk to her about it. At the moment, Su Yang had no heart to think about these things. His mind was full of that incident, and after 3 years of investigation, there was still no progress. There was also the mysterious woman he had a one-night stand with, which always made him think about it from time to time. Wait, even if she hasn't seen you, but she knows your name, doesn't that make her suspicious? Grandpa Shen suddenly realized an important issue. Su Yang smiled a little embarrassedly. Well, my name is Su Yang now. Ever since I was kicked out of the house, I changed my surname and took my mother's surname. No wonder, why were you kicked out of the house? When did this happen? The year we got married. Is this related to Xiaoqing disappearing? It was a bit related, but the main reason was me. It involves some personal matters of mine, so I won't go into detail with Grandpa. My child, it is our Shin family that has wronged you. In fact, Xiaoqing had an accident that year. Grandpa Shun paused. Chapter 21, Sleeping Together Tonight. What's wrong with her? Su Yang was curious. Just then, Shin Yuqing's voice suddenly came. The room is cleaned up. What are you guys chatting about? Shin Yuqing cheerfully ran downstairs and sat next to her grandfather. Grandpa Shin didn't continue the previous conversation and said a little absent-mindedly, Lin Yang, you go back to your room and rest first, I want to have a few words with this girl. Su Yang was curious. The old man said that Shin Yuqing had an accident back then, so was it possible that she had not intentionally run away from the marriage, and there was some other hidden reason? After Su Yan left, Shin Yuqing curiously asked, Grandpa, what did you all talk about? Girl, let me ask you, you were yelling for a divorce before, why did you suddenly change your mind? Could it be that this Lin Yang is not the real thing? Shin Yuqing's heart skipped a beat, and she was a little unsure. She thought to herself, could it be that Grandpa knows the truth? No, if Grandpa knew that he was an imposter, he would have already driven him out. Oh, the little old man is bluffing. Shin Yuqing's heart skipped a beat, and she wasn't sure what to think. She thought to herself, could it be that Grandpa knows the truth? No, if Grandpa knew that he was an imposter, he would have already thrown him out. Oh, the old man is trying to trick me. Thinking this, she laughed and asked in return, Grandpa, what do you think of him? Grandpa is very satisfied. I've decided on this son-in-law. If he weren't Lin Yang, would you still approve of this son-in-law? Of course he is. He is my grandson-in-law. Grandpa Shen was trying to hint at something to his granddaughter, but she couldn't understand what he was getting at. Shin Yuqing rolled her eyes in disbelief. I meant if he wasn't Lin Yang, would you still like him? There is no if. He is. Grandpa Shun was furious. Yes, I didn't mean it. Shin Yuqing quickly raised a white flag and left quickly. Grandpa Shin was furious. How can someone with that IQ become a Harvard scholar? Shin Yuqing ran into her room and heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Her heart immediately began to race. Tonight, will he sleep with me? The beautiful scenes from that night came back to her mind. Those strong arms, that sturdy chest, the charge like a bull, just thinking about it made her face flush and she felt a little flustered. Damn it, what was she thinking? How could she still be reliving it? Shin Yuqing patted her blushing face to try to wake herself up. What made her crumble was that she couldn't forget those embarrassing images, and instead the memory became more and more profound. Shin Yuqing, snap out of it, you're a celebrity's daughter, how can you be infatuated with a male model? After taking a few deep breaths, she finally woke up a little. What were you thinking? A voice suddenly came from her ear, which scared her into letting out a scream. At the same time, she felt a masculine scent, her earlobes instantly turning red, and she instinctively turned her head. Her rosy lips happened to land on Su Yang's mouth. The two of them froze at the same time. Shin Yuqing's eyes were wide open, and after she reacted, she quickly hid away, her pretty face turning red with shame, and she slapped Su Yang's face. Su Yang grasped her smooth, jade-like wrist with one hand, and with the other, embraced her slender waist, staring at her beautiful eyes with great aggression. You kissed me, took advantage of the situation, and then tried to hit me, that's too overbearing. You! Shin Yuqing was infuriated. She had been in a daze the night of the one-night stand, but now she was wide awake, and this damned guy had kissed her again. She felt that she was the one who had suffered. While she was angry, there was also a small trace of panic, because Su Yang's bathrobe was open at the neck, revealing her firm breasts, and her little hand was right on top of them. What sexy pectoral muscles! Shin Yuqing's heartbeat quickened, and she subconsciously scratched it. It was warm, smooth, and firm, and it felt so good. Had she scratched enough? Su Yang's teasing voice sounded. Ah! Xin Yuqing was so ashamed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground and burrow into it. Su Yang smacked his lips, sticking out his evil tongue and licking his lips, smirking and teasing, "It tastes good." Xin Yuqing angrily raised her foot and stomped down hard. Su Yang had just finished taking a shower and was wearing flip-flops, so he was caught off guard and stomped on. Even though the other person was also wearing flip-flops, it still hurt. Xin Yuqing took the opportunity to get away from his clutches and laughed a little in relief. "Humph. Do you think I'm that easy to take advantage of?" Xin Yuqing picked up a quilt and threw it at Su Yang. "You sleep on the floor, I'll sleep in the bed." "I want to sleep in the bed too." "Don't you dare, it's all your fault. If you hadn't agreed to stay with Grandpa, how would we?" "Humph. You have no choice, it's your honor to live with me in the same room. Don't be ungrateful, there are so many people who want to sleep on the floor in my room but can't." Xin Yuqing tossed her hair arrogantly, picked up her pajamas and walked towards the bathroom. She would make her own bed. What a narcissist, she thought. It's better to sleep on the floor, it's safer. I'm afraid you'll covet my body. Hearing his words, Xin Yuqing stumbled and blushed, mumbling, "Pa. Who'd covet your body, you shameless man?" 20 minutes later. Xin Yuqing walked out of the bathroom wearing a sexy, silky nightdress. Su Yang couldn't take his eyes off her at first glance. Usually, he was used to seeing her domineering and strong side, but at this moment, she looked a little lazy, with a few more touches of feminine beauty. Every move she made was seductive, especially the faint fragrance she exuded, which made Su Yang's blood boil and his desire rise. Gong dong. Su Yang's Adam's apple moved, and his gaze grew even more feverish. Xin Yuqing seemed to sense something, and when she turned her head, she caught Su Yang's fiery gaze. It was so aggressive that she felt a little panicked. "What are you looking at? Don't look." She hurriedly got into bed and pulled the quilt over her graceful body. "I'm telling you, don't cross the line, or the consequences will be serious." "I was afraid you were lusting after my beauty." Su Yang turned over and quickly fell asleep. Xin Yuqing, however, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She heard Su Yang's light snoring and rolled her eyes in disbelief. He was guarding a beautiful woman like me, and yet he had the heart to sleep. She rolled over to the edge of the bed, gazed at Su Yang's handsome face, and her gaze gradually softened. She reached out her finger and gently tapped Su Yang's upturned nose. "Are you a pig? You fell asleep so quickly." Before she knew it, Xin Yuqing had also fallen asleep. The next morning, Su Yang opened his eyes and felt a little weight on his body, which was still soft. He looked down and saw that Xin Yuqing was lying on top of him like an octopus. The embarrassing thing was that one of her long, slender legs was resting on his sensitive area, and he couldn't help but get a reaction. Su Yang reached out and tried to move her leg away. Xin Yuqing was sleeping soundly, moving her body slightly, then hugging him even tighter, and making a cute smacking sound with her lips. Su Yang suddenly tensed up. Her rubbing, the sweet fragrance that filled his nostrils, and especially the soft warmth of her breasts, made his heart race and his response even stronger. "What is this? It's so uncomfortable." Xin Yuqing muttered, and her small hands reached down to remove the object that was making her so uncomfortable. Chapter 22, The Lion's Big Mouth. "Hey, no." Su Yang hurriedly stopped her, but it was a little too late. Whoa. The next second, Xin Yuqing suddenly opened her eyes wide, suddenly realizing something, her pretty face instantly turning red, and she let out a high-pitched scream. "Ah!" She scrambled up in a panic, her whole body frozen as if she had been electrocuted, feeling numbness in the palms of her hands, ashamed and angry. "Hey, what are you glaring at? I'm the one who's suffering, okay? We agreed not to cross the line." Su Yang felt aggrieved. "You." Xin Yuqing was at a loss for words, and inwardly she was annoyed. Xin Yuqing. How could you fall asleep and run into someone's arms, and do something so embarrassing? Will he think you did it on purpose? After all, she was in the wrong, so she quickly fled the room. Su Yang looked down, got up, and went to the bathroom, where he poured cold water over his face. Ever since that one-night stand that night, he had found that his self-control in that area had weakened a lot. For a moment, he was lost in his memories. The woman who had pounced on him had taken his virginity. Maybe she didn't care, but he did, and the wonderful feeling of their bodies merging together seemed to come from the depths of his soul. He couldn't figure it out. Why did he have such wonderful feelings with a strange woman, as if the two of them were already a couple in love? Who was she? Su Yang was depressed. No matter how he recalled, he couldn't remember the woman's appearance. Damn woman, you ate and ran, I must find you. Su Yang's thoughts returned to reality. A moment later, he got dressed, went downstairs, and saw Master Shin and Shin Yuqing eating. Xiao Yang, come and have breakfast. The old Master Shin gave a kind smile. Su Yang walked into the dining room and sat down next to Shin Yuqing. The servant placed the breakfast that had already been prepared in front of him. Shin Yuqing lowered her head and was very seriously drinking the porridge. Su Yang deliberately coughed. Shin Yuqing's movements paused, and her heart was panicking. Her mind was full of the previous images, and even now, she still felt her palms tingling. She glanced at Su Yang quietly and saw that he was smiling wickedly. She was so angry that she wanted to kick him, but her legs were firmly pinned by his. Shin Yuqing tried hard to pull her legs free, but she couldn't. She immediately shot Su Yang a threatening look. Shin Yuqing's father noticed her unusual behavior and was slightly puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing, it's fine. Shin Yuqing felt a little unnatural and quickly tapped her phone. Ding! Su Yang's phone rang. A text message. Untie me, or you'll get a pay cut. Heartless boss. Su Yang had no choice but to let her go. Ding! Shin Yuqing's phone rang. After reading the message, she smiled triumphantly. Little brat, I can still get you. Let's leave after dinner. If we stay any longer, we'll definitely be found out. Okay. Shin Yuqing looked at this and that, and her grandfather smiled with great satisfaction. I say you too, can't you just say what you have to say? Why do you have to chat on your phones when you're face to face? Shin Yuqing's pretty face flushed, and she immediately retorted, no way, I was dealing with company business. While she was talking, she gave Su Yang a kick. This time, Su Yang didn't undermine her, and very cooperatively said, Grandpa, a friend of mine needs to talk to me, so I'll be going back in a bit. I'm going to the office too, let's go together. Shin Yuqing pulled Su Yang up and walked towards the door. What's the rush? Su Yang hasn't finished eating yet. He's not hungry. Shin Yuqing answered for Su Yang. Starbucks coffee. A young, well-mannered man kept glancing at his watch. This was Lu Kongning, the lawyer Shin Yuqing had hired. Last night, he received a call from Lin Yang, and they had agreed to meet here. Why isn't he here yet? Lu Kongning dialed Lin Yang's new number. The pleasant ringtone sounded nearby, and a young man in fancy clothes walked over. It was Lin Yang's half-brother, Lin Jinglong. This time, he came in disguise, hoping to take advantage of the situation and make a quick buck. To make himself look more convincing, he dyed his blonde hair black, styled it in a similar way to Su Yang's, and put on a suit. Are you lawyer Lu? Lu Kongning hung up the phone and asked a little uncertainly, yes, and you are Lin Yang? Lin Jinglong sat down and got straight to the point, my cheap wife disappeared just after getting married. She disappeared for 3 years and now she's back, but she won't even show her face. She just wants a divorce with a casual remark. What do you take me for? A rag that can be thrown away whenever she wants? Mr. Lin, I know you're angry, and Miss Shin has also said that she will compensate you. How about this? Tell me what you want, and what you'll do to get a divorce. 3 years' worth of compensation for lost youth and reputation. Lu Kongning pushed his glasses up his nose and a smile crept onto the corner of his mouth. He secretly despised her, after all that, she still just wants money. Just name your price, Mr. Lin. Lin Jinglong crossed his index fingers and waved them. Lu Kongning asked uncertainly, 100,000? You're trying to swindle a beggar. 1 billion. What? Lu Kongning stood up abruptly. He didn't expect Lin Jinglong to be so greedy, and was really shocked when he asked for 1 billion. As far as I know, my cheap wife is worth at least 10 billion, and she is also the heir most valued by the wealthiest family in Xinjiang. If she inherits the Shin family business one day, her worth will be at least 100 billion. To her, 1 billion is nothing. Mr. Lin, since you know that she is the Shin family's daughter, you should know that the Shin family is not to be trifled with. You cannot afford to incur the Shin family's wrath. I advise you, don't be too greedy. You think I'm scared of you? Lin Jinglong glared and yelled arrogantly, as long as I don't get a divorce, she is my wife. Mr. Lin, if you're going to be like this, there's no way we can talk. I'll tell Miss Shin what you said. If she's so angry that she files for divorce, it's not up to you whether the marriage ends. You've been separated for 3 years, and the court can force you to get a divorce. Fine, let her sue. If the court really grants us a divorce, she'll have to split half of my assets with me, and that's more than $1 billion. Mr. Lin, I really underestimated you. Lu Kongning picked up his briefcase and prepared to leave. The amount of compensation demanded by the other party was too high, and he did not dare to make a decision and agree to it. Tell my wife that there is no deep hatred between her and me. If she is willing to come back, I will forgive her for leaving without saying goodbye, and I promise to treat her well. Lin Jinglong is very greedy. If he can take the opportunity to sleep with the Shin family's daughter, as long as the rice is cooked, he will not be afraid even if his identity is revealed. The thought of having the chance to sleep with his brother's wife made him extremely excited. Not long after, Lu Kongning hurriedly walked into the Tianming Group headquarters building. Perhaps he was distracted, and he accidentally bumped into someone. The other person was fine, but he stumbled and almost fell. What's your hurry? Why haven't I seen you before? Su Yang frowned. He had a good memory. He used to be on duty at the entrance, and he remembered every employee who passed by, but the man in front of him was a stranger. In addition, Lu Kongning walked with his head down, looking sneaky and not like a good person. I am your general manager Shun's lawyer, and I need to see her urgently. Lu Kongning pushed his glasses up with his hand, surveyed the man in front of him, and looked puzzled. He thought to himself, hey, why does this voice sound familiar? Chapter 23, The Only Clue. Our company has a professional legal team. Are you new here? Su Yang frowned. Ding. The elevator door opened. Lu Kongning straightened his back and handed Su Yang a business card. I am the lawyer hired by your boss Shin to handle a personal matter for her. As soon as he finished speaking, he got into the elevator. It seems that this guy is the lawyer who called me last time. Su Yang looked at the business card in his hand and casually threw it into the nearby trash can. President's office. Shin Yoqing's pretty face was cold. President Shen, your husband has a big appetite. If you want to negotiate a peace settlement, you'll have to bleed a lot. If you file a lawsuit in court, he claims to take half of your assets, which is a bit difficult. If I give him half of my assets, why would I need to come to you? Shin Yuqing took out a cigarette and lit it, saying indifferently, Lin Yang is a real playboy. You should know what to do next. You want him to leave with nothing? I originally wanted to compensate him, but now it seems unnecessary. I don't have any psychological burden towards this greedy playboy, so just go ahead and do it. Good. Lu Kongning left. Shin Yuqing stubbed out her cigarette and paged her pager. Lu, where is Su Yang? He was here a while ago, he should be in the lobby. Tell him to come here. Okay. A moment later. Lu Yan walked into the CEO's office. Mr. Shin, Su Yang has taken half a day off, he just left, it seems like something urgent. What could be so urgent? Shin Yuqing muttered discontentedly and thought to herself, could it be that he has a mistress looking for him? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this possibility was very high. After all, he used to work as a host in a nightclub. Thinking about this, Shin Yuqing became even more annoyed. How could a grown man have to do that kind of work, and by a strange twist of fate, he had entered her world. Transfer 20 million yuan to his salary card. Ah. Lu Yun froze. The old man had his eye on Su Yang's family heirloom, and this was his compensation. Oh, okay, I'll do it right away. Lu Yun suddenly understood and left quickly. In a fast food restaurant, Su Yang ordered some snacks and a pitcher of cold beer. Sitting across from her was a young man with short hair, who was none other than the man she had previously contacted, Gangzi. Take a look at this photo. Judging from the clothes and build, she looks exactly like the girl in the photo. Gangzi took a photo out of his briefcase and put it in front of Su Yang. Su Yang picked up the photo and looked at it carefully. All he could see was a long-haired girl in a white dress. The girl was lying on the ground, her hair covering her face, and bright red blood could be seen. Dead? Su Yang frowned. It was still uncertain. He had checked all the hospitals, but there was no record of this girl. That was really strange. According to the theory, even if she was dead, there should be a record of the hospital going out to rescue her. No wonder he couldn't find her. Su Yang's heart fell to the bottom of the valley. Back then, when his mother had an accident, after some investigation, this girl was the only person who had been at the scene of the incident, and it was very likely that she had witnessed everything. She was an important clue in his investigation into the cause of his mother's death. After searching so hard for so long, he got such a result. Originally, we were guessing what she had seen, but now I am almost certain that she should have witnessed the truth, and the murderer was afraid of being exposed and killed her to keep her quiet. That being said, we still need to find conclusive evidence. We cannot blindly determine that someone is the murderer based on mere speculation. Gangzi is with the city's criminal investigation team. I'm afraid the girl doesn't stand a chance. Su Yang was a little irritated, so he picked up a bottle of beer and gulped it down directly. Brother, don't be so pessimistic. As long as something has been done, there must be a trail to follow. It's just that we haven't found it yet. When we get back, I'll gather the guys and go over it again to see if there's anything we missed. Thanks, brother. Hey, we're sworn brothers, what are you being polite for? The two men clinked their glasses and drained their drinks in one go. Ding! The phone alert sounded. Su Yang took out his phone and saw that there was an extra number in the bank card balance. Shit. What's wrong? Someone just transferred 20 million to me. Huh? Let me see, it can't be a scam, can it? Gangzi took the phone and looked at his good friend with a strange expression on his face. Brother, even if we are short of money, we can't bend over for the yuan. We mustn't lose our bottom line. Have you fallen for a rich woman? Go away. Su Yang took the phone away from him, still a little unable to believe it. After all, the current fraud methods are too sophisticated. I'll transfer money to you and see if it's a scam. Ding. Gangzi received a bank message saying that 1 million yuan had been transferred. Holy cow, it's real. Tell me the truth, what happened to the money? Don't forget who you are, we can't do anything illegal. I really don't know. Su Yang was dumbfounded. After thinking about it, he realized that his recent good fortune was related to his cheap wife, and only she had the financial strength. As for Liang Zixuan, whom he had only met once, she was not even in the scope of his thinking. The phone was quickly connected, and Xin Youqing's cold voice came through the receiver. What is it? Why is there 20 million in my bank account? Your old girlfriend is quite generous, tipping you 20 million at once. It seems that you served her very well. Xin Youqing was about to tell him the truth, but the words stuck in her throat. She wanted to trick him and see if he had gone on a date with his old lover. Beep. The call was disconnected. Xin Youqing was furious. That dog of a man, how dare he hang up on me? She immediately called back. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently engaged. On the other line. Su Yang didn't offer an explanation and hung up directly. He was too lazy to argue with this arrogant woman. Ding. Xin Youqing sent a text message. Dare to hang up on me and reject my calls? Are you too busy dating rich women? Sick. Just like an old dog, you've gone back to your old ways after just a few days of peace. Did you not brush your teeth this morning? You're spitting all over the place. I'm so angry, I want to fire you. Thank you very much, please fire me as soon as possible. Oh, and prepare N+1 times your salary as compensation. Damn it. System message sent, but rejected by recipient. Pang. Xin Youqing angrily slammed the table. For the first time, someone had dared to argue with her like that, and for the first time, someone had dared to block her. And this person was still her employee. Has the world changed? Employees dare to argue with the president. Doesn't he know that I'm his benefactor? Xin Youqing's towering breasts rose and fell violently, furious. In the restaurant. Gongzi was dumbfounded. I said, brother, you're not in a love debt, are you? Stupid woman, what's wrong with her? Su Yang was very unhappy and drank 3 ice beers in one go. What do you mean, one sip at a time? He really took him for a gigolo. Chapter 24, Boss Shin is jealous. Hey, this is ice beer, don't drink it so fast. It's unbelievable, there was a news story yesterday about a guy who drank a bottle of cold drink in one go and almost died. Gangzi quickly stopped him. By the way, have you found that woman yet? Which one? Playing dumb, are you? Gangzi laughed happily, then sighed, I haven't found her yet. The bar's surveillance system was sabotaged. I think someone was afraid of the scandal it would cause if it got out, so they deleted the bar's surveillance records. Can't it be recovered? You need to find a specialist. I'll find someone to try. Gangzi laughed with a strange look on his face. Brother, you're being too traditional. It was just a one-night stand. The girl didn't care, but you're taking it seriously. Take my advice, forget it. The girls who go there for fun are just looking for a good time. You can't take them seriously. Who's taking it seriously? I just want to repay her. She even left me 10,000 yuan. What kind of person do you think I am? Su Yang said something against his will. Paying back that shit of money, that money was spent long ago, I just simply want to find her. The beautiful scenes from that night always appear in his mind from time to time, making him unable to forget and unable to let go. The first time is always so unforgettable. Just as Gangzi said, maybe he is just a traditional person. What, she gave you your money back, you were involved in a financial transaction, I can't help but want to cuff you. Don't be silly. Think about this, try to help me find her. You can keep the million. My brothers have gone to a lot of trouble for me, so treat them well when you have time. As for the witness, we can't give up completely. Okay. Gangzi nodded. Su Yang was puzzled. What was going on with the 20 million? Had a pie really fallen from the sky? Afternoon. Su Yang returned to the office. Walking around in the office, Su Yang felt a little happy, but his hard-won high-paying job was about to be lost. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the office door. Come in. Lu Yun walked quickly in. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. It's over, this little girl is definitely here to announce that I've been fired. Damn it, if you fire me, I'll find another job. Lu Yun had a strange look on her face. Did you have a fight with Mr. Shen? Yes. No wonder. You didn't see it, but just now in the meeting, Mr. Shen lost his temper and scolded the company's executives, one after the other, so fiercely that they didn't dare to breathe. Could it be that she's got her period? You'd have to ask her. Lu Yun muttered. Oh, yes, President Shen asked me to. Lu Yun's words were interrupted by Su Yang's raised hand. Lu Special Assistant, I know why you're here, you don't need to say anything, just go back and tell that evil capitalist that I fired her, not the other way around, and I don't care about any compensation. Huh? Lu Yun was dumbfounded, her head buzzing from his yelling. It took a while for her to react, and she stuttered, what I meant to say was that Mr. Shen asked me to transfer 20 million to you today, and it should have already arrived. Have you received it? Su Yang was stunned, it really was her. So when I asked her about the money, why didn't she admit it? I wouldn't know about that. Lu Yun laughed dryly twice, thinking to herself, how would I know about your marital matters as an outsider? Why would she transfer so much money to me? She said you gave the family heirloom to the old chairman. Oh, I see. Su Yang's brows relaxed, and he thought to himself, my cheap wife is really strange. Obviously she gave the money, but she said it was from my old flame. Huh, no, she's deliberately tricking me. What a sinister capitalist. Fortunately, I've lived a life of integrity, otherwise I would really be taken in by her. Is this why you fought? Sort of. That shouldn't be the case. This is supposed to be a good thing, so why are you still fighting? If you don't mind, can you tell me about it? After all, women understand women better. As Shen Youqing's special assistant, I have an obligation to help my boss with her worries, whether they are work-related or personal. Well, that's it. Lu Yun secretly found a good reason for her nosy little mind. It's not that I can't talk about it. It's like this. I called her. And Su Yang avoided the important issues and simply said a few words. Lu Yun listened with rapt attention, her expression quite wonderful. She could imagine how angry Shen Youqing would have been at that time. The iceberg beauty president, she had finally met her match. Lu Yun suppressed her laughter and whispered, President Shen is jealous. What kind of jealousy is she talking about? I'm not flirting with other women. When a woman lacks a sense of security, she'll easily get carried away with her imagination over even the slightest thing. Lu Yun stretched out her small, white hand and patted Su Yang on the shoulder. Su manager, if you really like Ms. Shen, you need to pay more attention to her, spend more time with her, and give her enough security. Then she won't suspect you. Good luck, and I'll be watching you. Lu Yun finally got to eat the boss's melon as she wished, and left with a smile. Su Yang shrugged, like I'd like her, what a joke. It seems that this woman has not yet made up her mind to fire me, so there may be a chance for a turnaround. Should I return the 20 million to her? After all, it was a gift to her grandfather, so how can I take her money? After thinking it over, I decided to wait a bit longer. Even if you are blood brothers, you should settle accounts clearly. In case Shin Yuqing really fires him, the money will not be returned. That 9Z bead was a birthday gift from his grandfather, and it is rare and valuable, so she is getting a bargain. In the end, it's still about the lack of money in his pocket. Shit. Su Yang shook his head to get rid of those messy thoughts. Time passed in a flash, and it was dark in no time. 7 p.m. Dongfang Hotel. Su Yang had booked a private room here to treat the guys from the security department to a meal. He had wanted to treat them last night, but Shin Yuqing had suddenly dragged him to the old house to meet with Grandpa, so he had no choice but to change it to tonight. Although he didn't know if he could keep his job, he had already promised his colleagues, so he had to keep his promise. Wow, what a luxurious hotel. This is the first time I've eaten in a 5-star hotel. Our minister is really generous. The group was overjoyed and kept flattering Su Yang. Su Yang waved his hand, don't be polite, brothers. Eat well, drink well, and then go clubbing after dinner. I'll treat. Great. The group got even more excited. Just then, a young man and woman walked into the hotel. The woman was dressed in designer clothes and was intimately holding her boyfriend's arm. It was Shin Xinling and Mo Zhanghao, Shin Yuqing's cousins. I wondered why I smelled poverty as soon as they walked in. It turns out you are this useless son-in-law. Shin Xinling yelled in a shrill voice, as if she was afraid that no one else could hear. Chapter 25, A Face That Really Needs a Beating. Su Yang frowned. It really was a narrow road, and they had run into them. A useless son-in-law? Our minister is a son-in-law? The group from the security department were dumbfounded, and some of them whispered. Don't look for trouble. Su Yang ignored them and was about to leave after giving a warning. Shin Xinling gave Mo Zhanghao a wink, and the latter immediately yelled at the top of his lungs, baby, why bother with him? He's just a loser who hides behind women. Su Yang stopped and slowly turned around. Kid, is your skin itchy again? Damn it. How dare you make fun of our boss? Let's fuck him up. The men behind Su Yang glared at him and were about to attack. Mo Zhanghao took a few timid steps back, gritted his teeth and yelled, what are you doing? I'll tell you, this is the Oriental Hotel, not a place where you can behave recklessly just because you're in a crowd. Security, security. Several security guards armed with batons hurried over. Sir, what's the matter? These people are causing a disturbance. Get them out of here quickly. Mo Zhanghao was the first to report the incident. Su Yang stopped his subordinates and said indifferently, we came here to eat. We have already reserved a private room. Are you sure you want to kick us out? We have already reserved a private room. The people who can enter here are worth at least tens of millions. A lousy security guard still wants to come here and act like a big shot. You've picked the wrong place. With your salary, you can't even afford the private room fee. Mo Zhanghao's face was full of contempt. The security guards at the Oriental Hotel suddenly looked very embarrassed. They were also security guards, and Mo Zhanghao's words included them in his scolding. Even so, they dared not speak out. After all, those who could afford to spend here were all big shots who were either rich or powerful, and they could not afford to offend them. Are you retarded? I booked the box and paid for it, you idiot. Su Yang raised his hand in a fist-pumping gesture, which scared Mo Zhanghao so much that he almost stumbled and fell, causing a burst of laughter. Mo Zhanghao's face was burning with anger. Shin Xinling gave him a disgusted glare and angrily cursed, useless piece of trash, what use are you? You can't even deal with a poor person. Shin Xinling looked at Su Yang with contempt, sneering, the cheapest box here starts at 50,000, plus various service charges, so even if you order the cheapest drinks and food, it'll be at least several 100,000. Where did a poor person like you get so much money? Did that bitch give it to you? Su Yang's eyes hardened, and he instantly grabbed Shin Xinling by the neck. Don't think that just because you're a Shin, I won't dare to touch you. That woman is a bit unpleasant, but only I can bully her, not you. Shin Xinling couldn't breathe, her face turned red, and she kept slapping Su Yang's hand to make him let go. Head, calm down, don't kill someone. The brothers from the security department hurriedly went up to persuade Su Yang. Su Yang leaned forward and whispered in her ear, TSK, you're the same Shin family heiress, but you're nowhere near your sister. No wonder the old man didn't choose you as the heir, you're not even as good as your sister's little finger. After that, Su Yan let go of her and walked towards the elevator with his entourage. Shin Xinling coughed with a hunched back, angrily scolding Mo Zhenghao, "You piece of trash, can't you see he's bullying me? I can't beat him." Mo Zhenghao felt aggrieved. He had seen Su Yang's prowess for himself, and he would never dare to lay a hand on Su Yang, even if he was given 3 guts to do so, otherwise he would definitely be the one to suffer. "Scum! I want to break up with you," Shin Xinling roared. She looked at the security guards and angrily shouted, "I'm telling you, I'm the Shin family's eldest daughter. If you offend me, even your boss won't be able to withstand the Shin family's wrath. You all have to get out of here." The security guards' faces paled. They didn't realize that the arrogant woman in front of them was actually the Shin family's eldest daughter. "What are you still doing here? Get everyone here and throw all those poor people out." Shin Xinling's anger was almost like a roar. She was almost mad, having been suppressed by Shin Yuqing since childhood, and now a useless and superfluous son-in-law had even dared to threaten her, which she could not stand. "Stop!" A dozen hotel security guards stopped Su Yang and the others. "We came here to spend money, and this is how you treat your guests?" Su Yang frowned. "Sir, I'm sorry, but that Miss Shin is someone we can't afford to offend, so we have to ask you to leave. I don't care if she's the daughter of a noble family, all I know is that I've already paid and I want to eat here. Sir, I advise you to bear with it, the Shin family is someone you can't mess with. Get out of the way." Su Yang's eyes gradually grew cold. At this time, a burly man in a suit ran over, and just by looking at his face, he had a ferocious appearance. This person was the manager of the security department, nicknamed Huang San. As soon as Huang San saw Shin Xinling, he immediately put on a servile expression, "Miss Shin, who has upset you?" Shin Xinling pointed her finger at Su Yang and said arrogantly and loudly, "You've come at the right time. You see that bumpkin? He actually dared to lay a hand on me and curse the Shin family with foul language. You teach him a good lesson for me. I want him to kneel down and apologize, and then throw him out." Huang San gave a glare, "Damn it! How dare you disrespect Miss Shin, you must be tired of living." A security guard from the hotel hurriedly whispered, "Sir, go quickly, this is our manager, he used to be in a gang and practiced martial arts, don't provoke him." Su Yang laughed. "A gangster? Humph. The last thing he fears is a gangster." Seeing that he was unmoved, the security guard shook his head helplessly, not daring to say another word, because Huang San had already come up to him. He thought to himself, "What a brave young man, but messing with Huang San will be a mistake." "Kid, you're the one who offended Miss Shin." Huang San was big and burly, and just looking at his build was intimidating. Shin Xinling, who was standing behind him, finally broke into a smile. It was as if she could already see Su Yang being beaten up by Huang San, his face bruised and swollen, and then kneeling before her weakly to apologize. A VIP room. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure was looking at Su Yang with interest through the glass. "Mr. Liang, do you want to intervene?" "Wait a bit longer. Huang San is not someone to be trifled with. If we don't intervene, I'm afraid Mr. Su will suffer. It's fine for a man to suffer a little. It's not the right time yet. We'll step in when he's really in danger. That'll have a better effect." So, Mr. Liang wants a beautiful woman to rescue a handsome man. This is a perfect opportunity to get close to him. These two are Liang Zixuan, the general manager of Jinhua Group, and Sun Li, her assistant. Outside, Su Yang said indifferently without any fear, "Do you know that you have a face that deserves a beating? You're looking for death." No one had dared to speak to him like that for a long time. Huang San was furious and swung his fist at Su Yang. Chapter 26. Su Yang trembled. Wow! What a scary socialite! Su Yang struck first, landing a straight punch that instantly hit the opponent's lower abdomen. Ah! Huang San hunched over, feeling only excruciating pain in his lower abdomen. He thought he was tough enough to take a beating, but he didn't expect the other person's strength to be so great. He realized that he had met a tough opponent. However, he was used to being arrogant, so how would he easily give in? "I'll fuck you up." Pop! A very loud slap, the sound of which made her flesh ache. Huang San was not finished speaking when Su Yang slapped him to the ground, his face burning with pain and his ears buzzing. Ah, this! Shin Xinling was stunned. She had expected to see Su Yang get a good beating, but the result was just the opposite. Wasn't Huang San supposed to be good at fighting? What a waste! At the same time, Liang Zixuan in the VIP room was thinking the same thing. She was extremely depressed because of Huang San's incompetence, which had cost her the chance to save the handsome guy. If she had known this was going to happen, she would have stepped in earlier. Just wait a little longer, Liang Zixuan told herself, but a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He's a man after my own heart. Su Yang gave Huang San a disdainful glance and said, "Get lost. What are you all standing around for? Get him." Huang San shouted angrily. The security guards glanced at each other, and none of them dared to act. Although the Oriental Hotel is the most luxurious hotel in Xinjiang, the security guards don't get paid much, just a little better treatment. When they encounter ordinary people, they can still scare people with their batons. But once they encounter tough people, people with families, who are paid so little, who would really risk their lives? Huang San saw that no one was going to do it, so he pointed at them in anger, meaning that he would settle the score later. He got up a bit unsteadily and glared at Su Yang. "Kid, we've got a big problem. Today I'm going to make you come in standing and go out lying. In Xinjiang, anyone who dares to mess with me Huang San doesn't have a good ending." Huang San left a threat and took out his phone to make a call. "What, you can't beat them so you start shaking people down? You think you're the only one with people?" Su Yang also took out his phone and made a call, then said to his colleagues in the security department, "You go to the private room first. Brother Yang, we came out together, how could we let you face danger alone? We are not afraid of anything, are we, brothers?" "Yes, Brother Yang, don't worry, we are not cowards." The others immediately expressed their views, but one security guard, who was a bit timid, said, "I have a family to support." "You coward." The others immediately rebuked him. Su Yang waved his hand. "Everyone comes out to make money to support their families, don't blame him. Thank you for your kindness, I can handle this matter, don't get involved." "Brother Yang, let's stop talking, trust me, it's a trivial matter. Everyone's task tonight is to eat well, drink well, and have fun, don't worry about anything else." Su Yang smiled at the timid colleague, indicating that he would not blame him. "Trivial matter? Ha ha." Huang San laughed angrily at Su Yang's words, still in a very arrogant manner. "Kid, you're pretty good at fighting, but so what? When I was hanging out in Xinjiang, you weren't even a hair on your ass yet. Tonight, I'll show you that just because you can fight doesn't mean you can get away with anything, and give you a deep understanding of what society is really like. Then I'd like to see what a real man in society is like." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of burly men with tattoos came walking menacingly, carrying iron bars. The leader was a bald man with a scar on his forehead, looking very intimidating. This man was nicknamed Brother Knife, ruthless and ruthless, with hundreds of brothers under his command. He was considered a well-known figure on the streets and no one dared to provoke him. Huang San dared to be so arrogant, relying on him. Some onlookers quickly made way. He's still young, but he's so eager to show off. This is the end for him. That Brother Dao is ruthless and heartless. I heard that he's responsible for several murders. He's killed someone? Shoo, keep your voice down. I heard it too. Anyway, this guy is a real hard ass. If you mess with him, you'll end up dead or in pieces. Let's stay a little further away. The onlookers whispered to each other, subconsciously stepping back, not daring to get too close to Brother Dao. Brother Dao enjoyed the feeling of being feared. Zixuan Liang in the VIP room suddenly clenched her fists with excitement, wishing she could go out there right now to show off her powerful side and capture the man's heart. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her pounding heart and continued to watch. The security guards, who had been so tough, were a little shaken by the scene. It's not surprising that they are scared. For ordinary people, who dares to mess with the Black and White Club? No one dares to mess with it. Brother Dao. Huang San went over to him happily, his servile manner like a pug dog trying to please its owner. Brother Dao gave a faint nod, then swept the room with his eyes, speaking arrogantly, "Who hit my brother?" "Brother Dao, it was him." Huang San pointed at Su Yang. Brother Dao looked up and down at Su Yang, sneering with disdain. "Boy, you've got some nerve, you even dared to hit my brother. I'll give you a chance to live, cut off one of your hands, kneel down and apologize, and pay a few million for the medical expenses, and we'll let this go." Huang San immediately straightened his back, showing a gloating expression. He had seen many tough guys, and in the end they all knelt on the ground like dogs begging for mercy. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Su Yang, with various expressions on their faces, including gloating, pity, and most of all, a sense of entertainment. Even if Su Yang were to be beaten to death, no one would dare to interfere. This is the reality. However, Su Yang was not afraid, not even a little bit. He spoke calmly, "You will regret this." Brother Dao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he shook the iron rod in his hand, smiling sinisterly. "Kid, you are the first person to dare to speak to me like this. I will give you a chance. Leave here immediately with your people, or it will be difficult for you to leave." Ha, ha, ha. Brother Dao laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and he reached up to scratch his ear. "I can't believe it, he's actually threatening me." Huang San immediately fanned the flames, screaming in a loud voice, "Kid, are you scared stupid? Standing in front of you is Brother Dao, a presence that can make Qingqing tremble with just a stomp of his foot. Daring to threaten him, you're dead." "Humph. You don't know when you're dead." Shen Xinling shrugged her shoulders and cast an idiotic look at Su Yang. Although she didn't know how powerful Brother Dao was, judging from the situation, he should be no less powerful. She secretly made up her mind that it was necessary to get in touch with Brother Dao, as she might be able to use him against Shen Yuqing in the future. When Brother Dao saw Shen Xinling, his eyes lit up and he extended his hand. "Miss Shen, I have heard a lot about you." A look of disgust flashed in Shen Xinling's eyes, but she still extended her hand and said hypocritically, "I have long heard of Brother Dao's reputation, and I would like to ask Brother Dao to vent my anger for me." Chapter 27. I have been putting up with you for a long time. Huang San quickly interjected, "Brother Dao, this kid bullied Miss Shen, so I am standing up for her." "Humph. If you dare to mess with Miss Shen, it's not just a broken arm." Brother Dao took out a sharp military knife from his waist, flipped his lips up, spat on the ground, and said sternly, "Kid, don't blame me for being heartless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for messing with the wrong person. You'll spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several burly thugs immediately charged at Su Yang. This is the time. In the VIP room, Liang Zixuan finally couldn't hold back anymore. She was about to push the door open and walk out when she saw another group of people entering the hotel. The one leading the group had short, spiky hair, was tall and burly, and had a fierce gaze. "I want to see who dares to be so arrogant." A loud voice rang out in everyone's ears. The person who had just arrived was Just C, the captain of the Qingcheng criminal investigation team and the king of the underworld. "Why do you say that?" "It's simple. People on the street are rats, and he is the cat. All the gangsters have to bow down in front of him." Brother Knife's face instantly turned pale when he saw him, and he quickly hid the knife. "Who the hell are you?" Huang San angrily shouted. Although he is also an old gangster, he has been staying in the hotel in recent years and has not seen Gangzi. Brother Knife's face changed dramatically, and he kicked him. "Ah!" Huang San was kicked to the ground and said in disbelief, "Brother Dao, why did you hit me?" "You idiot, he is Lu Honggang from the city criminal investigation team." Brother Dao angrily cursed, then turned to reveal a flattering face and hurriedly took out a cigarette. "Team leader Lu, it's been a long time. I haven't been hanging around there lately, but I can see that your tail is almost up to the sky." "I wouldn't dare." Brother Knife wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Then why did I just hear you say that you either had a broken arm or a broken leg? What are you hiding behind your back? Take it out." "No, there's nothing." "Take it out." Gangzi's voice suddenly rose, and it scared Brother Knife, who trembled and took it out. A companion of Gangzi's immediately took out an evidence bag and put the knife in it. "It's over." Brother Knife groaned inwardly and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Team leader Lu, we were just acting on impulse, we just wanted to scare him, we didn't mean to do anything to him." "Really? Then I'll scare you too." Gangzi immediately took out his phone and made a call. "Chief, I suggest we start the operation tonight." "Good. Team leader Lu, what are you?" Brother Knife's legs went weak with fear. "Congratulations, you are the first ones to go to jail in this year's anti-pornography operation." After saying this, Gangzi waved his hand and thundered, "Take these people away." Two police officers immediately rushed over and grabbed Brother Knife's arms from the left and right. "I understand, you are here to take revenge for that kid, you are taking revenge for personal reasons, I want to report you." Brother Dao yelled in frustration, trying to create public opinion. Gangzi reached out and slapped him in the face. "You're mistaken. He doesn't need anyone to take out his anger. With his abilities, he could send you to prison for serious criminals. You should be glad it was me who arrested you. He's not interested in puny characters like you." "Who is he?" Brother Dao was dumbfounded, and only then did he realize that he had kicked against the iron plate. Gangzi didn't answer him, but instead smiled at Su Yang. How was that? Was it enough? This is what you're supposed to do. Hey, you, I don't care what kind of person you are, when you have time, you have to buy me a kebab. Go out the door and turn left, there's a gluten kebab on the roadside. You can count on it. Gangzi laughed and gave Su Yang a shoulder tap, then waved his hand, take them all away. Dagwa violently shook off the constable's restraints, knelt down before Su Yang, and begged with a tearful voice, Brother leader, I was blind, please give me a chance, I promise to turn over a new leaf and be a good person. You were already given a chance just now. Su Yang was unmoved. Gangzi waved his hand, take them away. Brother Dao glared at Huang San angrily, wanting to kill him, damn it. It's all because of you stupid idiot, I'll deal with you when we get inside. Huang San was completely deflated, cowering in fear, regretting it so much that his intestines turned blue. As Brother Dao and the others were taken away, the hall became a bit more spacious. Everyone was shocked. No one expected this outcome, arrogant for half a day and not even getting angry before being taken away. It's true that having money is not as good as having power. Su Yang turned his head and looked at Shen Xiling, who took a few fearful steps back. What do you want? Su Yang pressed in on her, I've put up with you for a long time. Pang! A very loud slap. Su Yang struck without mercy, sending Shen Xiling flying 4 or 5 meters with a loud thud to the ground, screaming in pain. How dare you hit me? Shen Xiling screamed, covering her face, her eyes full of resentment. What, you don't naively think that I won't hit a woman, do you? You! Shen Xiling had no face to stay here, and quickly left the hotel. As for that Mo Daishao, he had long since disappeared. Su Yang ignored her and took her colleagues into the elevator. VIP room. Assistant suddenly sighed, another opportunity missed. I didn't expect it either. He easily diffused the crisis, and the people from the municipal police department were at his beck and call. This man's identity is so mysterious, I'm really getting more and more curious about him. Liang Zixuan's eyes were full of wonder. Isn't your boyfriend in the municipal government? Find a way to investigate, I want his details, more detailed than what Shen Yuqing knows. Liang Zixuan left a sentence and opened the door to go out. Sun Li was dumbfounded, the 2 wealthiest women in Qingcheng were fighting over the same man. Su Yang's good fortune made even me a little jealous. In the private room, the mood was high. Those from the security department had truly seen how powerful Su Yang was. If they had previously only paid him compliments out of fear of their superior, now they truly admired him from the bottom of their hearts, bombarding him with all kinds of flattery that made Su Yang's head spin. Sir, these 2 bottles are 1982 Lafite, please enjoy. The waiter skillfully opened the wine and began to decant it. Wait, I didn't order red wine. It's like this, a lady sent it to you. A lady? Su Yang was puzzled, could it be Shen Yuqing? Just as he was wondering, the door to the private room opened and an elegant beauty with a perfect curve at the corner of her lips walked slowly towards him. Su Yang, we meet again. Ms. Liang, you. Just learned that you were here, and there was a bit of an unpleasantness. I'm really sorry, I've already fired Huang San. This hotel is yours? Su Yang was surprised. Liang Zixuan gave a slight smile, I am a shareholder here, although I am not involved in management, I don't need to ask anyone's opinion to fire an employee. Then thank you, Ms. Liang, I'm treating my colleagues to dinner, would you like to join us? Su Yang was just saying this casually as a token of his gratitude. He didn't think that Liang Zixuan, a famous heiress, would eat with a bunch of men at a table. Great, then I won't be rude. That's exactly what Liang Zixuan wanted to hear, so she immediately agreed. Su Yang froze. His colleagues exchanged knowing glances and let out a laugh that even men understood, quickly making room for Liang Zixuan, right next to Su Yang. Chapter 28 You are the big bad guy. Liang Zixuan happily sat down. Waiter, get 5 bottles of Maodai first. Su Yang smiled at Liang Zixuan, we are all rough people, and we prefer to drink white. Liang Zixuan raised the goblet, slightly shook the glass, and said with a hint, the taste of different drinks is naturally different, but each has its own charm. As for which one is more suitable for you, you still have to taste the flavor carefully. This bold confession was too explicit. Most of the people at the table could hear the undertones in her words, and they all laughed. Su Yang felt a little embarrassed and touched his brow. Well, I don't know what you like to eat, so you order. Liang Zixuan saw that he was at a loss for words, so he changed the subject and didn't point it out. He took the menu and ordered a few dishes. Su Yang was stunned again. The dishes she ordered were all the ones he liked. Liang Zixuan, as if she could read his mind, teased him, "Are you surprised that I ordered dishes you like? How do you know I like these?" "Because I like you." "Ah." Su Yang looked at Liang Zixuan's beautiful face in disbelief. Usually, he didn't seem to have anything to do with her, so how did he capture her heart? "Could it be that I'm that charming?" "Ms. Liang, you know what I like to eat, and I suppose you also know that I'm already married." Overjoyed, Su Yang felt a little disappointed inside. A woman he had only met once knew what he liked to eat, while his wife of 3 years didn't even know what he looked like, or she would have recognized him. Thinking about this, Su Yang laughed a little self-deprecatingly. "Even if you want to reject me, you don't need such a lame excuse. Xin Yuqing wouldn't like a married man." "Liang Zixuan doesn't know much, that's true." "Really? I don't believe it." Su Yang laughed and teased, "You haven't done your job well. You know exactly what I like to eat, and you don't even know that I'm married. Even if you are married, I'm going to steal you away." Liang Zixuan was infuriated, secretly blaming Sunli for not doing her job well, and hoping that she would investigate more thoroughly this time. "Why don't you order some of your favorite dishes? If you like it, I like it." "Okay." Su Yang sighed helplessly. This girl was determined to get attached to him. Everyone was in an uproar. "Boss, won't you introduce us to this beautiful lady?" The boss called her Boss Liang. "She must be rich and beautiful, and she's also after the boss. The boss is so happy." "If it were me, I would say yes right away." "Exactly, boss, what are you hesitating about? You're not really getting married, are you?" Although it says married on his resume, he's only 23 years old, living in a long-term rental by himself, and married for 3 years? Who would believe that? This doesn't look like someone who's married. Go on, and whoever talks any more will have to drink one more glass of wine." Su Yang scolded with a smile. The group was in high spirits, asking questions non-stop, and Liang Zixuan was very interested and silently took it all in. Meanwhile, Xin Yuqing was getting drunk at the bar. She had had a few words with Su Yang on the phone and was in a terrible mood. In the afternoon, she learned that Su Yang had returned to the company and thought he was going to hand in his resignation. For some reason, she was a little nervous. Every time there was a knock on the door, she thought it was Su Yang. When she got off work and Su Yang didn't come, she let out a relieved sigh, thinking that the guy was really leaving and that it must have been just angry words. Lu Yun said that Su Yang was treating people to dinner that night. She felt bad and wanted a drink, but before she knew it, she was at the July bar, the bar where she had a one-night stand with Su Yang and where Su Yang used to work. It was here that she lost her virginity. That despicable man who always annoyed him must have served a lot of rich women here. Xin Yuqing sat at the bar, leaning a little uncomfortably on it, propping her head up with one hand and holding a stemmed glass in the other, her thoughts a million miles away. The thought of him serving rich women with all his heart in bed made her feel particularly blocked. Even though she was drunk, no one dared to approach and chat with her. For burly men were standing nearby, acting as Xin Yuqing's bodyguards. Lu Yun felt heartbroken and persuaded, "Ms. Xin, you've had too much to drink, don't drink anymore. Leave me alone." Xin Yuqing shook off Lu Yun's hand. Lu Yun sighed helplessly, took out her phone, hesitated for a few seconds, and then dialed Su Yang's number. The phone quickly connected, and a noisy voice came from the receiver. "Su Yang, it's very noisy where you are, I can't hear you clearly. Please, it's even noisier where you are." Su Yang quickly walked out of the room. Liang Zixuan frowned and followed her out. "Su Yang, come quickly, President Xin is drunk and still drinking, I can't persuade her." "Where are you?" "July bar." "I'll be right there." Su Yang hung up the phone, and Liang Zixuan asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Xin Yuqing is drunk, and I have to leave for a while." Su Yang returned to the private room and said apologetically, "Everyone, I'm sorry, but I have to leave for a while. Enjoy your meal, go home safely, and report your safety in the group." "I'll go with you." Liang Zixuan grabbed Su Yang's arm tightly. "No need. It's late, I'll go alone." Su Yang walked quickly away. Liang Zixuan stamped her foot, hesitated slightly, and followed. Su Yang hailed a taxi and headed straight for the July bar. Liang Zixuan got in the car as well, and ordered the driver to follow from a distance. She wanted to see what Xin Yuqing was up to. July bar. Su Yang arrived and saw Shin Yuqing slumped over the bar, her small hand still holding a bottle of wine. "You've finally come. Why did she drink so much? She's in a bad mood." Su Yang reached out and touched Shin Yuqing's arm. "Hey, stop drinking." Shin Yuqing turned her head, her eyes glazed with drunkenness. "Why did you come?" Without saying a word, Su Yang picked her up and walked quickly out the door. "Put me down, I want to keep drinking." Shin Yuqing kicked restlessly, her small hands flailing. Just then, a handsome young man came walking towards them, happily greeting them. "Holy cow, it really is you, Su Yang. Where have you been? I haven't seen you in so long." The young man was Wang Peisong, a bartender at the bar and a good friend of Su Yang's. "Song, long time no see." Su Yang stopped and smiled at him. "So she's your girlfriend? Hey, what does your girlfriend do? She seems to be very rich, with 4 bodyguards around her. Look at all those people nearby, their eyes are about to burst out of their heads, they can't wait to eat your girlfriend, but no one dares to approach her. Song is a chatterbox, he just kept talking. Brother, let's chat some other time." "Okay." Wang Peisong looked at Su Yang's departing back, dumbfounded. They both worked in nightclubs, but look at him, he's got a rich girl. So envious. About half an hour later, Su Yang walked into the villa with Shin Yuqing in his arms. This was the first time he had been to Shin Yuqing's home. Although it wasn't as big as the Shin family villa, it was still several hundred square meters, and must have cost tens of millions at least. The house was luxuriously decorated and spotlessly clean. Su Yang put Shin Yuqing on the bed and pulled the quilt over her, but she kicked it away. "You damned bastard, Su Yang, you're a real scoundrel." Shin Yuqing muttered. Su Yang grunted in annoyance. "Damn you, you're still scolding me when it's like this, I shouldn't have bothered." "Well, you bad thing, you're driving me crazy. I was just testing you, and you're still angry with me. How can people trust you in this profession?" Bad thing, bad thing." Shin Yuqing muttered, looking aggrieved. Su Yang rolled his eyes in frustration. "What profession do you think I'm in? You don't think I'm a male model, do you?" At the moment, Shin Yuqing had a rosy face, with a slightly pouty mouth, looking silly and very cute. Su Yang's Adam's apple rolled as he hurriedly averted his gaze, fearing that he would lose control if he looked any longer. "It's so hot." Shin Yuqing was fidgeting, tearing at her clothes to reveal large patches of snow-white skin, especially the deep ravine, which once again caught his eye. His Adam's apple rolled as he felt his mouth go dry. Chapter 29. Handsome guy, do you want to have some fun? Su Yang hurriedly ran to the bathroom, opened the tap, and the cold water cleared his head a little. Phew! What a charming little demon. After calming down for a moment, he walked out of the bathroom. A thing flew towards him and landed right on his head. He took it off and saw that it was a very sexy little EE with a pair of cute big eyes. A tempting, sweet fragrance filled his nostrils, making his blood boil. Clothes were scattered on the floor. Looking further, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Shin Yuqing sat on the bed with a dazed look in her eyes, her small hands holding a more sexy little EE, shaking it. Whoosh! The little EE, which had been hiding in the private garden, flew towards Su Yang. Su Yang subconsciously caught it, feeling the softness in his hands. Curious, he looked down and felt his palms getting hot. This was what she usually wore. Little handsome guy, do you like my underwear? Shin Yuqing giggled, and her slender fingers curled up towards him. The way her eyes were glazed over would make even a high priest renounce his vows. Su Yang's face flushed, and he hurriedly looked away, but as soon as he saw her again, his eyes went straight back to her. They're really big. Su Yang's Adam's apple rolled, and he felt his mouth go dry. His gaze grew more and more fervent. This cheap wife is truly a favorite of heaven. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a great figure. Why are these two sisters so good-looking? They are big, white, and pink. The evil fire that had just been suppressed began to rise again and again. Su Yang walked towards her step by step, and as soon as he reached the edge of the bed, she hooked his neck, and he fell onto the bed, the enticing body fragrance filling his nostrils. With the warm, soft jade in his arms, I'm afraid even the monk Tang couldn't resist such temptation. Su Yang rolled over, changing from passive to active. He lowered his head quickly, accurately, and fiercely. Finally, he caught the two pink lips that he had coveted for a long time, feeling their sweetness. An extremely familiar feeling welled up in him, and the figure of that woman appeared in his mind. Strange, why did I think of her? their taste was exactly the same. Could it be that this is the taste of kissing a woman? The lips parted. Xin Yuqing was panting, her beautiful eyes even more charming. Xin Yuqing, if you keep seducing me like this, I won't be able to resist. Su Yang was also panting, his fiery gaze revealing a few complex expressions. He had no psychological burden in possessing Xin Yuqing, after all, the two were legally married. Handsome guy, do I look good? Xin Yuqing gave a very innocent smile, looking silly and very cute. Su Yang's gaze softened, and he gently stroked her face. Eat your sister quickly, just like last time. If you serve her well, you'll be rewarded. Su Yang's face suddenly changed, and the fire of lust instantly extinguished. He grabbed Xin Yuqing's neck and said, "Last time? Who was that person?" It hurts, it hurts. Xin Yuqing's small hands kept slapping the back of Su Yang's hand, and tears of pain came out. Su Yang let her go, then got out of bed with a cold expression on her face. Xin Yuqing, you actually cuckolded me, very good. Bang! Su Yang slammed the door and went to July Bar, where she hailed a taxi. Liang Zixuan immediately ordered the driver to follow. She had been extremely anxious when she saw Su Yang enter the villa with Xin Yuqing in his arms, fearing that the two of them might have done something. Just as she couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to rush in, Su Yang actually came out, looking very angry. Liang Zixuan let out a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know what had happened between the two, as long as they hadn't done that kind of thing, she was fine. July Bar. As soon as Su Yang entered the bar, he saw Wang Peisong. Come, have a drink. Su Yang put his arm around Wang Peisong's shoulder and walked over to the bar. I still have to work. Screw that, I'll pay you. Let's drink. Su Yang took out a wad of money and threw it on the bar. Brother Yang, why are you back again? You look so depressed, did you have a fight with your girlfriend? Forget about her, let's drink. Brother Yang, ordinary people like us can't find goddess-level girlfriends like you, so you should be happy and cherish it. Drinking won't stop you from talking. Su Yang clinked his glass with him and drained it in one go. You two are really interesting, taking turns getting drunk. Wang Peisong felt very amused. Neither of them had a poor drinking capacity, and they were having a great time drinking. Before they knew it, there were already a bunch of empty bottles in front of them. The bar was filled with loud cheers. The dynamic music was very exciting, and the beautiful men and women on the dance floor were swaying to their heart's content. Let's go dance. Great. The two of them walked into the dance floor, shoulders touching. Su Yang soon melted in, stepping to the beat of the dynamic music and dancing casually, shouting out every now and then. After shouting, he felt very happy. His tall and handsome figure soon attracted many women, including pretty little girls and mature young women. They surrounded him, showing off their beauty to the fullest. Handsome guy, let's get acquainted. Handsome guy, do you want to have some fun? Get lost, the handsome guy is mine. A group of women, pushing and shoving each other, fought over Su Yang. Get lost. A graceful figure appeared next to Su Yang, taking his arm. Su Yang. Hey, it's you, why are you here? Su Yang responded loudly. Liang Zixuan pulled him to walk out, but was stopped by those women. This handsome guy is mine, let go of him. A sexy and enchanting young wife looked at Liang Zixuan provocatively. However, before Liang Zixuan could respond, a young girl dressed in an unconventional manner was unhappy and pushed the young woman, saying arrogantly, "Take your handsome guy back. Look in the mirror and see what you look like, you old hag." Immediately afterwards, the young girl smiled at Su Yang. Handsome guy, I have a few more girls over here. We can have some fun together. Cough cough. Wang Peisong, who witnessed the whole thing, was choked up by these words. Although he had long since become accustomed to it, he couldn't help but laugh. Get out of here. Liang Zixuan raised her hand. Several bodyguards nearby immediately rushed over to protect them. When those women saw this, they didn't dare to continue flirting and left angrily. Damn it! Yang, your romantic encounters are so jealousy-inducing. You just sent away one rich and beautiful woman, and now here comes another. It's really unfair. Wang Pei let go of Su Yang's arm and covered his chest with his hands, feeling depressed. Su Yang waved at Liang Zixuan. What are you doing? Tell them to go. Then, Su Yang took Wang Pei's arm and returned to the bar to continue drinking. Liang Zixuan stamped her foot in anger. Xin Yuqing, if you don't like it, let go. He must be here drinking alone because of you. There was nothing she could do. She had no choice but to follow Su Yang to the bar and sit down next to him. She would not leave until Su Yang did, so as not to give those scoundrels an advantage. Chapter 30 Liang Zixuan learns the truth. Wang Peisong reached out and put his arm around Su Yang's neck, whispering, "Yang, you've got one on the left and one on the right, but which one is your girlfriend? It's not good to have two girlfriends, is it?" "What do you mean two girlfriends?" "Don't be ridiculous, they're not my girlfriends." "What? No way." Wang Peisong glanced at Liang Zixuan, who was clearly in love. No one would believe that their relationship was innocent. "Let's not talk about that. I want to ask you something. Do you remember the other day when we were drinking together? I told you that I felt a bit uncomfortable, so I went to lie down in a private room for a while. It's only been a short time, of course I remember. Why? At that time, a girl entered my room, did you notice?" "What? Damn, you've had too many affairs. I've worked here for so long and haven't even got a girlfriend. It's so unfair." "Hey, did you guys do it?" Wang Peisong was very curious and raised the corner of his mouth in a wicked smile. Su Yang blushed. "Think about it, I want to find her." "What do you want with her? You don't want her to take responsibility, do you?" "Big brother, it was a one-night stand, there's no responsibility." "You, don't interrupt, remember. There were so many people every day, how could I possibly remember?" "Do you have a photo of her?" "No photo. Alas, the lighting was very poor, I didn't even get a good look at her face, just a general outline. She was not short, had a good figure, was very fair, and had long hair." Su Yang smiled awkwardly. "I'm really impressed, you don't even know what she looks like." Speaking of which, Wang Peisong pointed at the young girls on the dance floor. "Look, they're all in great shape, with fair skin and long hair." Forget it, forget I said it." Su Yang rolled his eyes in disbelief, feeling dizzy. That incident had always been hidden in his heart, known only to Gangzi. This time, he had spoken up, tempted by the alcohol, to see if his best friend could provide some useful clues. However, these words were heard by Liang Zixuan. Liang Zixuan clenched her fists, feeling as if she had fallen into a vat of vinegar. She was so upset inside. She had been so careful, but someone had already beaten her to it. From what Su Yang had said, it sounded like he wanted to find that woman. A one-night stand had developed into something more? Suddenly a thought occurred to her, and Liang Zixuan's breathing became slightly rapid. Maybe this is a good way to get him. Thinking of this, Liang Zixuan tugged on Su Yang's arm. Su Yang turned his head and hiccuped. "What is it?" "Actually, I've been unable to finish what I was saying." Su Yang suddenly passed out in her arms. Hey! Liang Zixuan was a little depressed, so she waved her hands, and two bodyguards immediately came over and took Su Yang out, holding him on the left and right. Soon after, in the presidential suite, Su Yang was lying on the bed, fast asleep. Liang Zixuan sat by the bed, reached out and stroked Su Yang's handsome face, murmuring, "Why are you so good looking? I really want to eat you up." A pleasant ringtone sounded. Liang Zixuan took out her phone and saw that it was Sun Li calling. "President Liang, where are you? I have something important to report to you, it's about Su Yang." Dongfang Hotel. Liang Zixuan hung up the phone and leaned down to kiss Su Yang. About 20 minutes later, Sun Li walked into the presidential suite with ease and saw Liang Zixuan sitting in the living room. "President Liang, here are the details of Su Yang. This is all we could find out so far." Sun Li handed Liang Zixuan a stack of documents. "I thought he was cheating on me, but I didn't expect him to be married." Liang Zixuan's face changed, and she was a little surprised when she saw the content behind it. "What? His wife is actually Xin Yuqing." "I was also very surprised when I found out this, I didn't think they were actually married. But it seems that Xin Yuqing doesn't know that Su Yang is her husband of 3 years." "Tell me." "According to the information I got before, Xin Yuqing hired Lu Kongning, the most famous lawyer in the lawyer circle, to handle her divorce. If she knew that Su Yang was her husband, the two of them would not have gotten along so well." "Does Xin Yuqing not even know her own husband?" Liang Zixuan is very confused. The reason for this is not entirely clear, but oh yes, Su Yang's former name was Lin Yang, the eldest son of the Lin family. He was later driven out of the family home by his father, and he changed his name to his mother's surname. Even his name was changed, so it seems that Xin Yuqing really didn't recognize him. I just don't know if he recognized Xin Yuqing. Why don't you try asking him? Sun Li suggested. Liang Zixuan did not respond to her, and very seriously went through Su Yang's information. After a moment, she frowned in displeasure when she didn't find what she was looking for. Some time ago, Su Yang had a one-night stand with a girl at the July bar. I want to know who that girl is. Su Yang seemed to take this matter very seriously. Oh, is that so? You don't mind? Sun Li was a little surprised. In theory, Liang Zixuan would have no hesitation in giving up Su Yang when she found out about this, because she had a virgin complex and could not bear to see her favorite man being intimate with other women, let alone having a one-night stand. Does it matter if you mind? It's already happened. What did he want with that girl? Did he want her to take responsibility? That's not important. What's important is that I need to find out who that girl is, and she must never appear in front of Su Yang again, because I want to be that girl. What? Sun Li was stunned. This arrogant and strong woman was actually going to use this method to get close to a man, which completely subverted her perception. This method is the most effective. It will make me his woman in the shortest time. As long as I can get him, what does it matter if I use some tricks? As long as I treat him sincerely, feelings will grow over time. And given his personality, even if he finds out in the future, he won't abandon me. Liang Zixuan didn't do this on a whim, but after careful consideration. She believed that, whether in love or in business, as long as there is a shortcut, why not take it? But he's not divorced yet. So what if he hasn't divorced yet? As long as I'm with him, with Xin Yuqing's arrogant personality, even if she knows the truth, she will divorce him. Can she tolerate her husband cheating on her? Okay, I'll check it out and see if I can find the girl. If I find her, I'll give her some money and tell her to go far away. Okay. After reading the information, Liang Zixuan said with a little curiosity, although the information you investigated is already detailed enough, it is all superficial. I always feel that Su Yang's identity is not simple. Liang Zixuan rubbed her chin thoughtfully. You see, he was able to contact the calligraphy master Mr. Yang with just one phone call, and the two seemed to be very close. He was able to mobilize the municipal criminal investigation team with just one phone call, which is not something that just anyone can do. Su Yang, just who are you? Liang Zixuan rubbed her temples. This mysterious man was becoming more and more attractive to her. Chapter 31, Will you take responsibility? President Liang, his identity is indeed very mysterious. Even the municipal law enforcement system cannot find much information about him. It seems that I need to give Uncle Li a call. You go ahead and finish up. Destroy this information and don't tell anyone about Su Yang's affairs. Okay, got it. Sun Li left in response. Liang Zixuan took out her phone and dialed a number. Uncle Li, how have you been recently? Girl, it's late at night, you're not just calling to ask how I'm doing, are you? A magnetic voice came from the receiver. Uncle Li, I'm sorry to disturb you late at night, can you help me look up someone? What kind of person? Well, a man. A boyfriend? Not yet. I'm a little curious, too. What kind of man needs me to find out for you? You know, I love calligraphy, I admire Mr. Yang very much, and he is close to Mr. Yang, and his calligraphy skills are very high, so such a person cannot be an unknown nobody. Hearing you say that, I'm even more curious. Send me his name and photo, and I'll check the background of this person. Okay, thanks, Uncle Li, I'll send it to you in a moment. I was thinking of letting you be my daughter-in-law, but now it seems that you already have someone you like. My silly son doesn't have that kind of luck. Uncle, I've always treated Huixing as a younger brother. Liang Zixuan felt a little embarrassed. As soon as the phone hung up, she immediately sent Su Yang's information. Then she walked into the bedroom again and saw that Su Yang's clothes were gone, leaving only a small bulge. Liang Zixuan's face instantly turned red. Rumors that she was lusting after men were in fact a disguise, just a way for her to confuse her business rivals. Although she had been in 2 relationships before, they were both short-lived, and the other parties could not stand the test, and they never talked again afterwards. This was the first time she had observed the majesty of a man. She walked over to the bed, trembling as she reached out her hand, trying to pull the quilt over Su Yang, but she accidentally covered Su Yang's chest, gently stroking the firm muscles, a hint of springtime in her eyes. What a handsome man, what a beautiful body. Liang Zixuan bit her lips lightly, struggling for a moment, but unable to control herself. Her face slowly rested on this man's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, and her own heart rate quickened. "Su Yang, I like you," Liang Zishuan murmured. The next morning, Su Yang woke up and found that he was only wearing a small t-shirt. A shiver ran through him, and he sat up abruptly, trying to remember the events of last night. "I remember drinking at the bar, and then getting drunk, and then I seem to have passed out in Zishuan Liang's arms. Did something happen with her? What should I do?" Su Yang raised his hand and pounded his head. The door opened. Liang Zishuan walked in. She was wearing a white nightdress, her long, slightly curled hair scattered about, her eyes full of tenderness like the autumn water. She saw that Su Yang had woken up, and a smile curved her lips. "You're awake. Last night, Su Yang felt a little embarrassed. Liang Zishuan pouted her lips and said with a pretense of being aggrieved, "Last night you were drunk and a mess, and I kindly took you to the hotel to rest, but you, on the contrary, held me back and kept asking for me, and did you kiss me?" Su Yang felt even more embarrassed and a little guilty. He had no recollection of what had happened last night, but he did have a beautiful dream. In his dream, he and Xin Yuqing were working hard to make a baby. Liang Zishuan burst out laughing, her face turning red. "Look at you, so flustered. I was just joking with you. You were so drunk you took off your clothes by yourself." Su Yang let out a sigh of relief, his face flustered. "I'm sorry to have troubled you. I consider you a friend, so you don't need to be so polite with me." Liang Zishuan changed the subject with a smile, "But, come to think of it, if you did do something to me last night, would you take responsibility?" "No." "What?" "Liang, I don't want to lie to you, I'm married, I can't take responsibility for you, I can only make it up to you in other ways. However, apart from affection, it's all about material things, and you don't lack money, I don't know how to take responsibility for you." Su Yang spoke the truth. "Although it was a little hard to hear what you said, I'm still very grateful that you are willing to be honest with me. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you, I'm not that kind of woman." Liang Zishuan smiled and said, "Come and have breakfast." As he watched her leave, Su Yang sighed. He was not a fool, and he could feel Liang Zishuan's intentions, but he still had a lot of mess to clean up, so he had no time to think about these things. Qinghu Villa. In the bedroom, Xin Yuqing woke up. She rubbed her slightly puffy eyes. Her head was dizzy and her mouth was dry. After sitting up, she stared blankly for a while, with only scattered fragments of memories of last night in her mind. Turning her head, she noticed a glass of water on the bedside table and took it to drink. Belch. After a glass of cold water went down her throat, Xin Yuqing felt much better. Then she called Lu Yun. "Miss Shen, you're awake. Did you bring me home last night?" "Yes, and Su Yan too." "He was here too?" "You kept drinking last night and no one could talk you out of it, so I called Su Yang and he came right away." Lu Yun told her what had happened last night. "When did he leave?" "I'm not sure, but I saw him carrying you into the villa and I left." "You little girl, you left me with a man and just left. Weren't you worried that he would do something to me while I was drunk?" Xin Yuqing said something against her will, but she was secretly pleased. "He actually came back holding me, this damned guy, he must have taken advantage of me." Hearing these reproachful words, on the other end of the phone, Lu Yun was speechless, thinking to herself, "How dare I interfere in your two's business?" Chapter 32, Misunderstanding. Xin Yuqing hung up the phone. She crossed her arms and hugged her knees, her smooth chin resting on her knees as she stared blankly ahead. That night, she met Su Yang and completed her transformation from a girl to a woman. The next day, she went to the newly acquired company and saw the man again. The scenes that followed kept playing out in her mind. Sometimes she giggled, sometimes she was annoyed. Unconsciously, this man had already occupied a certain space in her heart. However, there was always a gap between them. Marriage. She was a married woman and had not yet regained her freedom. Thinking about this, she became a little impatient and immediately picked up her phone to call and end this marriage as soon as possible. The phone quickly connected. "How did it go?" "I've been keeping an eye on him, but he seems to have wised up. He's hardly ever leaving the house these days, so it's a bit difficult to gather evidence of his infidelity. I've lost patience. Hurry up and get results. I want to see results within 3 days. I'm afraid that's going to be difficult. I can't just drag him out and force him to meet with the other woman. Aren't you the best at getting a divorce? I don't think you deserve your reputation as a top lawyer." Xin Yuqing's short temper flared up again. Lu Kongning was very depressed. Mr. Shin, I am a lawyer, good at divorce cases, but you can't sue him, and I am also very helpless. This is basically the work of a detective. Okay, stop complaining. I'm not shortchanging you, just think of a way. There is actually a way. What way? You two make up. What? Mr. Shin, don't get upset. Listen to me. I mean, pretend to make up. It's hard for someone to change their preferences. When they let their guard down, they'll reveal their true nature. Okay, I'll do as you say. Shin Yuqing and Lu Kongning discussed the details and then hung up. Walking down the second floor, she saw that the nanny had already made breakfast. Miss, I made you some nourishing congee. You must take care of your health and try to drink less. Wu Ma, did you see anyone else when you arrived? No. Wu Ma shook her head, hesitated, and sighed helplessly. She had been in the Shin family for many years, and had watched Shin Yuqing grow up. In the past, she was a bit naughty and always had a sweet smile on her face. Since her parents died, her personality had changed drastically, and she was cold every day. She saw it in her eyes and it hurt her heart. She thought that things would change after she got married, but she never imagined that it would be a marriage with no future. Miss, why is your life so hard? Wu's eyes were moist. Shin Yuqing didn't notice Wu's expression, her mood slightly downcast. She let out a small voice and sat down at the table, absent-mindedly drinking her congee. Miss, I don't know if I should say something. Say it. In this life, we will encounter many unexpected setbacks and hardships. We can't escape, we can only choose to face them. Life goes on, we have to look forward. Shin Yuqing did not interrupt her, but listened quietly. If you feel unhappy in your marriage, just end it. It's no big deal. It's not that we're unlucky, it's just that we haven't met the right person. If you meet a man in your life that makes your heart flutter, you can give it a try. Wu's mother wiped away a tear and her voice caught a little. If your husband and wife could see you from heaven, they would definitely want you to be happy every day. Shin Yuqing gave a soft nod, forced a smile, and sighed inwardly. If Grandpa had thought this way, there would have been no need for all this trouble. She ate a few bites and then left for the company. Tianming Group. Lu Yun arrived at the company very early and went to the security department first, but she got no answer. Su Yang had not yet arrived. She couldn't get through to him on the phone. She was anxious. Last night, after Su Yang had dropped Shin Yuqing off at the villa, had something happened between the two of them? The fire of gossip flared up again. How would she know that the reason why Su Yang's phone was not reachable was because Liang Zixuan had turned it off, while Su Yang was in the arms of a lover? As it turned out, Shin Yuqing arrived first. She had no choice but to go to the CEO's office with a stiff upper lip to report on the work arrangements for the day. Lu Yun noticed that the CEO was a little distracted, and the fire of gossip flared up even more. Her intuition told her that something must have happened last night. President Shin? I'm not deaf. Shin Yuqing shot Lu Yun a glare and casually asked, has Su Yang arrived yet? Not yet. If I remember correctly, he is also an assistant, so if you are here, why hasn't he arrived yet? That's probably because of traffic. He rides an electric bicycle. Last night, you were very idle. If you have nothing to do, you can clean the floor. If you don't finish cleaning, you are not allowed to have lunch. Shin Yuqing scolded with a stern face. No, I was wrong. Lu Yun's head dropped, and she hurriedly walked out, but she was called back after a few steps. Su Yang is here, ask him to come over. Okay. Lu Yun left in response, and after closing the door, she stuck out her tongue and made a face. I've never seen anyone in love like this. It was already high noon when Su Yang finally arrived at the company. When he walked into the first floor lobby, he saw General Manager Chen Weiqing talking with the department head. Chen Weiqing's fat old face immediately fell when he saw Su Yang. Su Yang, what's wrong with you? Look at the clock, it's past time to come in. Do you want to keep your job or not? If not, get out. Mr. Chen, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop yelling at me. Others may eat up your crap, but I won't. If you keep spouting nonsense, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Su Yang's gaze hardened, and he moved his wrists, taking up a fighting stance. Chen Weiqing's eyelids twitched, and he continued to scold in a firm tone. The company's regulations clearly state that being 2 hours late is considered 1 day of absenteeism. After accumulating 3 days of absenteeism in a year, you will be automatically dismissed. Do the math yourself. How many times have you been late this month? The last person who tried to get rid of me has already been fired and even gone to jail. Do you want to get fired too? Su Yang sneered. Do you think I'm that loser, Sun Tong? Humph. You'd better not let me catch you doing anything wrong, even President Chen won't be able to protect you. Chen Weicheng gave a sinister smile and turned to leave. I'll be damned, Su Yang is so cocky, he even dared to go against President Chen. President Chen's face turned green with anger. Who do you think can best him? It's hard to say. Chen is deeply entrenched in the company, has a good relationship with the shareholders, and I hear his background is not simple either. Su Yang is the favorite of President Chen, and he is also the key person in charge of the Science and Technology Park project. It is really not easy for President Chen to touch him. In the lobby, a group of people were murmuring. Security Department Office. Su Yang leaned back in his chair, a cigarette clamped between his fingers as he let out a cloud of smoke. His mind was filled with the images from Xin Youqing's bedroom last night. She had actually had sex with another man. This was intolerable to him and had touched his bottom line. Although they hadn't been together for 3 years, and he had been a little resentful, he didn't resent her. On the contrary, he had even had a glimmer of hope through this period of time. Now, even this little bit of fantasy of his has been shattered. He can tolerate Xin Youqing avoiding him for 3 years, but he cannot tolerate her betrayal. Everyone has a selfish side, and he is no exception. Although he also had a one-night stand some time ago, he will not choose to tolerate the fact that Xin Youqing cheated on him because of this. Call him emotionally clean-handed, call him selfish, but whenever he touches a woman who has been touched by someone else, even if she is beautiful, he will only feel disgusted. Chapter 33, I Want a Divorce. Su Yang stubbed out his cigarette, pulled open a drawer, found a SIM card, and inserted it into his phone. It was the number he had been using before. He had not used it since Lu Kongning had contacted him. After connecting the SIM card to the internet, he received a series of incoming call reminders. He found Lu Kongning's number and called it. The call was quickly connected. Lin Yang heard Lu Kongning's voice on the other end of the line. Mr. Lin, is there anything else you want to say? Lin Yang was taken aback and a little confused, but he quickly said, I agree to the divorce. Ha! On the street, Lu Kongning had just bought a cold drink and heard this, and he was instantly stunned, not understanding Lin Yang's intentions. Not long ago, they had just met, and he had conveyed Xin Youqing's words to Lin Yang, that there would be no divorce. Lin Jinglong was very surprised. He had wanted to take advantage of the situation to make a fortune, but he never expected that the eldest Miss Xin would not divorce again, and he was extremely depressed. However, on second thought, if he could make the marriage with the eldest Miss Xin as real as the rice that has been cooked, he would not be afraid even if the truth came out. In that case, he would not only get the woman, but also the fortune, which was exciting just to think about it. So, Lin Jinglong also agreed not to divorce, but he claimed that since they had chosen to reconcile, they should live together. Regarding this point, Xin Youqing and Lu Kongning had already come up with a response to this. What Lu Kongning didn't expect was that not long after they had finished talking, the other party changed their mind again. Mr. Lin, don't worry, Miss Xin will not mention divorce again, as long as you treat her sincerely. She's not getting a divorce? Su Yang was a little confused. That's not right, Xin Youqing has been dreaming of a divorce, how could she change her mind? She really isn't getting a divorce. She doesn't want to get a divorce if she doesn't want to? Who does she think she is? Su Yang was furious. He had never met such a domineering woman before. One minute she wanted a divorce, the next she didn't. What did she take him for? Lu Kongning held the phone away from his ear, the other person's shouting had made his ears buzz. Well, calm down. Women, they like to act up when they're unhappy. We men shouldn't take it personally. Besides, Miss Xin is the most beautiful woman in Xincheng. How many men would kill for the chance to be her husband? You should be happy. Don't give me that crap. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? The signal is bad. That's all. I'll talk to you again some other time. Lu Kongning pretended to say hello a few times, then hung up, pursing his lips. Does this person have a double personality? He can change his face faster than flipping through a book. Security Department Office. Damn it! Su Yang exploded in anger and swore. Just then, Lu Yun pushed the door open and walked in. She had wanted to inquire about last night to satisfy her curiosity, but as soon as she walked in, she heard Su Yang swear, and the words on her lips were swallowed. Su Yang, Mr. Shin is looking for you. Oh. Su Yang gave a short response with a dark face and immediately went to the CEO's office. Without knocking, he pushed open the door to the CEO's office and saw Shin Yuqing kneeling on a yoga mat, practicing yoga, her perfect curves on full display. Shin Yuqing glanced at him and continued practicing yoga. Last night, you walked me home? MMHM. Su Yang's Adam's apple rolled as he was captivated by the beautiful sight before him. After he came to his senses, he cursed himself for being so hopeless. Did you take advantage of me while I was drunk? Pish, don't even think it. Su Yang crossed his arms in front of his chest, averting his gaze from her, afraid that if he looked any longer, he would soften. Shin Yuqing stood up, her eyes full of teasing. Look at me. Su Yang glanced at her, then immediately looked away. What did President Shin want? You're afraid to look at me. Aren't you afraid that if you keep looking at me, you'll fall in love with me? Shin Yuqing walked up to Su Yang, staring him in the eyes, with a teasing smile on her face. Ha, this is really interesting. I find President Shin exceptionally narcissistic. Then look at me when you speak. Shin Yuqing reached out and pinched Su Yang's chin. The two of them looked at each other, and Shin Yuqing blinked her eyes cutely. Am I beautiful? The iceberg beauty president, who had always been aloof, was now like a naughty little girl, cute and full of energy. For a moment, he was mesmerized. Can you resist a beauty like me? Shin Yuqing's teasing tone was stronger, but she was a little nervous inside, wanting to know what had happened last night. As soon as she thought about last night, Su Yang immediately calmed down and waved her hand away. Humph. All show. Shin Yuqing's smile froze on her face. What do you mean? Literally. You need to explain to me exactly how I'm just all style and no substance. Shin Yuqing was a little upset. Su Yang laughed. President Shin, you sure know how to have fun when you're drunk. You must have had your fair share of young lovers. If I remember correctly, President Shin is married. Do you think you can do this to your husband? Even if you don't like him, you can't betray him. These words hit Shin Yuqing where it hurt. At the same time, she was also very angry. What did he mean by playing quite promiscuously and not looking for young gigolos? Shin Yuqing was very angry. When did I look for young gigolos? Humph. You know in your heart whether you looked for them or not. If you don't want to live a good life together, then get a divorce. As long as you don't get a divorce, you can't do anything to betray your husband. This is the very least you can do to show respect. You're making things up. Apart from you and me. Shin Yuqing did not continue, her pretty face turning pale with anger. Instead, she retorted, you keep saying I've done things to betray my husband, but haven't you betrayed your wife? Don't forget, you're also a married man. If I hadn't given you a well-paid job, you'd still be drinking with rich women in nightclubs. Before you talk about other people, think about the dirty things you've done yourself. When did I ever drink with rich women? Su Yang was so angry he could burst. In the past, he had indeed worked part-time at the July bar, but only as a waiter, occasionally promoting drinks. Why did Shin Yuqing always think he was a male model? He knew exactly what he had done. In your heart, I have always been that kind of person. Very good. Su Yang's heart was cold, and he slammed the door and left. Shin Yuqing sat down on the sofa, also furious. She poured a glass of red wine, gulped it down, and promptly lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Cough cough. Dog man, you're killing me. Ding. A text message was received. Shin Yuqing read it, immediately returned to her desk, took out a check, wrote furiously, then went to the cloakroom to change clothes and left the office quickly. Chapter 34 Shin Yuqing is furious. How dare you poach my employees? It was a hot, sunny day. A tall woman walked into the cafe. She was wearing a long white dress and high heels, looking exceptionally elegant and charming. She was wearing sunglasses and her long hair was draped over her face, but her beautiful face and delicate makeup could still be seen in the silhouette. It was Shin Yuqing. The coffee shop was filled with the rich aroma of coffee, which made people feel relaxed and happy. She walked straight to a seat by the window, took off her sunglasses, and revealed a pair of bright eyes, which revealed a kind of indifference and detachment in her gaze. It wasn't long before Lu Kaining arrived with his briefcase. Give Lin Yang this check and tell him it's my allowance for him. I've been too busy to spend time with him lately, but I'll try to be with him more often in the future. Shin Yuqing placed the check in front of Lu Kaining. 5 million. That's too much. Greedy people like him are insatiable. If you give him 5 million this time, he'll dare to ask for 50 million next time. Only by giving him enough benefits will he let his guard down. Okay. By the way, give me his contact information. Okay. Lu Kongning took out his phone and sent Shen Yuqing the 2 numbers he knew. One of the numbers was indeed Su Yang's, while the other was Lin Jinglong's. Shen Yuqing glanced at the numbers and didn't pay much attention to them. It was not uncommon for someone to have multiple numbers. I'll be going then. Okay. Shen Yuqing looked out the window in a daze. She didn't want to go back to the office. She felt a lump in her throat, and her big fight with Su Yang was only one of the reasons. The main reason was that she suddenly realized that she actually liked Su Yang a little. She had finally begun to face her true feelings. However, Su Yang's past was like a thorn in her heart. She really wanted to be like those heroines on TV and tell Su Yang very generously, "I don't mind your past, I only care about your future." She found that in reality, it was really hard not to care. Whenever she thought of Su Yang ingratiating himself with those rich women and the images of those rich women rolling around in bed, she felt really, really bad. She hoped that the man she would spend the rest of her life with would be faithful to her forever, not like a public toilet that anyone can use. Her common sense told her that she must extinguish the idea in time. How could she like a male model who sells his body for money? What made her collapse was that she could not bring herself to do it. Can you really tolerate everything about someone when you fall in love with them? Shen Yuqing sighed in a low mood. Just then, a man's voice suddenly came into her ears. "It's you, what a coincidence." Shen Yuqing looked up and saw a handsome boy standing opposite her. She frowned. "Do we know each other?" "You are Yang's girlfriend, right? We met at the bar last night, but you don't remember, because you were drunk." The handsome boy was Wang Peisong, a colleague of Su Yang's at the bar. "You mean Su Yang?" "Yes." "Are you friends?" "Of course, when Yang worked part-time at the bar, we were best friends." "July bar?" "Yes, you don't know it?" Wang Peisong was surprised. Shen Yuqing looked him up and down. He looked handsome, and he was of average height. But he looked a bit weak. Could he withstand the abuse of rich women? "With a body like yours, you work in that line of business?" "Huh?" Wang Peisong was stunned. He obviously felt a bit of contempt in her gaze, and frowned a bit unhappily. "Young lady, judging from your appearance, your family must be very wealthy. Do you feel ashamed that Yang used to work as a waiter in a bar? If that's the case, you should break up as soon as possible. Although Yang doesn't have much money, there are plenty of girls who like him." "Waiter? Is that what you call it in your line of work? I don't understand what you mean. As Yang's best friend, I still want to speak up for him. There is no distinction between noble and lowly occupations. What's wrong with being a waiter? We earn money through our own labor, we don't steal or rob. Do you have to make fun of us even though we earn a few thousand yuan a month? If you care about his previous job, break up with him as soon as possible, so that neither of you will suffer." "You mean, your job is to wait on tables, serving fruit and drinks?" Shen Yuqing suddenly woke up. Her heart was so nervous that it seemed like she had always thought that Su Yang was a male model and had never seen him do that kind of work with her own eyes. "Isn't that what waiters do?" Wang Peisong asked in return. He was completely confused by Shen Yuqing. Didn't the rich girl know what waiters did? "He's not a male model?" "What?" Wang Peisong's voice suddenly rose, and he was very angry. "No wonder you said that just now, you actually thought we did that kind of work. In your eyes, Brother Yang is actually that kind of person. Last night, he even persuaded him to cherish you. Now it seems that I was really nosy. Compared to that beautiful lady, you are far from it." Shen Yuqing was overjoyed. She had misunderstood him all along, so it was no wonder that he was so angry. If she were in his shoes and was misunderstood like that, she would be very angry too. "Su Yang, I'm sorry." Shen Yuqing felt a little guilty, blaming herself for not looking at Su Yang with colored glasses. He must be very sad. Overjoyed, she finally noticed Wang Peisong's words, and frowned again. "What beautiful lady? You need to be more specific." "That beautiful lady is also very rich, and the important thing is that she really likes Yang Gu." "What's her name and what does she do?" "If you want to spy on the enemy, I won't tell you." Wang Peisong pouted, turned around and was about to leave. "Stop, explain yourself clearly before you go, or I'll make it impossible for you to move in Xincheng." You! Wang Peisong was furious. If you tell me everything you know, I'll reward you with 100,000 yuan. Don't give me that loyalty crap, that's just the bullshit of young kids with big mouths. Xin Yuqing revealed a look of certainty in Wang Peisong. Wang Peisong smiled awkwardly. Actually, I don't know much. Yang didn't send you off last night, did he? He came back later, dragged me and started drinking. He must have had a fight with you, right? He looked really angry. Xin Yuqing rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, I was drunk, so how could I have had a fight with him? After that, the beautiful lady came. At that time, Yang was drunk and surrounded by a group of young girls and young women fighting over him. The lady's bodyguard drove those people away, and then she silently accompanied Yang until he got drunk. She and Yang then left. And the bodyguard, who was it? Xin Yuqing frowned and asked immediately, where did they go? These men and women who get drunk in bars usually go to a hotel after leaving the bar. Wang Peisong saw Xin Yuqing frown and immediately changed his words, this is all my speculation, it is also possible that she took brother Yang home. Can't you do that kind of thing after you've been home? Wang Peisong wondered in his heart, and a wicked smile that all men understood rose at the corner of his mouth. What's that woman's name? It seems like I heard Yang Ge call her boss Liang, I really don't know her name. Liang Zixuan, it's you. I should have thought of it earlier, apart from you, who would dare to poach my wall. Xin Yuqing was instantly furious. Back when they were at school, Liang Zixuan liked to compete with her, and after so many years, she never expected it to be like this now. Chapter 35 Xin Yuqing, your wife is really something. That's all I know. Wang Peisong scratched his head a little embarrassed. 100,000 yuan, a fortune for him. Receipt code. Okay. Wang Peisong quickly opened the receipt code. Xin Yuqing scanned the code and 100,000 yuan was quickly credited to his account. Well, if you need any help in the future, just let me know. Wang Peisong left happily. Soon after, Xin Yuqing returned to the office, walking around a bit worried, thinking but not knowing how to apologize to Su Yang. Lu Yun walked quickly into the president's office. President Xin, you wanted to see me. A good friend of mine has been arguing with her boyfriend recently, and then realized that she misunderstood her boyfriend. She wants to apologize to her boyfriend. What do you think is a good way to apologize? President Xin, that person wouldn't be you, would it? Nonsense, how could it be me, my best friend? Xin Yuqing's eyes flashed with panic. Oh, let me see, it's very easy for a woman to make a man happy. Men are all creatures of the lower body, just give him something, like a kiss, a hug, a little coquetry, or you can give him a small gift, or cook him a big meal, let him feel your love. Lu Yun winked playfully. Is this okay? If he really likes you, he'll be easy to please. If not, it's useless no matter what you do. That makes sense. Okay, you go ahead. Oh. Lu Yun giggled, turned around and walked away. When she reached the door, she stopped, forced back a laugh and added, Mr. Xin, never use your position as CEO to pressure him. Instead, get along with him as a friend and lover. Being too dominant is not good. Men don't like it. It's not me. Oh. Lu Yun winked playfully and hurriedly walked out. Xin Yuqing muttered to herself, there's no problem giving a gift, but kissing and cuddling? How embarrassing. And acting cute? I can't do it. What gift should I give him? Xin Yuqing pondered for a moment and decided to give Su Yang a car, as it seemed that he always rode an electric bicycle to work. Having made up her mind, Xin Yuqing immediately called Su Yang. What's up? Come out with me for a while. Wait for me in the underground parking lot. After saying this, Xin Yuqing hung up the phone. A moment later, Xin Yuqing walked into the underground parking lot and saw Su Yang standing right next to his car. Where are you going? Su Yang was puzzled. Usually when Xin Yuqing goes out, once he leaves the office building, he takes a car and never needs to go to the parking lot. This time, he didn't notify his driver and no bodyguards were following him. In addition, Xin Yuqing seemed to have deliberately dressed up, and she, who was already very beautiful, looked even more radiant. Don't ask so many questions, just follow me. You can drive, right? Xin Yuqing's voice was still cold, but her beautiful eyes were full of tenderness. You drive then. Xin Yuqing tossed the car keys to Su Yang, then sat in the passenger seat. Su Yang got in the car. Shin Yuqing was about to introduce him to some of the features of the car, but then noticed that Su Yang was familiar with the functions of her car and was very skilled at operating it. She was a little surprised. I see you ride an electric car to and from work every day, and I didn't expect you to be a good driver and know a lot about cars. Have you done this before? Su Yang didn't bother to respond to her, and responded perfunctorily, but was thinking to himself, what's the big deal? I've driven planes and tanks before. Shin Yuqing didn't get angry when she saw his attitude, but knew that he was upset. What are your plans for the future? I haven't thought about it. You're not young anymore, you should think about it. What are you trying to say? Su Yang frowned, feeling that this girl was strange, as if she had suddenly changed her personality. We have known each other for so long, we are familiar with each other. At the company, we are superior and subordinate, but outside the company, we should be friends, right? Shin Yuqing gave a very rare, sweet smile. What exactly are you trying to say? Su Yang was a little confused. Just say it, are we friends in private or not? Shin Yuqing reached out and grabbed Su Yang's wrist, her soft voice tinged with a hint of coquetry. Her hand was very soft. Su Yang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his voice was slightly panicked. Whatever you say is fine. Since we are friends, as friends, I naturally want to care about you. You said your wife is such an asshole, leaving you alone for 3 years without asking after you. Why don't you end this marriage? Shin Yuqing seemed to be joking on the surface, but she was a little nervous. Su Yang laughed happily, with a strange look on his face and said, you are absolutely right. My wife is an asshole. Every time I hear you scold her, I feel so good. Really? As long as you feel better, that's fine. Have you ever thought about getting a divorce? How could I? I have to get a divorce, even if she doesn't want to. I've had enough of her. Su Yang snorted, glaring at her unkindly. She's back? Shin Yuqing was shocked, but inwardly she was annoyed. You were talking about your wife, why are you glaring at me? If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were talking about me. She's back. Do you need any help? If the divorce is blocked, I can recommend a lawyer to you. This lawyer is good at divorce lawsuits and will try to fight for your best interests. My bastard of a wife is very rich and is probably afraid that I will split her assets. She has also hired a very good lawyer, trying to make me leave the house with nothing. Shin Yuqing's short temper suddenly flared up, and she angrily slapped her thigh, that bitch. She ran away from home without saying a word and abandoned her husband for 3 years. She should at least give her husband some compensation. To be fair, you also think she's not a good person, right? She's really not a good person. Shin Yuqing looked embarrassed. She suddenly realized that Su Yang's marriage was so similar to her own, and she was also trying to get her greedy husband to leave with nothing. The words she had just said seemed to be scolding herself. Have I also done too much? According to my assets, giving him 1 billion is not too much. Thinking about this, Shin Yuqing blushed, a little bit remorseful, that she should have agreed to Lin Yang's divorce compensation that time. Su Yang saw Shin Yuqing scolding herself there and laughed happily. What are you laughing at? Shin Yuqing always felt that his smile was strange, so she asked kindly, why don't you give me her information and I'll vent for you? When you encounter a woman like this, you have to be stronger than her. Forget it, I don't care about her stinking money, I just want to end it quickly. Don't just talk about me, tell me about your situation. I heard you're getting a divorce too? How did you know? I don't think I've ever told you about it, have I? Shin Yuqing frowned. Only her assistant Lu Yun knew about her divorce, and she hadn't told anyone else. Oh, so. Lu Yun told you? Yes, I heard her mention it once in passing. I'll fix her, that Lu Yun. It's really no big deal, don't blame her. Su Yang said sorry to Lu Yun in silence. Chapter 36, Will you get a divorce? Shin Yuqing sighed, you may not believe it when I tell you, but my husband and I have never even met face to face. I've only seen him on video. Video? You've seen him? Well, before we got married, my best friend went to his house and took a video, which she showed me when she got back. Then how come you don't recognize me? Su Yang was baffled. What? Shin Yuqing was lost in her memories and didn't hear him. Oh, I mean, since you've seen the video, even if you haven't met, you should be able to recognize him. What's the point of recognizing him? I have no feelings for him at all. I just want to end this marriage quickly. When Grandpa forced me to marry him, the whole process was handled by agents. Shin Yuqing was a little depressed. As the daughter of a wealthy family, she had no right to choose her own life, and had to obey the matchmakers and her parents' orders. This arranged marriage disgusted her. Su Yang was even more confused. It wasn't like it had been 20 or 30 years, and if she knew me, why didn't she recognize me? If you wanted a divorce so badly, why didn't you get a divorce? You didn't, did you? No. How do you know I didn't get a divorce? I don't think I told Assistant Lu about that. Hey, that's not important. Why didn't you get a divorce? Su Yang hurriedly changed the subject. Shin Yuqing felt a little embarrassed. When I mentioned divorce before, my husband asked for 1 billion yuan in compensation. I felt that he was a bit greedy, so I wanted him to leave with nothing. Let me explain, I'm not stingy with money, and I'm not afraid of him dividing up my family assets. I just dislike this kind of greedy person. She had just scolded Su Yang's wife for being a scumbag who didn't want to pay any compensation, and now it was her turn. She felt a little guilty and a little embarrassed. However, Su Yang didn't care about this, but was thinking about the compensation of 1 billion. When did I ask her for 1 billion in compensation? Su Yang's brows were knitted. Seeing that he was silent, Shin Yuqing thought that Su Yang despised her actions, and quickly defended herself. In fact, our marriages are very similar. After learning about your marital status, I also figured it out. Even if his character is poor, after all, I am sorry to him. Since he wants 1 billion, then I will give him 1 billion, say goodbye to the past and welcome the future. I don't care what I give, I won't give it to him. Su Yang immediately retorted. Huh? Shin Yuqing was puzzled. Are you stupid? You'll just give it to him if he asks for it? That's $1 billion, not $10. I know you're rich, but you can't just give it to anyone. He did me a favor, so I'll give him $1 billion to buy peace of mind. Shin Yuqing had already made up her mind. After that, she contacted Lu Kongning and agreed to his request, so as to get rid of the shackles of marriage as soon as possible and avoid Su Yang's constant rejection of her as a married woman. I said I won't give it to you, and I won't. Su Yang was a little annoyed, and vaguely felt that the Lin family was involved in this matter. Apart from the Lin family, he couldn't think of anyone else who would dare to impersonate him and demand compensation from Shin Yuqing. Shin Yuqing did not argue with him, but instead asked tentatively, if I got a divorce and you got a divorce too, would you be willing to be my? Just then, an electric motorcycle sped by, crossing the road directly. Squeak! Su Yang suddenly applied the brakes, interrupting Shin Yuqing's words. What's wrong? A delivery person suddenly came out, scaring me. Su Yang continued driving and asked, turning his head, what did you say just now? Nothing. Shin Yuqing's courage, which had been hard-won, evaporated, and she could no longer say the words of her confession. Half an hour later. Four store. Welcome. Su Yang and Shin Yuqing walked into the store. A young saleswoman immediately came over. Hello, would you like to buy a car? Shin Yuqing gave a faint nod. Su Yang rolled his eyes in disbelief. He had seen the luxury cars in the garage of the Shin family villa. Any one of them was worth tens of millions, and they were just sitting there gathering dust. He couldn't believe she still wanted to buy one. Please take a look and let me know which one you like. Our store is having an event recently, and I can apply for the biggest discount for you. Shin Yuqing didn't respond to her, but instead said to Su Yang, I want to buy a car to gift to someone, so you pick it out for me. Su Yang suddenly realized that it was a gift for someone else, so he casually asked, male or female? Male. Su Yang was a little displeased. You pick it out yourself. I'm just a nobody, I don't know anything about cars. Shin Yuqing laughed, teasing him, are you jealous? Pish, how could I be? Stubborn. Shin Yuqing looked at him, jealous and angry, and she liked it a lot. He's so cute when he's angry. Oh, help me, this is very important to me. Shin Yuqing reached out and grabbed Su Yang's arm, shaking it, and blinked her eyes, just like a little girl in love, unprecedentedly coquettish. Okay, I'll help you choose. Su Yang's heart softened when she shook him, and he compromised again. He walked around the store, and finally his gaze settled on a large SUV. This one. The saleswoman's eyes lit up, and she introduced it with some excitement. Sir, you have excellent taste. This Maybach GLS 600 is the latest model of the year, with a top price of 2.78 million. We are currently offering a big discount, which can save you about 100,000 yuan. Just then, a couple walked over. The man froze when he saw Su Yang, then turned to him with a mocking smile and said in a strange voice, "Hey, isn't this the little prince of football from our school? I heard that he's now reduced to guarding the door for people." Ha ha. Su Yang glanced at the person approaching and realized that it was Wei Qing, a classmate from high school. Back then, Wei Qing was a bully at school. Relying on his wealthy family background, he gathered a group of student thugs and often bullied his classmates. Any female classmates with a bit of beauty had more or less been harassed by him. That was until he met Su Yang, who gave him a good lesson and gradually extinguished his arrogance. Many years passed in a flash, and he never thought he would meet him again. It really is true that enemies never part. Su Yang's gaze shifted to the woman next to Wei Qing, and his eyes became a little complicated. The woman had a devilish and impressive figure, and she was one of those sexy women who made men hard for half a day just by looking at her. It was just that the slightly flirtatious face made him more and more disgusted. This was his first girlfriend in high school, Han Xiaoxiao. Now she had become a downright gold-digging woman. He had really been blind to like this kind of woman. Su Yang withdrew his gaze and shook his wrist. "Do you need a beating again?" Noticing the change in his expression, Shen Yuqing frowned and thought to herself, why is he looking at that woman with that kind of look? Is there a story between them? Chapter 37, Money is God. Before Wei Qing could say anything, Han Xiaoxiao took the lead. "Can you be a little more successful? All you know is fighting. What else can you do besides fight? After all these years, you've still accomplished nothing. Back then, choosing to break up with you was the best decision I ever made." "What a coincidence, that's exactly what I was thinking. Thank you for choosing to break up with me, so that I could see your ugly face clearly. Do you think I still miss you? Go home and look at yourself in the mirror. You wear heavy makeup and look like a hooker. You must have been toyed with by many men over the years. Seeing your gold-digging, lowly face makes me feel sick. You are the biggest stain of my life." "You're talking nonsense," Han Xiaoxiao angrily retorted, a little guilty. Immediately after, she shook Wei Qing's arm and cooed in a sweet voice, "Honey, he's just jealous of us being together and deliberately saying this." "You mustn't believe him." Wei Qing put his arms around Han Xiaoxiao's waist and kissed her hard on the face, proudly showing off, "You're really trash. After being with her for so long, you didn't even touch her, and in the end, I was the one who deflowered her, huh?" "Oh, I hate it." Han Xiaoxiao slapped Wei Qing on the hand, not feeling ashamed at all, but quite happy instead. "It's trash like you who like this kind of stuff." Su Yang scornfully pouted. Shen Yuqing tugged Su Yang's arm, holding back a smile. "I didn't realize that this was your first love. You don't have very good taste." Su Yang blushed, a little embarrassed, and coughed twice. "It's inevitable that there are times when you miss the mark. Admit it, you're only saying this because you're jealous of me. The person you like is cooing in the arms of another man. That can't be a good feeling, huh?" Wei Qing laughed repeatedly in triumph. The negative emotions that had accumulated over the years had finally been vented, and I never thought that one day I would be able to trample Su Yang underfoot and rub him hard. I'm practically happier than winning the lottery. Idiot. Su Yang didn't bother to respond to him. "Miss, have you heard of the 4 great families of Qingcheng? I am Wei Qing, the heir to the Wei family. Can we get acquainted?" Wei Qing's eyes shone as he looked at Shen Yuqing, and he couldn't help but swallow. This was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life, and she was even more charming than those female celebrities on TV. What he couldn't understand was how such an exceptional woman was with Su Yang. Han Xiaoxiao panicked and hurriedly flirted, "Wei Xiao." Wei Qing impatiently shook off Han Xiaoxiao. Han Xiaoxiao was just one of the tools for him to vent his desires. Only a stunning woman like Shen Yuqing was worthy of him. The two women were simply not comparable. Shen Yuqing's gaze turned cold. It turned out to be the Wei family's young master. Although she had only been back in the country for a short time, she had heard of the Wei family's young master's exploits, and he could be described as notorious. She ignored Wei Qing and looked at the saleswoman. "We'll take this car." Wei Qing burst out laughing when he heard this. "I didn't hear it wrong, they actually want to buy this car. A poor guy who works as a doorman wants to buy a Maybach, huh? That really makes me laugh. You're so annoying." Shen Yuqing frowned. Wei Qing looked at Su Yang with contempt. "It's not that I look down on you, but even if you work for the rest of your life, you can't afford this car. It's understandable that you want to impress a girl, but you've come to the wrong place. The cheapest car here starts at 500,000 yuan. How can you, a stinky security guard with a few thousand yuan a month, afford it?" Having said that, Wei Qing looked at Shin Yuqing again. Beauty, you probably don't know yet, but he's just a poor loser who works as a doorman. He can't afford to support you, so why don't you come with me? I guarantee you'll never run out of money. Shut up. Shin Yuqing's eyes were cold. You stupid bitch, what are you pretending for? You're lucky that I can even look at you, so don't be so ungrateful. Wei Qing angrily cursed and turned to the saleswoman and said, I'll take this car. Su Yang saw him scold Shin Yuqing and immediately wanted to fight, but was stopped by Shin Yuqing. Don't worry, he'll cry later. The saleswoman hurriedly explained with a smile, Sir, I'm sorry, this is the only one with the top configuration. Would you like to wait a few days or choose a lower configuration? Pop. Wei Qing slapped the saleswoman hard in the face, angrily shouting, You don't want to work anymore, do you? Where's the manager? The saleswoman covered her face and cried in great distress. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit immediately ran over, groveling in with a servile smile on his face. Oh, Mr. Wei, it's you. Then the middle-aged man scolded the saleswoman with a dark face, You blind fool, you don't even know Mr. Wei. If Mr. Wei is not satisfied today, he won't need to come to work tomorrow. The saleswoman immediately dared not say a word. Wei Qing glanced at Shin Yuqing with great pride, then pointed at Su Yang and said to the manager, How do you do things? You let just anyone in here. He's just a lousy security guard. I'm afraid he can't even afford to buy a car wheel. Can't you smell the stench of poverty? After saying this, Wei Cheng pretended to raise his hand and fan, looking disdainful and disgusted. Hey, yes, Wei Xiao is right, a poor person like this doesn't deserve to be here. The manager nodded and bowed, immediately beckoning to the security guard and giving a firm order, Get rid of them quickly. If you dare to let people like this in again in the future, all of you will be fired. I dare you to do anything. Su Yang stood in front of Shin Yuqing, his face cold as he looked at Wei Qing. After all these years, I see that you have forgotten your wounds. Don't think that just because your family is rich you can do whatever you want. If I wanted to touch you, even if you were the son of the richest man in the world, you would have to take it. Wei Qing laughed like he had heard the funniest joke in the world, reached up and picked up Han Xiaoxiao's chin. Baby, did I hear you right? He's actually threatening me. Honey, he's just a powerless bully who knows how to talk big. Han Xiaoxiao immediately cooed and flattered Wei Qing. The saleswoman couldn't hold back any longer and said with a stiff face, Manager, the customer is God. They came here to buy a car, how can you drive them away? Pop. The manager slapped the saleswoman hard on the face, scolding her, Shut up. You know nothing. Wealthy customers are gods, and the poor are just beggars. Wei spends tens of millions of dollars with us every year. He is our biggest god. At that moment, Wei was quite pleased with himself, feeling very important. He was unwilling to give up and struck up a conversation again. Beauty, it's not too late to regret it. Luxury cars, villas, whatever you like, I can satisfy you. It's your honor to be my woman. Su Yang suddenly smirked and flirted, Mr. Shin, he wants to support you, why don't you just go along with it? Get lost. Shin Yuqing glared at him angrily. You used to want to support me all the time, now you understand how I feel, right? Oof. Shin Yuqing felt a little embarrassed. Wei Qing noticed that they were whispering and making eyes at each other, and was instantly jealous. Why should a poor man have such good fortune? In his position and status, he has never owned such an exceptional woman. Chapter 38 Miss Shin, spare me. Beauty, my patience is running out. Wei Qing suddenly reached out his claw-like hands to touch Shin Yuqing's hands. Su Yang, of course, would not let him get away with it. He instantly grabbed Wei Qing's wrist and only heard a crisp sound, You're looking for death. Ah. Wei Qing hunched over in pain and screaming, and then he was kicked to the ground by Su Yang, looking miserable. Han Xiaoxiao hurriedly went to help Wei Qing. Honey, are you okay? How dare you hit me, you're finished. Wei Cheng glared angrily, scolded fiercely, and took out his phone to call someone. Wei Xiao, are you okay? The manager's face changed drastically. The eldest son of the Wei family was beaten here. If this angers the Wei family, I'm afraid he will be implicated as well. Do I look okay to you? Don't worry, I'll get rid of them right away. No, they couldn't leave just now, and now they can't leave. He wants to buy this car, right? Let him buy it. I want to see how he's going to buy it with his measly salary as a security guard. Wei Qing wanted to humiliate Su Yang severely and then get rid of him. The manager dared not disobey Wei Qing's order, and immediately shouted at the saleswoman, what are you still doing here? Go get the POS machine. Oh. The saleswoman hurriedly went to get it. The manager pointed at Su Yang and Shin Yuqing and threatened, if you can't pay, crawl out of here. If we can pay, you will kneel down and apologize to us, and then get out of here. Wait, I want to see if you will still be as stubborn as you are now. The manager snorted in disdain. Soon, the saleswoman ran back, holding the POS machine in her hand. Shin Yuqing opened her bag and took out a random bank card and handed it to the salesperson. The full price of this car is 2.78 million, and you will get a 100,000 discount, so you should pay 2.68 million. Do you want to pay in installments or in full? You don't have to pay in full, you can choose to pay in installments, and we have someone who will help you with the loan procedures. The salesperson kindly reminded her. After listening for so long, she also understood that Su Yang was not a wealthy person, and she was afraid that he could not come up with more than 2 million at once, so she did not want to embarrass them. What nonsense! The manager immediately reprimanded the salesperson and turned to Su Yang and the others and said, the promotion is over. The full payment is 2.78 million, and this car cannot be purchased in installments. Manager, you. The salesperson was about to argue back. The manager glared at her and said, if you say anything else, get out of here right now. Shin Yuqing smiled disdainfully and said to the saleswoman, go ahead and swipe the card. Wei Cheng pointed at Su Yang and laughed mockingly, you really are useless, letting a woman pay for the car. No wonder you came here to buy a car, it turns out you're still a gigolo. Shin Yuqing reached out to stop Su Yang, who had long wanted to explode, and said coldly, I hope you can still laugh later. Ding! The card was successfully swiped. The sound of the POS machine came. The saleswoman smiled in surprise, and her heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally settled. The manager was stunned. He had just swiped a few million without batting an eye. Could he be a nobody? Yes, I'm sorry. I just offended you. The manager hurriedly apologized, putting on a smile that was even uglier than crying. Shin Yuqing was unmoved. Her voice was cold, kneel down and apologize. You are a generous person, don't take it personally. I'm sorry, I'm just a woman, and I will avenge any wrongs. The manager was hesitating whether to kneel down and apologize, when Wei Qing said, I really misjudged you. I didn't realize that a beautiful woman like you is also a rich second generation. In that case, you should be my woman even more. With the Wei family's financial resources, I'm sure I can take your family to the next level. Really? But as far as I know, your family is already on the verge of bankruptcy. Shin Yuqing shot him an idiotic look. Ha ha. My Wei family has assets of nearly 10 billion, and you dare to say that my Wei family will go bankrupt? What a big joke. Wei Qing laughed again, but his laughter suddenly stopped, and he scolded sternly, you shameless bitch, you dare to curse my family after I've given you face. You dare to speak to me like this just because your family has a little money. You don't know what the existence of the 4 great families is like, do you? I'll tell you, with just one word from me, I can make your family go bankrupt. Oh? Really? Then I'd like to see how you, Wei Deshao, can make my family go bankrupt. Shin Yuqing laughed happily. Su Yang cast pitiful eyes at Wei Qing. Even now, he still didn't know what kind of existence he had offended. Very good, this is your own way to your death. After I destroy your family, you will be on your knees begging me for you. Wei Qing immediately took out his phone and prepared to make a call. Seeing this, the manager put on a tough stance again and snorted, you really don't know your place. Even if your family is rich, what can you do? Offending Wei Xiao is a dead end. A person who is about to go bankrupt still wants me to kneel down for you. I think it is you who should kneel down and apologize. Wei Qing was about to make the call, but then paused and asked arrogantly, bitch, what's your name and where is your family's business? Idiot. Su Yang laughed. He didn't even know the other person's name, and yet he had the nerve to talk about bankrupting someone. The Shin family. What? Wei Qing's face suddenly turned pale. Are you deaf? Which Shin family? Be clear. At that moment, Wei Qing's phone rang. As soon as he answered, the head of the Wei family's voice came through the receiver, almost like a roar, you brat, who have you offended? Just now, the Shin family issued a notice canceling all cooperation with our family. Anyone who dares to cooperate with us is an enemy of the Shin family, and all projects are terminated. What, the Shin family? Is she really a Shin family member? Wei Qing panicked. When he looked at Shin Yoqing's eyes again, they were no longer frivolous and contemptuous, but full of deep fear. You have offended the Shin family. No wonder the Shin family wants to block us. It really is your fault, you beast. Have you offended the second master of the Shin family, or Miss Shin? She is a woman, and she is quite pretty. Could it be the eldest Miss Shin? I don't know her. Wei Qing was so anxious that he was about to cry. Apologize to Miss Shin immediately. If Miss Shin does not forgive you, I will chop you up and throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. The phone hung up. Wei Qing's knees gave way and he fell to the ground, his face full of fear as he kept on kowtowing. Miss Shin, I was wrong, I didn't know who you were, please forgive me. Mr. Wei, you. The manager was also panicking. Wei Qing had no heart to pay any attention to him, just kept on apologizing by kowtowing. Han Xiaoxiao also came forward and tugged at him. Mr. Wei, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling to her? Didn't you want to bankrupt her? I'll break your mother. Wei Qing grabbed Han Xiaoxiao by the hair, slapped her hard, and angrily cursed, stupid bitch, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how would I have offended Miss Shin? How can you blame me? It's all because you saw someone good looking and had to strike up a conversation. Chapter 39, Banning the Wei Family. Su Yang grinned, this slap feels painful just from hearing about it. Shin Yoqing's mouth corners rose. Dare to insult the man she likes, you must pay the price. What's wrong with young Master Wei? Don't you want to bankrupt my family? I'm waiting. Oh, that's right, maybe there are too many businesses in my family, and you don't know which one to go after, right? How about this, I'll tell you about a small company first. Tianming Group is a company I just acquired after returning to China. You can let that company go bankrupt first. What? Tianming Group. The forest shop manager's face turned pale, and fear gripped his heart. Tianming Group, which was valued at tens of billions of dollars, was just a small company in her hands. Miss Shin, are you Miss Shin, the richest person in Xinjiang? The manager finally came to his senses. Wei Qing flung away Han Xiaoxiao and begged for mercy with a tearful voice. Miss Shin, I'm sorry, I was being a snob. I deserve to be beaten. Pat, pat, pat. The sound of crisp slaps continued to ring out as Wei Qing kept slapping himself. He was truly afraid. In front of the Shin family, the Wei family is like an ant, and they can make the Wei family disappear with a wave of their hand. Now you know fear? Too late. Anyone who dares to insult me is destined to perish in your Wei family. Shin Yoqing's tone was cold, and an air of ruthless hegemony spread. Su Yang watched Shin Yoqing with a complex look in his eyes. What did she mean by this? Was she confessing her love to me, or was she simply defending the company's employees? Su Yang, what are you thinking? How could she like you, let alone confess her love to you? Just then, a group of people rushed into the store. The leader was a bloated man dressed in luxurious clothes. He was Wei Qing's father, Wei Xiuming, the head of the Wei family. Dad! Wei Qing hurriedly greeted him. Wei Xiuming was furious and kicked Wei Qing. You're good for nothing. Which one is Miss Shin? Horror. Wei Qing pointed to Shin Yoqing. Without any hesitation, Wei Xiuming dropped to his knees, his voice a little shaky. Miss Shin, I am Wei Xiuming, head of the Wei family. It is my failure in parenting. As long as you can calm down, we, father and son, are at your disposal. Please give the Wei family a way out. I am very grateful. Now that you know I am a member of the Shin family, you are afraid. Do you know what your son wants to do to me? Wei Xiuming was stunned, and immediately angrily rebuked Wei Qing. You animal, what have you done? Wei Qing's face turned pale, and he could not say a word, trembling with fear. Your son wants to destroy my family and bankrupt my family. That's not all, he also wants to force me to be his woman. He really wants to wipe us out. You animal! My family will be ruined because of you. I will beat you to death. Wei Xiuming reached out his hand, and one of his subordinates quickly handed him a stick. Ah! Wei Qing curled up on the ground, screaming in pain from his father's beating. A moment later, Wei Qing was covered in bruises. Wei Xiuming stopped panting, threw away the stick, and knelt in front of Shin Yoqing again. Miss Shin, as long as you let the Wei family go, you can kill or torture us as you please. He who kills will be killed. I have already decided to destroy the Wei family, and I will not stop. There is no place for you to hide in Xinjiang. Are you really going to do this? Wei Xiuming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. What, do you want to jump over the wall and attack me like a desperate dog? I dare not. Wei Xiaoming suppressed his anger and slowly stood up. At this moment, a slightly hoarse voice came. My dear niece, that Wei boy doesn't know your identity after all. Ignorance is no fault. I think we should let this go. Besides, the head of the Wei family has personally knelt down to apologize to you. Forgive people where possible, leave a way out for everything, and we can meet again in the future. Don't be too extreme. The group walked into the shop. The one in the lead was tall and burly, and resembled Xin Yuqing a little. It was her uncle, Xin Yuanzhang. Uncle, are you trying to stop me? My dear niece, although the old master wants to pass the family business on to you, you are still too young and need more experience. You must remember that we are businessmen, not gangsters. You need to be more tactful in business and expand your network of relationships, not make enemies like you are doing, which will only make your path narrower. I am only looking out for your best interests. The Wei family is too small to be an enemy of the Shins. No matter what, I cannot just stand by and watch you do whatever you like. Xin Yuanzhang is a fox. He says he is thinking of Xin Yuqing's best interests, but in reality he is taking the opportunity to win over the Wei family and lay the groundwork for a future fight over the family inheritance. Wei Xiaoming was overjoyed and immediately wanted to kneel down and thank Xin Yuanzhang, but the latter stopped him. Mr. Wei, you are too polite. We have known each other for decades and are both from one of the 4 great families. How could I not help you when you are in trouble? It is only reasonable that I should lend you a hand. Master Xin, I will remember this great kindness. If you need help in the future, just let me know. Wei Xiaoming decided to cling to Xin Yuanzhang's leg. Wei Qing also got up and fawned on Xin Yuanzhang, bowing and scraping. Uncle Xin is wise and valiant, and the position of family head is destined to be yours. Xin Yuanzhang smiled approvingly. In the future, try to cause the family as little trouble as possible. Yes, yes. Wei Qing nodded quickly. At that moment, he felt very suffocated. He had been beaten up for no reason, and it was all for nothing. At the same time, Xin Yuqing received a phone call, and the Xin family's action to block the Wei family was indeed called off. Xin Yuqing subconsciously clenched her fists. She originally wanted to wait until the group's business was back on track before returning to the Xin family, but now it seemed that she had to go back early and kick the Xin Yuanzhang family out of the company as soon as possible. Su Yang noticed the change in her expression and reached out to embrace her shoulders. Don't worry, no one can stop the Wei family's downfall. In Qincheng, only the Xin family has the strength to suppress the Wei family. Now that my uncle has intervened, the Wei family has been temporarily saved. Xin Yuqing shook her head and sighed helplessly. Wei Xiaoming once again faced Xin Yuqing, no longer groveling as before. His attitude had changed 180 degrees. He said coldly, Miss Xin, I have just punished my son, so let's just leave it at that. What do you say? Xin Yuqing was about to speak when she was stopped by Su Yang. Master Wei, you really are a scoundrel without a shred of integrity. Just now you were apologizing to us on your knees, but now that you've found a patron, you've immediately switched to this face. Do you think that because he's covering for you, the Wei family will be fine? Su Yang pointed at Xin Yuanzhang. How dare you? What are you? Master Xin is not someone you can point at. Wei Xiaoming immediately angrily rebuked. Su Yang applauded, you're a really competent dog, but unfortunately your master can't protect you. If you had just accepted your fate and left, you would have been able to leave Qingqing safely. Now it's too late to get out unscathed. What do you mean? Wei Xiaoming's eyelids twitched, and the smile on his face disappeared. Literally. Su Yang sneered. This is our family's son-in-law, and he really thinks of himself as a shun. Eat your soft rice, you have no say here. Xin Yuanzhang's face was full of contempt. Chapter 40, I don't have as much money as you, and you don't have as much power as me. Wei Xiaoming was suddenly a little annoyed when he heard this, and he was actually intimidated by a small person like an ant. I thought you were someone important, but you're just a little white face who lives off other people. Boy, Miss Xin can protect you for a while, but not forever. His words were full of threatening undertones. Sorry to disappoint you, but although I don't have much money, I don't need a woman to protect me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Xiaoming's phone rang. He answered it and asked impatiently, what's wrong? Mr. Wei, it's bad, the company has gone bankrupt. What? Hasn't the Xin family stopped the sanctions? The Xin family did stop, but the city's law enforcement team came again, saying that we had committed tax evasion on a huge scale, and that some of our company's projects were suspected of fraud. Once the news spread, the company completely cooled off, and the old master has declared bankruptcy. He was also taken away by the law enforcement team. It's over, it's over. Wei Xiaoming staggered, and his phone slipped to the ground, terrified and uneasy. One moment, he was a wealthy man on top of the world, and the next, he had fallen into an abyss, and no longer even qualified to be a commoner. Wei Xiaoming looked at Su Yang in disbelief. At this moment, he finally woke up and realized that what Su Yang had said was not a bluff, but the truth. Who exactly are you? I'm just a nobody living at the bottom of the social ladder. What, are you scared? This is so ironic. Just now, he was still mocking others as ants, but in the blink of an eye, he was being crushed by an ant. He would never believe that Su Yang had nothing to do with it. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? His gaze shifted to Xin Yuanzheng. The Xin family was very powerful and well connected with the city's high-ranking officials. Perhaps the Xin family could help him. With a last glimmer of hope, he got back on his knees. Master Xin, please save the Wei family. The Wei family will do whatever you say. Wei Xiaoming's voice was loud on the phone just now, and he heard it too. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed helplessly, I'll try. Wei Xiaoming immediately took out his phone and made a call. The call was quickly connected. Li Shi, this is Xin Yuanzheng. Thank you for taking the time to answer my call. Yuanzheng, what's up? Well, the Wei family was raided today, accused of tax evasion. You see, the Wei family owns many businesses and employs many workers. If it goes bankrupt, I'm afraid many people will lose their jobs. Do you think we can make a big deal out of a small one? Of course, the taxes that should be paid cannot be reduced by 1 cent. I can't help with this matter. In Xincheng, there are things that even you can't handle? The orders came directly from above, bypassing us and going straight to the law enforcement team. Even I don't know who gave the order. I guess the Wei family must have angered someone they shouldn't have. I advise you to mind your own business and avoid getting burned. Your family may be rich, but you're just a businessman. These were very realistic words, like a wake-up call. Xin Yuanzheng was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. The phone hung up. Xin Yuanzheng was a little annoyed. In the end, it was all for nothing, and he had wasted his time. Wei Xiaoming was still staring at him. He was no longer as polite as before, and his voice was much colder. The authorities have been keeping an eye on your family for a long time. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being dishonest and getting caught. Up until now, Xin Yuanzheng had not connected this incident with Su Yang. He didn't think that Su Yang would be capable of it. As for being able to predict it, it was purely a matter of blind luck. Now, the last straw had broken, and Wei Xiaoming was unwilling to accept it. Seeing that Xin Yuanzheng was about to leave, he shouted, Master Xin, you can't just leave us here, please save the Wei family. Get out of here, you useless piece of trash. Xin Yuanzheng kicked Wei Xiaoming with disgust and walked away. As soon as they had left, a team of law enforcement officers arrived. Wei Xiaoming and Wei Qing, you are under arrest. Wei Cheng took a few steps back and shook his head, no, I don't want to go to prison. He took Su Yang's hand, Yang, we were classmates, please help me, I don't want to go to prison. No way, you started it all, it's all because of you. Did you do all this? Wei Qing couldn't believe it. Su Yang reached out and grabbed Wei Qing by the collar, and whispered in his ear, you've finally been smart for once. If you're born again in your next life, remember one thing, even if you're rich, you have to keep a low profile. There's power above money, I'm not as rich as you, and you don't have my power, so you're finished. Who exactly are you? You are not qualified to know my identity. Go to prison and reform yourself. Goodbye. Su Yang nudged Wei Qing. 2 law enforcement officers immediately rushed forward, grabbed Wei Qing's arms from the left and right, and took the Wei father and son away. Han Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Perhaps she was hit by Wei Qing, and her head was in a daze. She didn't figure out what had happened until the Wei father and son were taken away. She just knew that the Wei family was really finished. How could she face staying here any longer? She started to run. Stop. Did I say you could go? Xin Youqing's voice came faintly. Han Xiaoxiao's heart trembled, and she stopped in her tracks. Her legs felt a little weak, and she didn't dare turn around. I still have things to do, so I won't disturb you. Apologize. Ha? Han Xiaoxiao was a little confused. The forest store manager immediately rushed over, grabbed Han Xiaoxiao's arm, and flung her to the ground, cursing viciously, "Stupid bitch, it's all because of you that we misunderstood Miss Shen. Get down on your knees and apologize now." Han Xiaoxiao reacted, and hurriedly bowed to Shen Yuqing. "Miss Shen, I was wrong, please forgive me. You should apologize to someone else, not me." Shen Yuqing looked at Su Yang. "You told me to apologize to him." Han Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly rose. "Pop." The manager slapped Han Xiaoxiao's face, pointing at the latter's nose and scolding her, "Bitch, shut up and apologize." Han Xiaoxiao raised her hand to cover her face. She couldn't remember how many slaps she had taken today. She looked up at Su Yang, her eyes full of resentment. "I'm sorry. What did I do wrong?" Shen Yuqing spoke again. "I shouldn't have mocked him. If you don't apologize sincerely, you'll be kneeling here forever." Shen Yuqing's words were sharp, and she gave her a disgusted glance before quickly averting her eyes, lest she should soil her eyes by looking at her any longer. Han Xiaoxiao suppressed her resentment and hung her head. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mocked you. I'm materialistic and lowly. I'm not worthy to be your ex-girlfriend. Please, for the sake of our time as classmates, say a kind word for me and let me go." "Get lost." Su Yang responded to her with only one word. It sounded like gospel music to her ears, and she hurriedly got up, ignoring her messy hair, and ran away in a dejected manner.